Thank you all very much for coming. Welcome to the first annual Conservative Policy Summit put on by Heritage Action. I hope all of you in the audience are comfortable. We're going to be here for 8.5 hours. Actually reminds me, in college I spent 24 hours watching back-to-back baseball movies, which by the end became a little bit tedious. But I think we have a lineup today that's better than the 1927 New York Yankees, so I'm glad you could all be here. Heritage Action was started in the year 2010. We were started because over the last 15 or so years, we'd seen every combination of power in Washington, D.C. We'd seen a Democrat president with Republican majorities in both the House and the Senate. We'd seen a Republican president with Republican majorities in the House and the Senate. We'd seen a Republican president, with a Democrat majority in the House and the Senate. And then from 2008 to 2010, we saw a Democrat president who was capable of getting through a very aggressive, progressive agenda with Democrat control in both the House and the Senate. So we looked at all this and we said, if we're serious here at the Heritage Foundation about building an America where freedom and opportunity, prosperity, and civil society flourish, we need to do something more to make sure that our policies get across the finish line. And that's why we started Heritage Action. And I think after 4 years of being in business, we've learned that there are 3 things that are necessary for conservatives to do to ultimately get our America built. The first, and everybody learns this in 4th grade civics, some people in the D.C. establishment use it as a trump card to tell any conservative who stands up and does something different than what you're supposed to do. But we got to win elections. And it is undoubtedly true that conservatives will never build the America that we envision unless we win elections and have majorities in the House and the Senate and in the presidency who are open to our ideas. However, that's a necessary, but it's not a sufficient condition for getting our ideas across the finish line. It's very popular here in Washington, D.C. to say Washington is broken. Washington, D.C. is not broken. Washington, D.C. is a finely tuned machine that is aimed at expanding government's power, picking winners and losers in the economy, and making sure that those who have access to the corridors of power, those who have access to the lobbyists that run this town, get their carve-outs in the tax code, get spending in their favor, get the regulatory regime written in a way that allows them to have a competitive advantage over people who might want to break in and disrupt those incumbent businesses. Washington, D.C. is a town where good ideas go to die. And until we break that status quo bias in Washington, conservatives will never have victories. So that's the second condition for conservative victories. And the third is that we need to have bold ideas. Americans are desperate for bold ideas. They're desperate for bold ideas that aren't about left, they're not about right, they're about uniting Americans and making life better for all. And that's what we're here to talk about today. I think we have a fantastic roster of people talking about issues from school choice to access to energy, what we can do about cronyism in financial markets, and all the way through the agenda. Fighting the status quo is what gets you headlines. And Heritage Action is proud of the headlines that we've gotten for fighting the status quo. But we're also working hard to introduce bold ideas that unite America and make life better to everybody in this country. That's what we're working hard to do, and I can't think of a better person to lead off the discussion today than our first speaker. He's a man that certainly inside these walls needs no introduction. As I went around the country with him this August, I introduced him simply as the real Mr. Smith comes to Washington. So I'm very pleased to introduce the president of the Heritage Foundation, Senator Jim DeMint.
Thank you, Mike. And good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the press. Thank you so much for being here to join us today. I'm pleased to welcome all of you to this very important policy summit, and I thank Heritage Action for hosting us today. I'm also very grateful to the many members of Congress who will soon be speaking. I appreciate them taking time out of their busy schedule to join us and share their ideas. In addition, a big thank you to all the policy specialists from here at Heritage and elsewhere who have lent their expertise to shaping these ideas and will be a part of presenting them here today. Sometimes it's too easy to caricature conservatives as people who are more interested in stopping bad legislation than promoting good legislation. I know this is not true, but I suppose at times it's tempting just to sit back and be snide about the many failures of modern liberalism and big government, With examples like Detroit and Obamacare, sometimes it's just too easy. But even with such easy fodder, we can't give in to the temptation. We're conservatives first and foremost because we know that conservative ideals will do the most to make life better for all Americans. We have the concrete solutions to build upon the successes of the past and realize the potential of the future. Crucially, much of this requires the cleaning out of the cobwebs and rust which have gathered in too many federal laws, an antiquated federal tax code, and a regulatory regime that cannot address America's current challenges. In short, it's time for real progress. As the great C.S. Lewis said, we all want progress, but progress means getting nearer to the place where you want to be. And if you've taken a wrong turn, then going forward does not get you any nearer. If you're on the wrong road, progress means doing an about turn and walking back to the right road. And in that case, the man who turns back the soonest is the most progressive man. Unfortunately, there is nothing progressive about the progressive establishment here in Washington. It cannot turn around. It is blocked by a Berlin Wall of the mind, trapped behind policies that promote subsistence, not independence, control, not freedom, and the endless gray concrete of centralized power. The men and women who will shortly take this stage have looked over that mental barrier and seen a new landscape, one where problems are solved, not subsidized, one where citizens are entrusted with the care of their own families and communities, one colored by opportunities as diverse as the millions of lives in this great nation. Today we'll be looking at the PATH Act, which Representative Jeb Hensarling has introduced to dissolve the bumbling Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and encourage private investment and innovation. We'll see the Transportation Empowerment Act, introduced by Representative Tom Graves and Senator Mike Lee, which lowers the gas tax, cuts red tape, and returns funds and decision-making back to the same localities that know best how to use them. Senator Lee is also going to reintroduce the Welfare Reform Act along with Representative Jim Jordan, which not only saves taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars, but puts social assistance back on track, getting people into jobs and out of poverty. We'll be hearing about the HERO Act, which takes school accreditation out of the hands of federal bureaucrats and puts it at the state level, while lowering the cost of higher education for students across the nation. Representative Raul Labrador will walk us through the Marriage and Religious Freedom Act, which enjoys broad bipartisan support and prevents government discrimination of any person, church, business, or other institution based on their traditional view of marriage. These policies do not arise from lobbying of special interest. They are for the benefit of all Americans. They were not designed to serve those who walk the halls of power, but those who sweep them late at night. If conservatives in Congress wish to return to their seats this November with a mandate from the people, the ideas presented today will help secure that mandate. It's not sufficient for conservatives to run against agendas. They must advance ideas and legislation that will build a stronger America. A mandate to lead without a plan, without a proposal, without original legislation is no mandate at all. It is simply a continuation of a broken, deadlocked status quo. Already there are rumblings of huge, contentious pieces of legislation we might see in the coming year. These bills, as always, treat the law like a club. When some 50-some members of Congress bludgeon the other 40-some with ideas they don't like. Like the disastrous Obamacare initiative, they attempt to address an issue altogether in one grandiose action, legislation stretching into the thousands of pages, unread by the very people who vote for it. They invariably increase spending in our national debt and create more problems than they solve. They're divisive to legislators themselves. When enormous bills are rammed through Congress, it destroys any hope, any reason to reach across the aisle and cooperate on improving our system of government in ways that are agreeable to everyone. Perhaps worst of all, they divide our fellow citizens. It's not just a matter of political disagreement. We'll always have that. And I think we can always find a way to benefit from political disagreement. The unity Americans have with each other does not arise from quashing those communities with different beliefs or opinions, but allowing them to govern themselves according to their own beliefs and values. And when so many different viewpoints and lifestyles and cultures are forced into one mold, resentment replaces love for one's neighbor. Public affection turns into public enmity, patriotism into ambivalence. I ask the leadership of the House and the Senate, regardless of party, to leave this ham-fisted approach behind. Instead of wasting time forcing the country into one-size-fits-all policies, take the opportunity to genuinely consider the ideas we discuss here today and allow for open debate on these and other proposals that could improve the lives of many Americans so easily and so quickly. I am confident that these ideas, if allowed to inform our laws and our way of governing, will make the first great stride toward the three things we all wish to achieve: a strong economy, a strong society, and a strong America. Let these both be our goal and our starting point. No matter our parties or philosophy, we can unite if we recognize we're running in the same direction. This agenda you'll hear today to unite America has the promise to give aid to those disadvantaged by circumstance, opportunity to those trapped by bureaucracy, and protection to local values and endangered by national meddling. These ideas can bring people together, once more in appreciation for each other, their country, and I dare say it, even our government. Thank you, and I look forward to being with you here today.
Jim has some time to take questions if we have them from the audience. Anybody want to jump on first? Jim, can you start off and talk about your experience for both in the House and the Senate in terms of bold ideas, when you were capable of moving them forward, what some of the hurdles were to getting those going?
Yeah, I better stand over here where there's a microphone. Well, it's never easy to move things through the House and the Senate, but I will say when I first came to the House, Mike, and I was elected in 1998, there was certainly much more bipartisan working together. All the bills that I introduced, we had a bipartisan or Democrat co-sponsors. But what I have found, not so much in Washington, that America is hungry for bold ideas and clearer leadership. Certainly the polls are clear that they're pretty disgusted with Congress in both parties. But what we found in the last year as we've talked to people all over the country, students, minorities, people from all walks of life, is there is broad agreement on the things that we're talking about today. Even I think folks who have had a liberal mindset for a long time are starting to see that the federal government, despite good intentions, cannot do the things they're promising to do. They have not been successful running our schools. Healthcare appears to be a disaster. But we see states opening up so many new opportunities. There wasn't too long ago when a president said we were out of energy as a nation. But now that states have moved around off federal lands, around federal regulations with new technology, we found we have enough gas, natural gas, oil, to last 100 years, lowering the cost of energy and creating vibrant economy. So the bold ideas, Mike, we see moving at the state level more than the national level. We can see choice in school creating opportunities for at-risk and poorer children who had no opportunities before. We see families with jobs because states are developing energy. We see a lot of states solving the health care issue in different ways. So these are not just pie-in-the-sky ideas we're talking about. A lot of what you're here today is just taking a legislative idea, and moving the power and the money back to the states, and doing the things in Washington that we need to do, doing them better and more effectively and more efficiently, and hopefully at a lower cost. So I'm confident that these ideas, these are not huge things like tax reform or entitlement reform that we know we can't get done this year. But the things in education that we're talking about, the things in transportation, I know that there's a number of Democrats who support them because some of the ideas have been introduced before. So I'm optimistic that if we take these ideas to the American people, that's the whole idea of Heritage Action, is not just to take them to the Hill, but take them to the American people, inspire the American people with these ideas, and then in that, hopefully will create a consensus with their legislators to get something done.
Yes, sir.
On Sunday, Fox News, Sunday, 800-pound gorilla. Amnesty and immigration. I'd like you to talk about the politics of that issue.
Well, I think the broader issue of just these comprehensive 1,000-page bills, I mean, we see the damage that they can do. And as used, the pattern in Washington now is to introduce them and pass them within 2 days before America has a chance to find out what's in it. I mean, that's what happened with Obamacare, Dodd-Frank, and they would love to do the same thing with the huge immigration bill. That type of bill, it will divide our country right now. And we need immigration reform. But as we've talked about at Heritage, we don't need this big conglomeration of comprehensive bills, especially at a time when Americans have lost the trust in this president to faithfully carry out the laws. There are immigration laws on the books that the president is ignoring. And so how can we, in good faith, say, yes, we'll give an amnesty now, and then the president is going to fix our borders and handle workplace enforcement and do the guest worker visas that we need. Frankly, this is just not a good time to do it. I believe that we need immigration reform. Heritage has a step-by-step proposal that I think will earn the trust of the American people, unite the country around an idea, and I think restore this whole idea of our heritage of immigration, which we certainly support here. But with this president, what he's done with Obamacare and arbitrarily enforcing our laws, how he's misused the IRS against his political enemies, to give the president the authority that would come with this giant amnesty bill just does not make sense.
Can I add to that, Jim, real quick?
Yeah.
Daniel Patrick Moynihan said that you have the right to your own opinion, you don't have the right to your own facts. And I had the opportunity yesterday morning to have a lovely exchange with David Brooks on Meet the Press about the immigration bill. And there's a misperception out there that there's actually an immigration bill in Washington, D.C. that would give America the modern immigration system that it deserves. There's not. There's a corporate cronyism bill in the Senate that is masquerading as an immigration bill that was written in closed doors by the AFL-CIO and the Chamber of Commerce. And it would do a disservice to this nation on an issue like immigration that you only get to address once every 10, 15, 20 years in the right way, to allow a corporate cronyism bill to pass to make us all feel better about having done immigration reform and miss the opportunity to really modernize the system. And so we are very eager to work in a step-by-step process to pass immigration reform. Unfortunately, there's nothing to work with here in Washington right now. Yes, sir.
Well, today we're going to hear, I'm certain, Today we're going to hear, I'm certain, a number of conservative ideas. Heritage Foundation, Heritage Action has done a great job in advancing them. But to get them to become law, what plan do you have to get the Senate Democrats even to consider them and to get them past Harry Reid? Or are you planning on taking these ideas to the states where there are Republican governors and Republican legislatures that would have a propensity to be more supportive.
Yeah, look, the American people have the right to be presented with a choice. And I think that one of the things that we regret about the last 3-4 years is that they have not been able to have that level of choice because House Republicans, frankly, haven't pursued a bold agenda. If you think back to the fiscal cliff debate of a year and a half ago, if you'd gone into a debate and said to the President of the United States, Mr. President, we just passed a tax reform bill that would have been pro-growth, it would have not been worried about picking winners and losers here in Washington, D.C., but instead making life better for all Americans. And that's what we want, to use this opportunity, this unfortunate opportunity of the fiscal cliff to put forward. If you're not willing to do that, we're willing to go forward with the status quo of maintaining the Bush tax cuts because now's not the right time to raise taxes. That's providing the American people with the opportunity to see that there is a Republican agenda. There is an agenda of conservatives, of a tax code that works for all Americans, not Americans who have access to lobbyists who can get them a 0% marginal tax rate because they know how to work the corporate tax code in their favor. And so we're here today to talk about those bold ideas. We hope that people in the Senate, the President of the United States, anybody in Washington will be able to look at those bold ideas and say, you know what, this is what's right for America. Frankly, we're skeptical. There's a status quo bias in this town that needs to be broken, and we're committed to breaking it. Bold ideas we think will work at the ballot box. And we think that anybody, Republican or Democrat or any other party, who works on bold ideas that unite Americans and work for everybody will result in electoral success. But right now, there is not a conducive environment in Washington, D.C. to advance a bold agenda that's good for all Americans, because this town is where bold ideas go to die. And so it's not going to be done in the next 6 months, but the process of starting that process is what we're here to do right now.
So are you advancing some of these ideas at the state level?
Let me jump in here. Yes, that's a big part of what we do, and our folks at Heritage are traveling all over the country, working with states, particularly in the area of school choice, right-to-work concepts. And so we can stand here in Washington and point to states that are working and working with these ideas. And by promoting them, I think we're encouraging other states to do them. But as Mike said, showing the world that conservatives have an alternative to what's going on here in Washington today. That's been the real weakness, I think, in the last few elections, is the idea that, oh, the economy is so bad, gas price so high, it was going to take the Democrats and Obama down. That doesn't work that way. Americans need to know what we stand for. And so you'll hear a part of that today. Certainly this is not our whole Solutions for 2014 book, but you should take a look at that if you're interested in ideas that can build a better America. But what we want the country to know is that the ideas that we're talking about really unite people. We've seen that all over the country. They agree with our ideas. Sometimes they don't like the packaging of Republican or Democrat, but the country is not nearly as divided as Washington makes it out to be. And if we can present ideas, and we've seen it with school choice, for instance. I mean, Juan Williams helps us with school choice. Minorities all over the country are now seeing this as a way to get kids out of failing schools and into schools that are actually working and safer and will give more opportunity. So by doing this, I think we're going to help pull the country together and hopefully show both parties that the right ideas are also good politics.
We have time for one more.
Yes, sir.
Would you comment on the farm bill? I thought maybe you'd make some progress there. You know, it's a problem that's been going on for 75 years.
Well, I'll let Mike comment mostly on that, but we did make progress in the sense that we helped Americans see. I think for the first time that the Farm Bill really wasn't a farm bill. It was 80% food stamps, and the spending on food stamps had increased dramatically. They cut it back a little bit. If we hadn't forced a debate on it, there probably wouldn't have been any reform at all of food stamps or farming. So we didn't win the outcome, but I think we set it up to make it a little harder next time for them to drive through a farm bill without some real reforms. And we'll be working on that every day between now and then. Mike, you were on the front lines of all that.
Well, it's a great question because I think it illustrates the problems in Washington that we're here to address today. You can't find a single policy expert from right to left who thinks America has agriculture policy that makes sense. The Peterson Institute did something several years ago. They asked 6 different think tanks across the intellectual spectrum to come up with their plans for America going forward, and all of them said that there need to be radical changes to America's agriculture policy. And yet when a deal is struck 2 weeks ago, the media and everybody in Washington, D.C. runs around to say that bipartisan has finally broken out in Washington, D.C., and Washington is working because something got done. Well, something got done in the sense that it passed, but America did nothing to move our agriculture policy forward towards what a modern 21st century agriculture policy would look like. And instead, we kept the same Soviet-style ag policies that this country has had for decades. And so that needs to change. Now, I'm very optimistic. We've just gone through 2 years of, frankly, unpleasantness that none of us want to be caught up in over a farm bill. And I'm very optimistic that the House Agriculture Committee, the Senate Agriculture Committee, committees in the past that have had very little interest in meeting with policy experts to talk about what a 21st century farm bill will use the opportunity of the next 2, 3, 4 years before we have to go through one of these fire drills again to actually think creatively, think outside the box. We've had members of Congress express interest with us in the last couple of weeks of sitting down and figuring out, when we have to do this again in 5 years, what is good policy, not just what is the status quo that we can continue pushing forward so that it keeps various constituencies happy. But that's what's wrong with Washington, and the Farm Bill is a perfect example of it, but frankly, you see it in almost every other legislative vehicle that goes forward, and I think today is going to be the start of turning that around. We now have the opportunity to hear from Congressman Matt Salmon from Arizona. Matt's talking about his Electronic Communications Privacy Act, and to lead that panel is the Chief Operating Officer of Heritage Action, Tim Chapman. Tim?
Thanks, Mike. Thank you all for being here, and I'm excited to be able to introduce Congressman Salmon to you. This guy's very special and one of our great allies here. In the landmark year of 1994, Matt was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, where he served 3 terms. During that time, he grew a reputation as being a watchdog, a guy who went after spending, a real fiscal conservative. But in 2000, he remained true to his promise to self-impose a term limit. So he went home and retired his seat. But after the passage of Obamacare, like a lot of conservatives, he started to rethink what he needed to do for the country. At the same time, there was massive government regulation that was really crippling the economy in his district. So Matt, again, answered the call to serve. In 2012, he was reelected to the House of Representatives, and we're pretty lucky that he was. Matt's a rock-solid conservative. He's the kind that we need more of. He's here for all the right reasons. And he also has a lot of experience. Having served those terms in the 90s, he's somebody that his colleagues can look to for some guidance and to understand the history of the House of Representatives. This morning, Matt will talk to us about one of the big, important policies that we're unveiling today. The bill he'll talk to us about this morning is actually very simple. It would ensure that the American people have the ability to communicate with one another electronically without the government eavesdropping. Very basic, but very important. It's in our communications with one another, after all, with our loved ones, our families, our friends, our colleagues, our customers, our competitors. It's in those communications that we share our ideas, we share our passions. And in so doing, we form those voluntary associations that form the bedrock of American civil society. A government that's big enough and willing to put a chill on these kinds of communications is a very dangerous thing for the health of a nation. Please join me in welcoming Matt Salmon to the podium to talk about how to address this problem.
Well, it's really wonderful to be here today. A wise man named Benjamin Franklin once said, "Those who can give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." Now that saying is so important to me that I had my wife etch it on my wall in my congressional office. And this man was at the core of a generation that learned firsthand the cost of unchecked power. This experience, gained the hard way, offered our founding fathers critical insights into how a government for and by the people ought to be held accountable. In their wisdom gained by experience, our founders specifically guaranteed the right of people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unwarranted search and seizures. Our founding fathers were not simple men, and they were certainly not ignorant or naive. And they understood that the challenges that we would have to face as a free nation, as a free state. They understood well, though, that without security, there is no liberty, and without liberty, there is no security. To strike this delicate balance between liberty and security, they instituted the Constitution and the Bill of Rights as the foundation for this new experiment in self-governance, with maximum liberty being held to the highest ideal. Today, we find ourselves in a fight of epic proportions as it relates to our individual liberties and their preservation. Day after day, we see news story after news story chronicling the damaging effects of out-of-control surveillance state. In fact, last summer, Edward Snowden released a series of exposés revealing a series of surveillance programs such as PRISM, X-Keyscore, and Tempora, as well as the interception of U.S. and European telephone metadata. These revelations raise serious questions about what we, the American people, were willing to trade for our security. Those who stood with me in defense of our Constitution, and particularly the Fourth Amendment to that Constitution, were accused of being naive, and we were accused of being ignorant by those advocates of mass snooping, saying, after all, what do you have to hide? Mass spying did not protect us from the Boston Marathon bombers or the Christmas Day bomber. It didn't protect us from the Times Square bomber, the shooting at an Army recruiter center in Arkansas, or the shooting at Fort Hood. In fact, when Deputy Attorney General James Cole was asked how many criminal cases have resulted from the use of this surveillance dragnet, he said, there may be one. In America's time of financial crisis, with billions of dollars being spent to support this gigantic secret snooping operation, a simple cost-benefit analysis of these programs would determine if they're effective enough to warrant mass amounts of funding that they receive. In fact, I could think of at least one far-flung consulate in Benghazi, Libya, that on the night of September 11, 2012, may have been able to use some of those resources. In a free country, there's a strong case to be made for the use of clandestine operations to help ensure the safety of its citizenry. Lawful covert surveillance programs provide critical, life-saving information to our servicemen and our servicewomen defending us at home and abroad. We as American citizens understand that these operations, just as any other military offensive, must be targeted and well executed in order to be effective in saving the lives of our troops and innocent civilians. While the case can be made that secret operations may be necessary in order to save lives, a case for the lack of congressional oversight cannot. Transparency and privacy are the core of a republic. A republic demands transparency for the government and privacy for its citizens. Today, we reverse that, with government demanding transparency from us, but insisting on secrecy for itself. One of my favorite philosophers, Frederick Bastiat, in his treatise, The Law, said this: if the natural tendencies of mankind are so bad that it's not safe to permit people to be free, how is it that the tendencies of these organizers are always good? Do not the legislators and their appointed agents also belong to the human race? Or do they believe that they themselves are made of a finer clay than the rest of mankind? Of course, there is a role for secrecy, but there must be a role for transparency. When you have secret courts and secret judges giving secret interpretations of a law to the point where its author can't believe how it's been misconstrued and then lie to the American people about it, we got a problem. And this problem could not have been more obvious to me as I sat in a classified congressional briefing that was being held in the wake of Edward Snowden's release of information about the NSA's secret spying programs. Now, in this briefing, members of Congress asked specific questions about the size and scope of these secret programs. Time and time again, the answers given by the NSA went something like, we're not going to disclose that, and don't worry, we've got it covered. Needless to say, our own government does not seem to think it important to tell the American people the truth. Last year, Senator Ron Wyden asked NSA Director James Clapper whether the NSA collected any type of data at all on millions or hundreds of millions of Americans. Clapper, who was under oath, responded by saying, "No, sir." We now know that this was a blatant lie. Furthermore, it cannot be ignored that the author of the Patriot Act, Representative Jim Sensenbrenner, has been quoted as saying on multiple occasions that Congress would never have passed or twice reauthorized the Patriot Act had it known the full breadth of the NSA snooping operation. The fact is, as usual, when you give the government an inch, they take a mile. We simply can't afford to play around with our most basic fundamental human rights. Back in May, before the revelations of Edward Snowden came to light, I introduced legislation to restore transparency, accountability, and confidence to our national security apparatus. H.R. 1847, the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, is designed to increase protections for electronic communications, including personal emails of U.S. citizens, and addresses the privacy concerns raised from the recent position that the IRS took that the Fourth Amendment does not apply and does not protect the privacy of personal, unopened emails because Internet users do not have a reasonable expectation of privacy in such communications. Clearly, there is a need to ensure the privacy of personal emails. In the ever-changing world of our technology, our laws must be updated to ensure our constitutional rights are protected regardless of what mode of communication that we use. My bill requires the government to obtain a warrant or explicit written consent to read emails, text messages, or any other form of private electronic messaging. We have a duty to uphold the Constitution, the freedoms, and the rights it provides. And this bill is one way to achieve that responsibility. I'm proud to sponsor the House version of the Electronic Communications Privacy Amendments Act of 2013 because it will properly update the current version of the Electronic Communications Privacy Act and affirm the fundamental right of every American in regards to their privacy. At times when we feel most betrayed by our own government, it can be all too easy to focus solely on it, label it as the problem, and ignore the many other real threats to our liberty that confront us on a daily basis. To maintain a proper perspective on those threats to our freedoms at home and abroad can be difficult. On one hand, it's imperative that we remain vigilant, focused and willing to confront our enemies wherever they may be. On the other hand, we've got to be careful not to forfeit the freedoms that we set out to defend in the first place in the name of temporary security. But I believe that we, as Americans, are up to the challenge. This challenge will require us to be educated, unintimidated, and something you probably don't see a lot here, reasonable. It will require us to act proactively and with precision rather than with ham-fisted emotional responses. My friends, never before has it been more important to stand and be counted among those who recognize that our natural rights are God-given, not given to us by any government. We've got to stand together, unintimidated, in defense of these natural rights to ensure that the founding ideals of our great nation survive for many, many generations to come. Our views are not born out of naivete or ignorance. Rather, they are born of a deep understanding of history and human nature, and by the virtue of understanding, we as independent, self-reliant Americans maintain a healthy distrust for centralized power. We understand at the end of the day that we are free men and free women under God, and that our rights are not ours to give away. Thank you.
Congressman Salmon is going to stay and participate in our panel. And if our panelists could come up now, that would be great. We are going to spend a few minutes talking about this. Katie McAuliffe's the Federal Affairs Manager and Executive Director for Digital Liberty at Americans for Tax Reform. And Paul Rosenzweig's a visiting fellow here in our Edwin Meese Center for Legal and Judicial Studies. We're excited to have them for this discussion. So we'll open it up for questions in a few minutes, and I think I'll join you all.
Good.
We could start off, I think I'll direct a question to Paul to start with. Paul, talk to us a little bit about the constitutional history in this subject area, so we kind of have that as a background.
Well, the congressman rightly pointed to the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution as the ground for our discussion of the ECPA Reform Act. The text of that protects American people's reasonable expectations of privacy. It protects them against unreasonable searches and seizures of their persons, houses, papers, and effects. The quintessential ground for that amendment is the searching of private correspondence. The classic cases involved James Otis, who was a publisher and was the subject of search by British authorities prior to the Revolution under what were then known as general warrants, which are essentially orders to permit searches without any specificity, without a finding of probable cause. This case and others like it were widely known and famous throughout the colonies at the time of the founding, and formed the basis for the traditional historic suspicion of unchecked government authority to access your papers, your personal papers. If you would have asked any founding father at the time of the framing, what were the two classic things that were protected against intrusions by the government, by the Fourth Amendment, the first thing he would have said would have been, they can't come into my house, because a man's home is his castle was a classic English common law principle. And then the second thing would have been, and they can't read my mail. They can't read my private correspondence. Fast forward to today, or fast forward to 1986, which is the dawn of the computer era. I mean, think about where you were in 1986 and the power of the computers. Email was still really in the future. And the Electronic Communications Privacy Act was written at a time when the idea of actually storing email was impossible. It would be delivered, you'd read it, and then it would disappear. So Congress, not with any bad intent, but simply because of a lack of the ability to predict the future, which all of us share, simply didn't come to understand that Gmail and other cloud-based mail services would become the post office of the future, and that we would now communicate more in our private letters through electronic means than we do through paper and pen. And so the equivalent of what we're looking at today is a search of the desk in your house where you keep your personal love letters from your husband or wife, or the personal mail from your daughter or your father or your mother. But now, instead of storing them in my desk, I store them in the cloud on Gmail or with Microsoft or with Yahoo or any one of the other dozens of service providers. What the bill the congressman has introduced is talking about is simply taking, I think, the traditional understanding of exactly what the founders would have thought was the core of their protected liberty, the protection against the warrantless examination of the content of their personal communications, and translating it to a time today when the place and the way and the form in which I store them is different, but the nature of what is in them is exactly the same. And so that's the kind of constitutional transition from the Fourth Amendment to 1986, which, the Mac was just 2 years old, right, to today.
Thank you. I'll ask one more question, then we'll open it up. Katie, you've been working on the coalition on this, on this issue for quite some time, and what struck me about this coalition is it is strange bedfellows, to say the least. But I think that says something about the power of the issue. Can you talk about the coalition members, talk about the dynamics of the coalition, talk about where you see this going, what the chances for passage are, et cetera?
Sure. So there are a few different coalitions that are very supportive of this. I'm a member of both Digital Due Process and Digital Fourth. And Digital Fourth, along with Heritage, American Civil Liberties Union, and Center for Democracy and Technology, We're all working together very actively to move this forward because the Fourth Amendment is something that everyone can support. You're talking about domestic law enforcement going in to your service provider with a subpoena so they can read your email without your knowledge. They would have to come to you with a warrant. We think they should also have to come to your service provider with a warrant, with your knowledge, so that you can find out what is privileged and what's not, so that you can go through the process. This is something that doesn't impede law enforcement's ability to do their job, which is something that's also very important, which is why, we all support this. For passage, it should be very simple, right? We're all concerned with privacy. There have been a few other things going on, and electronic communications privacy reform, common sense, it's something that should be easy to pass right now. But for some reason, the SEC and other civil agencies, investigative agencies, think that they should be able to read your emails. And that is what is holding this back. They came forward and they said, wait, we're a civil investigative agency, the SEC says this, and if you change ECA, then we can't read people's emails anymore. And we kind of want to be able to do that. There's really not an instance that I can think of very easily where there would be a civil investigation that was, so important that there wasn't a criminal investigation going alongside it, where they couldn't leverage some kind of warrant need. So this is kind of an outlandish thing that if it were to pass with any kind of amendment that would allow the SEC or any other agency, you name it, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, EPA, it goes on and on and on, FTC, FCC, they would all want a piece of the pie. And that would actually weaken where we stand right now. So we would be backtracking with any kind of amendment like that. And the coalition has been working very hard to keep this out, because if that kind of amendment is added, then, what's the point?
Good, thank you. Okay, we'll open it up to questions. Right here.
As a firm believer in the Fourth Amendment, trying to understand the government's position as to why they need this information, has there been any discussion about, there is software technology out there that could be used by the separate service providers that could essentially index the metadata and keep it in, essentially 20 or 30 silos, rather than the government's argument of having all haystacks in one location under government control. Has there been any discussion about this kind of technology, or keeping the metadata with the service providers and only being granted that sliver of information when a warrant is issued?
Well, that's a little bit different when you're talking about metadata versus content, and not to go down the rabbit hole on this, but metadata is often used to build a case to get to the content. If we're going to talk about metadata, there should be a discussion as to what metadata actually is and what should constitute that, whether a web address or who is sending who what at what time. Who's sending who what at what time, what's the problem in seeing that? That's how you build a case to get to the content. But the content is really what we're talking about here. And being able to subpoena the service provider for the content without the target's knowledge, that's the major problem.
But you're okay with the government having the haystacks in one location?
Well, they don't have that with electronic communications privacy. With the way that and when we're talking about domestic law enforcement and them building cases and how they get to that, they don't have huge stacks of data somewhere that they go tap into.
We have another question over here.
Hi, I script my notes, otherwise I don't remember them. 2 points and then a larger comment. One, people need to remember that the service providers are private companies who are already abusing our metadata Two is the issue of aliases. I think it's a word that's got to be brought up into any act addressing communications and privacy. Our aliases are our Twitter handles, our email names, et cetera. My greater point is, Congressman, I'm not hearing your bill address the underground activism funded by the State Department that started under Hillary Clinton. State's been quite public that they're funding with millions of dollars underground groups like Tor, who then steal the identities, the ISP identities of people domestically. Unknowingly, their identity has been stolen when they cross a site. And then an underground volunteer of this daisy chain that's been established takes that person's identity overseas, probably even to locations like Benghazi, that are used then to spark unrest. So the identity of the overseas activist actually is someone possibly in Wisconsin. So I think as you're discussing the electronic communications of what goes on with the NSA, the reach would benefit with what state is doing quite actively. Otherwise, they're working against what you're trying to accomplish, in my estimation.
Is it on? Okay, good. I think what we've found in actually moving legislation here on the Hill, that we do things in a step-by-step process. I'm actually sponsoring or co-sponsoring what I would consider to be many pieces of Fourth Amendment type legislation. We also have a fix on the Patriot Act that I've co-sponsored as well, the Liberty Act that I'm co-sponsoring as well. And so the more we try to address in one bill, the less its chances of passage. We almost have to take it on a step-by-step. This bill was introduced after the IRS said that because of the 180-day rule, that after 180-day rules, emails were fair game and they didn't need warrants to go in. My bill revokes that 180-day rule and also requires that they get warrants for any. But I think the more specific we get on a piece-by-piece approach, the more likely we're going to be able to get it done. We find that omnibus legislation, generally speaking, where you throw everything in the Christmas tree, especially on something like this, probably wouldn't stand a very good chance at passage.
Right here.
Do you think the tech industry is helping or hurting the debate over privacy and digital privacy? Call for reform.
The tech industry is very much interested in maintaining the privacy of its consumers. That's a promise that they want to make. And they've been wounded in terms of their business model by suggestions that they are subject to government compulsion to give away the private information of their own of their customers. They are therefore large members of the coalitions that Katie was talking about, and broadly support the idea that government access to the data that they hold on your behalf should be limited to the maximum extent that is consistent with good law enforcement practices. I mean, they're not trying to sit behind walls and say that government has no role, but broadly speaking, I guess it's not the Digital Fourth, but the other one, right?
Digital due process.
Yeah, has like 100, tech members of every way, manner, shape, and form. Digital Fourth is limited to four
activists.
activist groups here in the district that are kind of more political driver types, I guess, including Heritage Action down at the end there.
That's right.
So yeah, I think the basic answer is that in terms of privacy and support of individual privacy against government intrusion, the tech companies are pretty much on board with everything that's happening.
Right down here.
But the fact that they have this information, Paul, you use as an example the post office and the courier, they did not go into our mail or scan it. So is there something, Congressman, in your bill that mandates that the private company cannot share that information. You're talking now about them having to be subpoenaed to give up the information, but what if they want to voluntarily give it up?
Under the legislation that we're proposing, that information cannot go to a government agency without a warrant. Right. I'm sorry, to a publisher?
They have contractual obligations, right? I mean, when you sign up with Google, they or Yahoo or Microsoft. I mean, I don't want to pick Google; it's just the easiest name to pick. You have terms of service that you've agreed to that both authorize them to use your personal information in some ways and prohibit them from using it in others. There are, of course, it's a completely separate issue that a lot of consumer advocates are talking about whether Google should be, Microsoft and Yahoo should be able to use your information in some of the ways that you've agreed to. But that's kind of a private sector contractual problem, where what we're concerned about here is really the far more troubling possibility of governmental abuse.
Yeah, and the Constitution is clear when it comes to the government seizing that kind of information. Private interchanges are, as he mentioned, through contractual relationships.
Yeah, we're dealing with, kind of three different layers here. I mean, there's domestic law enforcement privacy, there's the privacy concerns that you have contractually with yourself in a business, and then there's also kind of, with things that have been going on, there's international, there's FISA, and so these are all under different regimes, and what the Congressman's bill does is protects our domestic communications, our law enforcement, so that a warrant is needed for your email, just like for your letters. So you can't subpoena the postman and to get my letters without my knowledge. You have to come directly to me. And so that's very important. It should be a very easy, common sense reform. There was a petition that over 100,000 people signed for the White House. The president has not responded. This is something that's easy for Congress, for the administration to show that they care about privacy while dealing with more complicated issues. This is an easy step, and they're stalling it because agencies still want to be able to read your email without your knowledge. It's crazy. It's really, that's just what it is.
This doesn't apply to foreign nationals either, and foreign governments. They are not protected under the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. The Bill of Rights strictly deals with American citizens.
Right down here in front, Jerry. And just before you go, Jerry, I've been asked to let folks know that if you're trying to get on the Wi-Fi, the password's Benjamin Harrison, all one word, capital B, capital H, okay? Jerry.
Good morning. Glad I came today. I'm learning some new things. Metadata, I think, is a separate thing from what you're talking about. I was unaware that there were a number of units or elements of the federal government that could actually read my emails. And I think I heard that correctly, that there are. So under what authority are they doing this, or have they been doing this, and how long have they been doing it?
The authority generally for the administrative agencies, the IRS, the SEC, EPA, OSHA, I mean, every alphabet soup that you want, has a civil investigative authority to examine the violations of the OSHA regulations or whatever. And that has generally been construed to authorize them to make investigative demands of your service provider for the contents of the email. A typical thing that the SEC would say, I mean, I don't buy this, but this is their argument, is, we're investigating complex financial frauds in the banks or in the stock market, and we need to, get the insider emails that do the inside trading, and that's all communications, and we should be able to get that. Because the Electronic Communications Privacy Act from 1986 essentially says that you have no privacy interest in any mail that is stored on your server for longer than 6 months, which is a lot of mail, right? Then because Congress hasn't carved that out or has excluded that from protection, the SEC, using its generic authority, investigative authority, can go to your service provider, Microsoft, Yahoo, and say, here's an administrative subpoena. Please provide me all of Jerry's email. And the service provider is currently legally obliged to do that, to answer that, just as it would respond to a grand jury subpoena if you were under criminal investigation in the exact same way. The virtue of the congressman's bill
It revokes
was-
that.
would be to revoke that.
Right. And so your question is, how long have they been able to do it? They were empowered to do it since the 1986 Electronic Communications Privacy Act. We're trying to amend that act to say that they can't do that, that if they want to get your email or your private electronic communications, they have to have a warrant.
So probable cause relative to any specific individual has no place here. It's not needed.
Probable cause not with civil investigations. With criminal investigations, yes, and that's where metadata comes in to build a case, and then you build a probable cause case to get to the content. But with civil investigations, that's a completely different track. And it's hard to think of an instance where the SEC is going through a case, as I said, where it wouldn't also be criminal. So they don't need this particular authority. And also, if you're dealing with a business or an individual within a business and it's internal email, you can go to the company and request that information. So I can't think of a situation where they would actually need this. Something they've brought up is, those who are deceased or something along those lines, but they can issue a preservation order to service providers until they can work through those issues. So there's not really a case where they need broad access to your email. It's just, there's too much paperwork.
It's actually a useful historical point that it goes back to the late 1800s, that the court said that the probable cause Supreme Court said the probable cause requirement would not apply to civil investigative demands, even if that information might eventually be passed along to the criminal investigators. So the purpose for which the demand is made at the time, assuming it's not a fraud and that there's a legitimate, the court said, we will permit civil investigative authorities to act without the probable cause requirement, which applies only in the criminal context. And so that's a very old, probably changed view, incorrect view, but I can't undo everything.
Right here, and then we'll go there.
It's okay for outside agencies to get your records.
This wouldn't address that, the Obamacare. This is specifically addressing the 1986 law that basically allows government agencies to come in and get emails. This is very, very, very targeted. As I mentioned earlier, there's a broad swath of what I'd call Fourth Amendment issue pieces of legislation. I'm co-sponsor to many of them. And there is one being drafted, I can't remember the bill number, that specifically addresses this. Actually, it has been drafted, and I'm a co-sponsor of that as well.
Great. Up here?
Hi, to the chap from Heritage, I think you owe everybody to explain that the TOS, or terms of service, are moving targets. If someone doesn't know when to go in to see if there's been a change, they're not going to know what the current terms of service is that they're bound to. And in terms of Obamacare, people are being tracked the second they come to the page. If you are talking to people who have gone to the page and not entered data, they're already reporting that they're getting hit with solicitations. And I think a prime example of what needs to be aware of is Facebook, because Facebook is a great example of someone who came out way after the fact and then said, oh, by the way, everything you're giving us, has given us, is now ours to sell. and that they failed to disclose to people that the goal of their model was to capture data. I do paper trails. I am tracking data to foreign countries. I'm tracking algorithms of our data in England. I'm tracking things like Yatedo and Yumpu, who are taking our information, and these are French and German and Austrian foreign nationals who have our data. You can go onto your own website here, or internet here, and search your name and find out what's been disclosed of you. I think the conversation cannot just be focused in on one area. It's a model. I tend to draw things back to model, and I'd like to hear clarity when you go into your act that you're looking at the model. The same model that's being used by the NSA is the model that was established by these private entities who know everything about us, what we're doing, where our finances are, etc.
Paul? Well, I mean, as the congressman said, there is no doubt that commercial services use data as well. But he, I think quite rightly, is going in a step-by-step way. You know, if we had a large, I mean, the gentleman here asked whether or not the tech companies were supporting this legislation, to which the answer is yes. If you added in,
They won't.
if you added in something that started to talk about commercial issues and their business model, which are fair. I mean, your points are very fair. I'm not disagreeing with your points, but in the art of the possible, right now there are, I don't know how many sponsors you all have and all, but in the Senate side they got 52 or something like that. We can actually make a change, and so I'm kind of focused on success in that.
And it's kind of like not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. This legislation was not born out of necessarily consumer protection. It's about civil rights. This is about our relationship between us and our government and enforcing the Bill of Rights. When you're dealing with private companies, and I agree. I think there are egregious things happening, and private companies are overstepping their bounds. I hate the cookies. You know, when you go check a site and then you get all these emails and advertisements from different groups. And that should be addressed as well. But we have to remember that we're dealing with a Fourth Amendment issue, and that's what we're trying to correct. And we're going to try to get it as one step at a time. You mentioned that politics makes strange bedfellows, and there are some strange bedfellows together on this kind of legislation, but the more you put into it, the more it complicates it, and the narrower that group of supporters is going to be, and the less likely that you're going to get anything done.
This is something that I did want to ask you about, Congressman. You're working with a lot of folks on the libertarian side of this position. In the House of Representatives, you have a Liberty Caucus that's forming, guys like Justin Amash and others. And I know that there's a lot of focus in that group on these types of issues. I also know that, talked to Chairman of the Study Committee the other day, Steve Scalise, who wants to put together some legislation on this kind of issue. What are the areas going forward that, on top of the ECPA bill, that we should be starting to focus on? Some next stages. I think you're right about this being the low-hanging fruit, but where do we go after the low-hanging fruit?
Well, this one is low-hanging fruit because it's a no-brainer. Everybody understands that technology has changed, and this is the snail mail of our time. This is how communications are done. I think over and above Fourth Amendment issues, religious liberty is going to continue to be an incredibly important issue to those of us that are civil libertarians, and freedom of speech issues. I think private property rights, as enshrined in the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution, are going to be something that we focus on. And let's not forget, I think one of the most important ones that we will come back to time and time again is the 10th Amendment. And the fact that all powers not delineated in the Constitution are reserved for the people and the states. And I think that's one that the general welfare clause in the Constitution that's been so overplayed and over-analyzed to justify doing things at the federal level that our founding fathers never would have envisioned being done here. And so that's just to name a few. That's not all inclusive. I'm sure there's other things, but I think those are the things that are going to not only be a focus in Congress, but I think they're going to be campaign issues.
Yep, yep, absolutely. We have time for a couple more questions right here.
Congressman, agreeing that your bill is a no-brainer, that it should pass, what is your prediction? When will it pass, and who are the no-brainers in the Senate that won't support it?
I don't know about who is and isn't supporting it yet. As it's moving forward, it'll need to go before the Judiciary Committee, and my frustration, I think, is the same as many of you in the audience and many in America, that we don't do anything of any substance in election years. That's a crime. I mean, we're elected to do the hard work of the American people, and problems don't take a holiday. And we have a responsibility this year to go in and dig deep. And I mean, I'm hoping this year. I'm not holding my breath. And there are a lot of no-brainers that have been on the docket for years and years and years. This should have been done. Another no-brainer is, why in the heck haven't we done anything about entitlement reform, knowing that our nation's going broke? And there's no way we can cover future obligations for people that are going to be retiring. But I wish I could give you that answer. It is very, very frustrating to me that what is clear to the American people doesn't become necessarily so clear here. I wish I could give you a date and time, but I can't.
Katie, do you want to weigh in a little bit there? Are there one or two things that could kind of break the logjam right now?
If there are enough co-sponsors for this particular idea to go through, then it's something that can't be ignored. And there has been a large groundswell of support for electronic communications privacy reform in the House. I mean, this is an idea that is very much supported. And really, on the Senate side, it did pass out of committee without amendment. It passed out clean. And then once the hearings came up, that's when the SEC started to make their case and started to have meetings because they saw this passing. So, it's something that really should go through, and more support from people who care about this particular issue, who care about privacy, to focus on something that can get done right now without all of the other distractions. And, those other things are very important. There are other bills that are in the House right now that do address these. There's a location tracking bill, which is another complicated issue that should pass, but there's a lot of discussion that needs to go on certain areas, and that's almost worked out. But electronic communications privacy reform has been discussed, it has been worked out, and that's something that should move forward easily. And I think it has the strongest chance in the House. And once it's cleared, the Senate should have no reason not to act.
And I think one other real shot in the arm, to give a plug for Heritage, is the fact that they're profiling it today on a list of 10 different issues that they're going to make a priority. Heritage has quite a following nationwide, and I'd like to put a plea to all the folks that are associated with Heritage across the country to let their members know, because the one thing that they actually do pay attention to is people that vote or will not vote for them based on an issue. And I hope that they hear strongly from the American people that you have a job to do, get it done. And this is one of the things that can and should be done this year as part of your job.
Thanks for the plug, Congressman. We are hopeful that today really is the start of an agenda that we can wrap our arms around as conservatives and push across the House floor. So we intend to push it with all our muscle. Maybe one more question. Anyone? Right here?
What do we have, Greg? About 30?
Okay, great. Going once, going twice. Last one.
Sorry, one last one. Hearing that so many federal agencies are getting access to our information, and that the lady behind me saying about how the service providers are possibly misusing our information for commercial purposes, do you have a recommendation of a service provider who is least offensive?
Pass.
Coming up here?
Pass. No way we're going to touch that one from up here. That's unfair. But if you talk to me offline, I'll give you my personal.
Okay, well, thank you. Please join me in thanking the panel and the congressman. Folks, just one housekeeping note, and then we'll break for 10 minutes to get ready for the next speaker and panel. We've had Senator Cruz had some flight issues this morning, so we are going to move Senator Cruz's speech to 1 o'clock, which means the healthcare panel will go before the healthcare speeches. So the healthcare panel will be around noon, and then Congressmen Rowe and Price will speak after the healthcare panel at 12:30, and then Senator Ted Cruz will speak at 1 o'clock. Let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll bring in the next panel. Okay, folks, thank you. Let's rejoin the conversation here. I'm excited today to be introducing Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan, a lot of you all know. He's absolutely a great leader on almost every conservative issue that we work on, whether it be federal spending, tax reform, entitlements, pushing back against cronyism in Washington. Jim's on the front line of all of these different battles. He arrived on the scene in many ways when he chaired the Republican Study Committee. As he chaired the Republican Study Committee, his leadership there was extraordinary, and that committee really flourished under his leadership. It became clear under his chairmanship that this was a guy to keep an eye on. Since leaving the RSC chairmanship, Jim's not slowed down at all. He's become, in many ways, I think, the voice of the conservative conscience in the House of Representatives. Now, on top of everything else that he's working on, he's taken on the very important work of transforming the welfare state, or we sometimes, slang around here, we call it Welfare Reform 2.0. As you know, this has been a very important issue to the Heritage Foundation. It's been at the core of what we've been working on for decades. Heritage was instrumental in the 1994 success, and we are determined to keep those victories and to keep transforming the welfare state. So he's been working hand in glove with Robert Rector and Jen Marshall here at Heritage to translate those ideas for how to keep going into legislative form. So his bill has been dropped, I think, this week. It's ready to go. We're going to make a massive push after this for co-sponsors. We want the leadership team to bring this to the floor. This is a very important piece of legislation. So he's been working with our people here. He's also joined one of our panelists, Bob Woodson, who I'm excited for you all to be able to meet during the panel. And he's gone out in the field to see firsthand what the kind of challenges that we face are. As you know, this is going to be an important one for us. So I want us to be able to find a way to push this afterwards. We're excited to help Jim on this bill. We're excited to advance it. Please welcome Jim to the stage.
Thank you, Tim. Don't clap. You haven't heard me talk yet. That's thank you, Tim. Thanks to Heritage. Look, the greatest policy think tank in the whole darn world. And anytime you can team up with Heritage, they're doing, well said, they're doing all the work. I just happened to get the privilege of introducing the bill on the House side. Senator Lee's going to introduce it on the Senate side. But Heritage has done all the analysis, done the work, and we so appreciate their work, not only in this legislation, but of course on all kinds of conservative issues. These two people over here are going to join me in the panel are the specific ones. Bob Woodson's, we've been down in Richmond about a year and a half ago. A group of us went down and saw firsthand what people getting in the trenches and going out and helping people, not just talking policy, not just sitting and saying big things and nice things, but going out and ministering, and I choose that word specifically, ministering to people and helping them improve their lives. And Jennifer Marshall, of course, has been tremendous. She organized the whole trip and has, done so much research in this area. Let me say it this way. If you're going to stop poverty, it seems to me in the broad sense, and I'm going to talk real brief and we'll get to the panelists because they're the experts. If you're going to cure poverty, if you're going to prevent most of poverty, three things you need: work, strong families, and free markets. I mean, it's really that simple. a work ethic and focus on work, a focus on marriage and family, and a focus on free markets. And let's be honest, this administration is not doing very good in any of those three areas. And that's why we need to change, and that's why we need to highlight this. And that's really what our bill is all about. And I want to just spend my few minutes here talking mostly about the first thing, and that's work. You know, we crossed the line last week. You all probably saw the CBO report. We now have one of the two major parties in this country embracing this concept that less work and more help from government is now part of the Democrat platform. And I would argue we crossed that line last week. Did you hear the comments that Keith Ellison made? And I like Keith. He's a nice guy. Did you hear his comments yesterday on the Sunday shows? You heard what Nancy Pelosi said about job lock. You heard what Harry Reid said about job lock. I mean, it's sad to see one of the two major parties now, what I would argue, step over the line and embrace this idea that somehow it's good when people work less. We come from an entirely different focus, and this bill that we have is an entirely opposite direction. We think work's a good thing. And I would just ask you all to do one, let's just do a kind of a short exercise. Think about the first job you had, very first job you had. Maybe it was a paper route. Maybe it was babysitting the neighbor's kids. Maybe it was working at a McDonald's or a Burger King or some other fast food restaurant. Maybe it was a waiter or waitress. For me, it was baling hay. I grew up out in the middle of nowhere in Ohio. It was baling hay and mowing lawns. First real business we had was mowing lawns. And I was thinking about this as I was over the weekend. The lessons I learned, my brother and I had a little lawn mowing business. And you think about the things you learned from that first business, how to manage money and manage resources. We had a kind of interesting operation. My dad was old school. And he said, all right, I'll provide the truck, a beater of a truck. I'll build the trailer, give you the two, we had 2 riding lawnmowers. We had 1 push mower. We had a weed eater and our tools and our gas cans and that kind of thing. He said, I'll provide those. You guys got to pay for the gas. You guys are going to have to, you hang out with your buddies, you have a date on the weekend, that'll come out of the money you earned from your first job. I mean, you learned to sort of manage the resource. And he was old school too. If you were screwing around and you broke something on the mower, you had to pay for that. If it was the normal wear and tear, he would cover that. You learned about work and the satisfaction you get from doing a job well. You get done, you see the nice lawn you mowed. You understand that you met the customer's need. I mean, you learned those basic values. And when we don't let people experience that, or we have policies that discourage that and disincentivize that, we're robbing them of the opportunity to learn those skills, those lessons, those principles, those values that we all got from that very first job. And we took those skills and lessons and principles on to some other better employment. I'm not, obviously not still mowing lawn, although I like to mow my own, and I do. But that's what we're missing. This focus on work. I mean, I was thinking, the skills you learn. I mean, you learn to deal with people. We had these. It was funny. Whenever someone would call our house, they'd find out that we were in the mowing business. I still remember this too with my dad. Someone would call and we'd see him answer the phone. Yeah, the boys, they'll be. And we knew someone was asking for us to mow their lawn as well. And we figured we had about 20 at the time, and we didn't need any more. So we'd be in the background like, no, we don't want any more. And my dad never turned one down. When anyone called, we always took that additional lawn. But you learn to deal with people. We had I still remember the Steinberger ladies, two older ladies who were never married, lived together, 2 sisters, and they had kind of a big lawn. Well, we quickly learned. A lot of times you pull into someone's house, you just grab the mowers and get to work because you had to get to the next one. But with that house, we always went and took a few minutes before we started to talk to them. Because we knew if we talked to them a little bit and visited with them a little bit, they were more likely to bake the chocolate chip cookies and have them waiting for us. And they did that so many times. You just learn those skills that are important in the business I'm in now, right? Still, we had to keep track, and you had to write down when so many people wanted it mowed on Thursday and Friday before the weekend. Just different things you had to do. But I guess my point is this: we're robbing people of the opportunity to get those same skills. And we have a bill that focuses on that focuses on how important work is. That central element. Our bill is real simple. Real simple. It says, let's do 2 things. Let's figure out what we're spending all the money on right now. Let's do an aggregate of all the 77 different means-tested social welfare programs your federal tax dollars are used to fund the various social welfare spending we do. Let's aggregate that. Let's figure that out. And let's require states, let's incentivize states to have work programs that actually make a difference in people's lives and teach them those lessons that we all learned, whether it was mowing lawns, flipping burgers, running a paper route, babysitting the kid's neck, whatever it happened to be. Let's teach them those basic skills so that you can move on to some better employment and something better in life. I think if you had a chance, and if you see this story in here I got it, Wall Street Journal over the weekend. I thought it was interesting. Economist Casey Mulligan, did you guys see this story? Talking about this issue. He's the guy behind. We actually just sort of I guess in many ways luck or the skill of our staff at the Oversight Committee. We had Professor Mulligan speak at a subcommittee hearing about a year ago on the unemployment concerns and started talking about these issues. And of course, CBO understood this guy had it right. And it was largely his analysis that was put into their analysis and this whole disincentive that now exists under Obamacare. And I would argue in the broader policies from this administration. But I think it's worth reading that if you get a chance. President Johnson, I'll finish here and we'll get to our panel. President Johnson said this: he wants to strike at the causes of poverty, not just the consequences. And that's what our bill wants to do as well. You want to get at what causes poverty? It's disincentivizing work. You want to get at what causes poverty? It's not focusing on marriage and family. And you want to get at what causes poverty? It's not adhering to free markets. And so when we focus on those things, good things can happen and we can move in the right direction. Last thing I'll say is, I used to say this to all the student athletes we got a chance to, some of you know my background before I got crazy and got in this business of politics and public life. I was assistant wrestling coach at Ohio State University. And I used to tell our student athletes all the time, hard work doesn't guarantee success, but it sure improves your chances. You want to achieve things in life that have meaning and significance, hard work's the best ticket. And when we have a culture and when we have government policies that go in the opposite direction, that's a mistake. And that's something we should all look to correct. And when you focus on that work component, that work ethic, you build the quality that I think is the most important character quality necessary for anyone to achieve anything of meaning, anything of significance, and that's self-discipline. It's so important. So I think I've shared this story with Tim before, but it stuck with me. At our high school wrestling coach at our high school, and wrestling is big at our school. My brother's the coach at our high school. We've won the state championship in our state the last 14 years in a row. It's a big deal. But the coach who got it all started at our school was Coach McCunn, was our coach back in the day. The wrestling room is named after Coach McCunn. He's passed on. He got cancer a few years ago and passed away. Had an amazing memorial service for this guy because he had a huge impact on students and student athletes in our school. And he would talk about discipline every day. At our school, he was the toughest teacher in our school. He taught chemistry and physics. I mean, I still remember, Jordan, this is chemistry class. It's not just any old class. You want to do well in my class? You better read the material the night before. You better come to class prepared. You better answer questions and participate in class. It's going to take discipline to do well in this class. This is chemistry. And then the wrestling room, oh my goodness, he would drive me nuts. He's like, self-discipline is the most important character quality necessary to accomplish anything of meaning, significance, the most important self. And I was like, would that guy shut up? He's driving me crazy. He sounds just like my dad. I get it enough from my dad at home, now I got to get it from coach at class and in the wrestling room. But he had a great definition, and it hangs in our wrestling room today. Discipline is doing what you don't want to do when you don't want to do it. And that meant doing things, I mean, you think about it, it meant doing things coach's way and you'd rather do them your own way. It meant doing things the right way when you'd rather do them the easy and convenient way. And the biggest problem in this town is we always do things the convenient way instead of the right way. This bill is about teaching people those qualities to help them do things the right way so they can experience the American dream, so they can better their lives and their families' lives. And it's all about focusing on these concepts of hard work and self-discipline. And that's why I'm so excited about it. We'll get there. It won't be easy, but, you know, you guys know this. Tell me anything in life that's worth doing that's ever easy. It's going to take work and effort, but when you're working with the Heritage Foundation, I'll bet on that team every time. Thank you all very much, and time for questions. Oh, we got to do the panel. We're doing the panel, that's right.
Thank you, Jim. If I could invite our panel up now, and I'll introduce them as they come up. If you haven't had a chance to hear from Bob Woodson before, you're in for a treat today. Bob Woodson's founder and president of the Center for Neighborhood Enterprise. He's been working with a lot of folks in Congress, like Jim said, getting them on the ground, getting them to talk with people, really to understand, to rub shoulders with folks and see what the challenges are that we face. And Bob's work has been really important to this effort. Jen Marshall here at the Heritage Foundation has been working a lot with Bob and with Robert Rector on this. And Jen's the director of our domestic policy studies here at Heritage, and we are really privileged to have her too. I'll open it up with a couple questions here, and then we can go to the audience. I think I'd like to start with Bob. Bob, your testimony at the Senate Budget Committee last year about Hurt with the Helping Hand, we saw that, very powerful. You shared a story about your niece in that testimony, and I think that's what we're really connected with a lot of people. Would you mind just sharing that with the group here today and talk about the implications of it?
Yes, when the chairman, first of all, started off by talking about when her father died, left behind 6 children, impoverished rural community, and welfare was important for the family to become restored, and they all went to college on government scholarships, and therefore that was her defense. And my response was that we generalize about poor people. We should disaggregate them. You have people who use welfare whose character's intact, like she did. And it was used as an ambulance service, not a whole transportation system. Then you got category 2, like the woman a mom in Wisconsin who saved $5,000 of her welfare check so she could send her daughter to college, and she was charged with a felony. And she reasoned, well, I made a decision, and therefore I'll stay dependent, not because she had bad character, it was just she made a conscious decision. So that's the second category. The third category, though, are those who are poor because of the chances that they take and the choices that they make. There are character deficits there, and who are alcoholics, who have babies out of wedlock and whatnot. To that last category, giving money to them only injures them with the helping hand. And I said that my own niece, back in the 90s, was an alcoholic, living in public housing. She had a small child. I spent a year and thousands of dollars trying to wean her off of that. Found her an apartment in Arlington, Virginia, away from Philadelphia, found her a job. And I went to pick her up at 2 o'clock in the morning at one of the most dangerous public housing projects in Philadelphia. When I went up at 2 in the afternoon, she was drunk. And I couldn't compete against public housing. I couldn't compete against food stamps. I couldn't compete. It was only after welfare reform 2 years afterwards was she compelled, therefore, to go out and work. And now she is on her feet. I say that to say that it's important for us to disaggregate that and recognize that help to that third category. People on the left tend to look at all welfare recipients as if they're category 1, and people on the right tend to look at all welfare recipients as if they're category 3. So we must adjust our interventions to meet the category of people we're trying to meet. So we must frame it properly.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. And just one other question. I know this will probably come up. Talk about the importance of bringing folks like Jim and Paul Ryan and some of the other folks you've had. Talk about why you think it's so important that we as conservatives get out there and do this.
I think as conservatives, we talk a lot about, I think people on the left, as Bill Bennett said, when they look at poor people, they see a sea of victims, and people on the right see a sea of aliens. Mm-hmm. And I think when we talk about poor people, we spend too much time talking about their deficits and their shortcomings and giving statistics about the 70% who are born out of wedlock. People are not motivated to change and improve by warning them about injuries to be avoided. We as conservatives must inspire people to talk about victories that are possible. The grassroots, instead of always focusing on the 70% of the families that are raising children in deficit communities, we should look at the 30% living in those communities that are raising children that are not dropping out of school or in jail and drugs, And we should go in, scholars, and ask this 30%, what is it that they are doing that's different than their neighbors? And how can we then insinuate support and resources into them so that the 30% can begin to affect the 70%? So we should be the champions of the 30% as much as we are opponents of the 70%. And therefore, and Jim has seen firsthand what happens when you go into communities that are suffering the problem that are character challenges. It requires an intervention by those who are living in the same cultural zip code and the same geographic zip code. Nothing is more powerful to a person trying to find new direction than exposure to a witness that transformation is possible. And a witness is more powerful than an advocate. And so what we do at the Center for Neighborhood Enterprise, and Jim was a party to this, is go into those neighborhoods and identify people that are healing agents. We know that the human body is oriented towards health, so that the moment there's injury, healing begins. And so what we must do as conservatives is go in and identify those community antibodies and find creative ways that we can insinuate resources, information, and money so that these individual antibodies collectively become a whole immune system, so that therefore the body of the neighborhood is healed from the inside out and the bottom up. So we should be, because many of those healing agents, these grassroots people, embody conservative principles. They believe in sacrifice, they believe in struggle, they believe that the victimizer might have knocked you down, but the victim has to get up. They believe in all the things that but they're unarticulated conservative principles. And so when Jim had seen, and Paul Ryan has, when you go in there, the qualities that make them effective also renders them invisible. They're not whining or complaining or petitioning government. They're just busy doing your work. You've got to act like a Geiger counter and find them. They're not looking for you. And once you do, you must recognize the strengths that they have and try to build on their strengths and enable them, rather than going in and imposing policies on them. There were many barriers that we found, for instance, in drug and alcohol. As Pastor Freddie Garcia said, if our problems in America with alcoholism and drug addiction were economic, God would have sent an economist. If our problems were education, he'd have sent an educator. But because our problems were sin, he sent a savior. But that's something else.
Thank you, Bob. I'll ask one more question, and then we'll open it up for Jen. We just recently had a lot of commentary about 50 years since the War on Poverty was launched, and it's been an opportunity, I think, to talk about what our solutions are as conservatives. But maybe you could briefly give an assessment of the 50-year War on Poverty, and then talk about what it's going to take for us to break through with our ideas.
Yeah, the 50th anniversary of the War on Poverty was January 8th, and as Congressman Jordan has already said, President Lyndon Johnson very rightly said he wanted to attack the causes of poverty, not the symptoms. That's a very noble intention. But how is it borne out? Well, today that War on Poverty comprises 80 different programs that provide cash, food, housing, medical assistance, and targeted social assistance to poor and low-income Americans. And we're spending at all levels of government nearly $1 trillion per year, a total price tag over the years of $20 trillion. Now, I bring that up only to say that if we were going to win this war on poverty by spending, we would have done it a long time ago. So we've got to look more deeply at the things that Bob's calling us to look at, the incentives, the incentive structure within these welfare programs. And this is just as true for any private enterprise that's trying to tackle poverty. Incentives matter. And so in the same time period, the unwed childbearing rate has gone from single digit to 40% overall. we have some markers that we need to be aware of, but then get very focused on the incentives that are going to bring out the success stories that Bob is talking about. And that's what Congressman Jordan's legislation will do. It brings a food stamp work requirement into the puzzle, and that's just emblematic of one program. By the way, in 1996, with the TANF reform, the welfare reform that was so widely hailed, left and right, as a great success because it transformed the old aid to families with dependent children into a path towards self-sufficiency. It required work and made sure that people were engaged in work activities over time. And that led to dramatic effects. The welfare rolls fell in half, child poverty reached a historic low, and that, unfortunately, was not a lesson to say, let's repeat that success in others of these 80 programs, but too many people walked away and said, the job's done. Well, the job is not done. We have not done justice to the poor in the United States, and we need to keep working. We need to build on that success. The next step is Congressman Jordan's legislation, and we look forward to engaging in this new conversation about how we make the path towards self-sufficiency more clear and the incentives in federal law match that.
Great,
I'd like to just add a footnote to that. The black community is often a moral barometer of the health of the nation. And prior to the 1960s, 85% of all black families had a man and a woman raising children. 85%. But since the 60s and intervention, that has now gone down to 30%. And if race and poverty spending were the cure, then Detroit should be a social reform mecca. But it isn't, because the problem is structurally 70% of every dollar spent on poor people does not go to poor people. It goes to those that serve poor people. They ask not which problems are solvable, but which ones are fundable this year. So you have perverse incentives for professional service providers to serve the poor, no matter how compassionate they may be. If their income and their careers are dependent upon having people to serve, no matter how compassionate, you're asking them to sacrifice their own personal careers and their income in order to empower poor people. Conservatives, by contrast, have no proprietary or strategic interest in the existence of poverty, and therefore they've got more of an incentive to partner with the people suffering the problem. But we've got to make that kind of leap and demonstrate to people that we're willing to. And the final point is we must come up with non-governmental interventions. For instance, in Indianapolis, Indiana, you have a program there where a church that I took Congressman Ryan. For example, you have Kurt Moore. Kurt spent 13 years in federal prison and he came out, found Christ, and didn't leave him in prison, but brought him with him. But Kurt needed a job, so he was given a job in this ministry that worked with him, washing cars for another member of the church for 4 months. He said, why don't you go in business for yourself? So Kurt was given a beat-up van and some equipment, and Kurt started washing cars in people's driveways. 2 years after that, he now employs 15 people. He has contracts with 23 car dealerships to wash trucks. But Kurt, and so we need to come in. John Williams is a local business guy, and so now they are in partnership to talk about giving him access to capital because he has to buy new equipment, but he doesn't have any credit because he was in prison. But when we can come in and partner with people like that, provide access to capital, coaching, and so that we can begin to establish these kind of relationships all over the country, and the church has 15 other entrepreneurs, rather than vilifying the rich, let's provide the means for wealthy people to share their strategies for creating wealth and also their business acumen so that we can grow and generate jobs by building on the strengths of people in those communities. So we really need to always talk in terms of what is working in those communities, how can we build on those strengths, And you will find that when Kurt has when asked about minimum wage, he'll have a different response than some advocate.
Thank you. Great. Well, let's open it up for questions. Right here. Yes, sir.
Question for Jim. Could you pass a law could you pass a law to waive minimum wage for, let's say, kids under 20?
Yeah, it might not get signed by the president, but we could work on. I mean, I think Bob's comments were right on target. Let's do what works, not what people here in Washington, think may work or is proven that doesn't work. So yeah, we could focus on that kind of thing, but getting it across the finish line would be difficult in this Congress.
Right here, Jerry.
Good morning. I'm startled by what I thought I heard. The statistic that 70% of the dollars that flow through these programs do not go to the end recipients,
Right.
but are for the infrastructure
Right.
that delivers it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The one study done back at that time, the Liberal Community Service Society of New York City looked at all of the various poverty programs. They concluded, they were the first study that I saw that says that 70% of all dollar goes to social workers, psychologists, drug counselors, foster care systems, the care for kids, just a whole variety of services, systems, yes.
So,
One thing to remember in that statistic is that it'll vary program to program, and some federal programs are cash assistance.
Right.
Some are social services, so it's a payment for a service.
so one other question for whoever. Some of the things you're talking about, the perverse incentives in a lot of the programs that actually subsidize the lack of work, and this is true with many federal programs. How much recognition of the perversity of some of these incentives that are in these programs is recognized by the Democrat Party and as a barrier to actually getting some sensible things done?
My reaction is not much. One of the things our legislation seeks to do is let's at least start to get our arms around everything that's going on. I mentioned 77, Jennifer mentioned 80. It's a lot of programs. It's somewhere in that range. You got job training, education, nutrition, all kinds of different categories where you got this agency doing something that's probably redundant with some other. So just getting your arms around that could be helpful. That's one of the things we seek to do. Let's find out how much we're spending, and then let's account for it. So that's a step in the right direction. But, every time it's tried where you have this, I like the way Bob described these three categories of folks. But the tough love component does work. We did this back in the mid-'90s when they passed legislation federally. We did the same. It was my first term in the Ohio House of Representatives. We did it in the state of Ohio. And I can still remember I offered the amendment on the floor, and it was an all-out debate. They had this deal worked out, Republicans and Democrats, welfare reform, job training, all these good things in there, but there was no tough love component. And I was just a dumb rookie, and I thought, well, I can offer an amendment on the floor, and my amendment's going to be real simple. If after 2 years you're an able-bodied adult, we will no longer pay you for not working. 2-year warning. And of course, it was a big debate, and I remember I was scared to death as the first speech I gave, and it was a major kind of piece of legislation. But it passed, and it worked. And you know what we found? No one got kicked off because deadlines influence behavior. Think about your own life. Deadlines change behavior, and when people saw the deadline coming, guess what they did? They got the skills that Bob was talking about that we've all been talking. They found a job, they got the skills, they moved on to something better for them, better for their family. And we need to recognize that component and make sure it's part of, and it is part of our legislation.
Can I comment once on that, the question about is there recognition across the political spectrum of the wrong incentives that are currently in law? Well, there have been some interesting moments of epiphany, I would say, over the last 25 years about this. There were predictions prior to the welfare reform of 1996 that we've been talking about that there would be 1 million children starving on the streets. Well, quite the opposite happened. And that brought many liberals to affirm that, wow, this kind of a strategy does work. And even on the campaign trail, some of you will remember this, then Senator Barack Obama at the Saddleback Forum for the presidential candidates that Rick Warren held, he was asked to say, what is one issue on which you've changed your political opinion? And he said, I have to say welfare reform. I was on the side that said it was going to be a horror for those poor families, but I have to admit it was a success. So there are these moments of epiphany. You can't fight the facts of how this has worked in the past. We should talk about it, and we should apply that logic to other of these programs.
Great. Right down here.
Congressman Jordan, you said that deadlines spur action. Obviously, just last week, a deadline for about 1.7 million people right now. The unemployment insurance extension was not enacted by the Senate and wasn't going through. Are these people not finding jobs because of a lack of action or lack of trying, or is there a bigger issue that does need to be addressed?
I think it's a host of things. You got the phenomenon that was cited in the CBO, what Obamacare can be doing. You've got the fact that if they've been on unemployment for extended period of time, they're not always the first applicant that an employer is going to go for. So there's that dynamic. There's a host of reasons there, and a lot of things we can do in the policy area that will help the overall economy. I mean, you got tax policy, regulatory policy, sound money policy, debt problems. All those things contribute to the fact that we're not growing, including Obamacare and its disincentives, and the welfare program and the disincentives there. What we need to focus on, though, is, and I keep coming back to this, policies that empower people. When Bob was speaking earlier, I was struck. I keep telling stories here, but it reminds me of things that we did when this welfare reform initiative was moving in the mid-'90s. In the mid-'90s in Ohio, we did a thing, school choice program in Cleveland. First one went all the way to the Supreme Court, was found constitutional on the Establishment Clause grounds and was held up. At the time, Cleveland had a graduation rate of 32%, spending about $6,500 per kid. We gave. The program started kindergarten, first and second grade. We gave a scholarship worth $2,250, and we offered 2,000 spots. On the initial sign-up day, 7,000 moms on a mission, kicking and scratching to get the golden ticket, lined up for that golden ticket. And think about what they were saying. Keep your $6,500, give me $2,250 and freedom to get to a better school. And the typical family, to Bob's point, single mom, many of them African American, many of them had been on or were on some kind of public assistance, but they knew one thing. They wanted a better life for their kid. And they didn't want their kid going to, at the time, Cleveland Public Schools. And so that's an empowerment model right in those neighborhoods where people could see, whoa, my neighbor down the street got one of these golden tickets for their kid. I got to get one for mine. And it worked, and it's still going on today. And it's helped a lot of kids. So that's got to be the focus as well, empowering people in these difficult neighborhoods, going in there and making a difference right in their family.
And just one more quick thing. Mr. Whitson, you said that the conservatives need to be the champions of the 30% who are doing things, as you would say it, the right way, not the 70% who aren't. But an elected official has to be responsive to 100% of their constituency. How does somebody reconcile that?
Well, it's not a matter of you ignoring the 70%. It's just that as conservatives, we need to know how many of those people born in the 70%, but who have recovered from it, who have been redeemed. I don't see any conservative redemption studies. I took members of Congress to, in Washington, D.C., a drug and alcohol treatment program that's faith-based, where there were 50 marriages of people who were in drugs on jail, but who have recovered from it and now restored their lives. We need to go beyond the initial 70% and say, well, how many people have recovered from this bad start they had? How many have been recovered, and what is the state of those people? And then we need to be reporting on and writing columns and articles about restoration and redemption. And every time you hear conservative, instead of us always being low-budget liberals, we must be the group that inspires people to say, even though you may have had a bad start, redemption is possible. Redemption is here. Here's evidence of it. At our banquets, I want you to meet two young ladies, for instance, who were homeless in a homeless shelter, And now they're in college. One of them graduated high school valedictorian, and the other salutatorian. And they were studying by the cell phone light from their mother's phone. Well, they ought to be conservative champions. Every banquet, every conference, and I know of at least 7 or 8 young people like this, born under some very trying and difficult circumstances, but triumphed over these very hard conditions. We ought to be writing about them.
Bob participated in a project that we did in 2009 called Seek Social Justice, and Star Parker did as well, and others. We did exactly what Bob was talking about: correctly diagnose what the challenges are and how to overcome them. And it was stories about family, about churches, about communities, businesses, so often portrayed as the bad guy in this conversation about poverty, but really with important service to give to a community in terms of offering opportunities for work and for training. One reason that Bob's work is so important, and it's important for many reasons, but he helps us diagnose the things that go beyond the material in this conversation. And we have had too much of a materialistic conversation for the last half century. We need to go deeper, and the challenges are deeper. Really, it's a lot of social capital and relational capital.
Right.
And the organizations that are working with Bob are ones that are building relationships. They're meeting individuals at a relational level and helping them. We take for granted the way that social capital has helped us to where we are today. And so many Americans do not have that luxury. But we can give that. We can give that. And that's an opportunity that all of us need to be exploring in the various spheres of society, not just in public policy.
Great. Star Parker.
Thank you. Back to the question of wage law. I'm wondering, this gentleman's question and rolling it in. We have the high ground now on school choice, and thanks to Cleveland and the Supreme Court decision in 2003, we actually are winning that in these poor communities. But wage is a challenge because work is a challenge, as you have suggested. So I'm wondering if the president is having now discussions about $10.10. We could perhaps look at these hard-hit zip codes and offer a wage of $5 to begin, as the congressman in last session said, the national dialogue. We might not be able to get anything through, but work has to be created in these environments. There's a competition in these at-risk communities with the illegal community that is at $2. So perhaps this is a good time to roll it into welfare reform. Is there any opportunity for
No,
that?
good point. And again, I'll go back to my remarks. You think about the first job you had where you learned those valuable skills and principles. It was probably working for less than minimum wage. So I think you make a good point, and it's something we certainly should explore as we're working. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm open to that, definitely open to that.
I tell people who are out of work, volunteer. You can't get any more sub-minimum than that. And demonstrate to people that you have value, then they'll hire you. And once they hire you, they're not going to let you go. So that's what we've got to do, is that entry ramp.
Great point. Right here.
I just, two points. One, I just learned that internships are under attack now, that you have obligations as someone bringing on an intern, which is now scaring people from bringing on internships. My larger point is that inspiration is apolitical. The narrative we hear is jobs, jobs, jobs. Entrepreneurs, freelancers, small business, and self-employed persons are disciplined people who build success from little more than a dream. It could be a baking shop starting at a kitchen table. But it's being, again, decimated by the theft of content from the online technology companies. My focus tends to be IP and having an idea that people can start at home. So what are you doing to ensure and protect neighborhood and individual enterprise from technology stealing people's hopes for moving forward? And separate from that, whatever you're running for, Mr. Woodson, I'm on board.
Well, God bless those who've got nothing to say and got the good sense not to say it. So I'll defer to my colleagues on that one.
Yeah, technology is not my area of expertise. I think you have on the agenda, or you
We
had
did.
already-
We
you already
did this
had that.
morning, yeah,
Okay,
we
you had
talked
something
about
from Mr. Salmon in the technology area. Yeah, we should protect people's, intellectual property across the board. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank
Great
you.
point.
Thank you. Right here.
I don't, this is really a comment. I did call Harry Reid's office to tell him what I thought about his opinion about the CBO report.
Good for you.
That I wasn't really that stupid,
Yeah.
even though I'm a senior citizen. And I got yelled at and hung up on by the person at Harry Reid's office. He needs to hire somebody else. Second point is one of my
Can you
first
work on that
jobs. That's what the
You
reaction.
get yelled at by the person you
I got
pay their
yelled
salary,
at.
right?
He told me I don't have time
Such
to
a
listen
deal.
to people like you. That's Harry Reid's office. I called a lot of people. Harry Reid's office was the best. I did my first job out of college, and I always wondered about this, was the war on poverty. And I worked out on Long Island, very high unemployment. And my job was Youth Corps, Job Corps, to send people to training programs to acquire skills that jobs were available for, meat cutters, so on and so forth. I only lasted 1 year, and it turned me into a conservative from a bleeding heart liberal. I sent certainly I recruited at least 100 people to go to different training programs. At the end of the year, I discovered only 2 people had completed the training programs. One wound up in prison anyway. But of the other 98, they kept going for a couple of weeks and coming back. And what I discovered was the incentive. In my young heart, thought, okay, they want to get skills and be in the middle class, which I wanted. I came from total poverty. But they really didn't want that. They wanted the plane ride. So once they were there a couple of weeks and it was really boring and they had to learn a skill, they quit and come back, and I'd send them on another plane ride. And I've always wondered if anybody ever tracked how many people, how many millions of dollars went away on that program. That was our president's program, Lyndon B. Johnson. Do you know that anybody ever tracked that and found out if there were 3 people who finished the program?
I can't comment on that specific, although we could certainly look that up for you. But what I will say is how the structure of the policy that Congressman Jordan is introducing would work. First of all, it's based on the simple premise that we should provide a hand up, not a handout. This is an extraordinarily popular idea with Americans. Upwards of 80, 90% of Americans are supportive of these policies based on polling that we did a couple years back. And the fact is that if you are receiving aid, you should be working, looking for work, or at least preparing for work. And it's a very flexible policy. The policy would say by 2016, 4 million people need to be participating on a monthly basis in work activities, either working, looking for work, preparing for work. And it focuses attention first on able-bodied adults without dependents, a particular population in the food stamp recipient list that has been growing pretty dramatically over recent years. So states would be required to focus on them, to put them on that path towards self-sufficiency, to make the incentive structure in the food stamp program work on behalf of that individual's dignity, not encouraging over the long-term dependency. So that's the basic structure, and it would require regular check-ins so you would know what's happening. And that kind of incentivizing we've seen from TANF helps people in the first place look harder for work, and it has a dissuasion effect, what we call a dissuasion effect at the front end, but it also makes sure that people don't languish on the rolls longer than is helpful for their future, for their resume, and really tries to move them as quickly as possible towards productive, self-sufficient work.
Right here.
Congressman Jordan, there was an opportunity, I guess, last week, or maybe the week before last, with the Farm Bill for reform with the food stamp program. And I don't know if there was an effort amongst members of the House to, for example, with work incentives or asset tests or anything.
Yes.
And the cuts that were made were very minuscule in a program that's increased over 100% in the last 4 years.
Yep.
So I was wondering what happened there, and what sort of effort there was, and was it just a fact of there's no chance it's going to pass the Senate? Or another disappointment was, I know you guys try to decouple
Right.
And then unfortunately, they're going to be on the same path
There-
for 5
I mean,
years.
let's look at the glass half full. There were some minor changes made that were positive in the food stamp program. Some volunteer encouragement of states to enact work requirements. Our bill basically builds on that and makes it much stronger and actually mandatory. Yeah, I voted against the Farm Bill. I don't like the fact that we combine it, the nutrition program with the commodity programs. I think that makes no sense. Split them up and have two different bills, which is what we initially had coming out of the House. They were put back together in the conference, and obviously the bill ended up the way it did. Look, when you got the years we've had recently in agriculture, we should be phasing it towards a free market, much more market-oriented system, and that's why you saw several of us vote against the final package.
The policy we need to pursue is one that changes the character of public assistance so that it offers a hand up, not a handout.
Well said.
And that's what the food stamp policy in Congressman Jordan's bill is trying to do. And that's to be distinguished from what happened in the Farm Bill context, because it's just changes around the edges, some suggestions that hopefully a few states will do some work requirements, but it's not changing the character of public assistance in a way that'll promote self-sufficiency.
And there's no reason we can't come back to this again next year.
Right.
I mean, it is possible that next year you have more conservatives in the Senate. You can take up the nutrition title next year alone.
Hopefully
do
six.
it right next year, and then we try to get that through the Senate. It was a tough loss for conservatives when they put the two bills back together, but we made a very strong, powerful point throughout that entire debate
Sure
about
did.
ending that unholy alliance between rural Republicans and urban Democrats. Yep.
No, it was huge.
Yep,
That was
absolutely.
I mean, that was Heritage and Heritage Action helping us big time with that. First time it'd been, I think, in 50 years where they'd been split for at least going through one body of the Congress.
This lady here.
Yeah.
As part of the bill, is there any incentive in there for companies, to work with companies who would hire welfare recipients to work, so that'd be a way of keeping track of the people who are looking for work? Years ago, when welfare reform had first taken place, I was an office manager at a law firm, and we brought in a young lady who was on welfare, and she had to go to work. And part of it was that it was I don't know, we had received a letter or something that encouraged small businesses to hire these young people. And then the welfare social worker had to send the individual to a company, and then we in turn had to provide proof that they were working. And this young lady had 3 children and is now the manager at the company where I worked. That's great.
There's an
Okay?
example.
And put her
That's
3
great.
kids through college.
You know,
Right.
the policy is a
Good
requirement on the administrators at the state level. But those smart administrators are going to be reaching out with creative strategies just like that. And I know you have stories about this kind of thing, Bob, where the creative partnership with businesses to help people enter work.
It really does, and that's how we overcome this vilification of wealthy people. We need to look at them as partners. But the example you gave is just perfect, and it's been echoed throughout. We did this for the whole state of Ohio doing TANF. We went around the country introducing TANF to local businesses and grassroots leaders who inspire people to change their values and attitudes and change. But we just need to have a whole conference. We had 3 days of just celebrating solutions. And so I just think that we need to do that more. Just have conferences where we just bring people together and exchange strategies of redemption.
Yeah, you want to encourage flexibility. Under our legislation, if the states that are doing it well, and get this thing rolling and get it passed, the states are doing it well, then they get block granted the dollars. So that's flexibility, and then the flexibility you're talking, that is all good. I mean, again, that's how you meet the needs in these communities Bob's talking about.
Well, we have time for one more question. Right here.
Thank you. Perhaps all of you could respond to this. I'm deeply concerned about, especially since the president made the comment a few weeks ago about marijuana and minimizing its seriousness, and also talking about the states of Washington and Colorado and the experiment going on there, which is against federal law. I wonder, how do you incorporate in the kinds of public assistance programs disincentives for using drugs like marijuana and other mind-altering drugs?
I'll comment, just some states have experimented with having drug testing be a part of their assistance programs, and that's shown to be quite effective, so. Any comments?
Well, I mean, I'm like you. I was disappointed in the president's somewhat cavalier statements regarding the use of marijuana. I mean, I just think that's not the kind of message you want the leader of the United States, the President of the United States, making. So I was disappointed as well. And we are certainly open to what Jennifer suggested, which is some kind of drug testing requirement.
Also, it wasn't at all fact-based in that if one goes to Nora Volkow's website for the National Institute of Drug Abuse, she recently had a conversation, 2-hour conversation with the Dalai Lama in India. And they show during this exchange an extraordinary number of brain scans. And it's been determined now that individuals under 25 years old will have permanent brain damage and lose as many as 10 points in their IQ for using marijuana. And these are facts that the president should have known about, didn't, and I think it's very much ill-served the whole country as a result.
Notwithstanding the legal and the physical problems, it's interesting that the president talks about job generation in the inner city. Walmart, one of the companies, comes into a city like this, and they drug test 200 young people in those distressed neighborhoods, and only 10% could pass the drug test. And yet you got city council members cavalierly saying, oh, we need to, eliminate, make it legal and more access. At the same time, they're saying young people need to work. I mean, it's just, that's the kind of moral confusion that is being spread throughout this society. We're just confusing young people.
Thank you. And I'll make a quick programming note. We're going to next be moving to the healthcare panel. Senator Cruz will be after the healthcare panel. And we're going to take a briefer break, 4 or 5 minutes here. And you're going to please join me in thanking this panel and our speaker for a great job. Okay, folks, we're going to start our next session now. Everyone can come on back in and we'll get going here. We are really privileged today to hear from 2 leading conservatives, 2 doctors no less, who are on the forefront of thinking about what comes next after Obamacare. Representative Tom Price and Representative Phil Rowe have plans that would dismantle the top-down, one-size-fits-all approach to health care that's been imposed on our country by Obamacare. And instead, it would focus on the delivery of health care by focusing on consumer demand, consumer choice. You know, you all know, a lot of you are part of the conservative movement, there's a tendency to focus in the movement on the different details of different plans, and we sometimes will obsess over them. But the truth is that there is really a lot more in these different plans that are being presented here today and others that are percolating throughout Congress and in the conservative think tank world. There's a lot more that unites us on this issue than there is that divides us. We all agree we want to provide choices to the American people. Healthcare should be patient-centered. We all agree that the market does a better job of driving down prices than do federal mandates. Healthcare should be affordable. And we all agree that freedom should be the centerpiece of any new health care plan. Health care and our relationship with our doctors should not be coercive. Both of these plans that we're going to talk about today embrace those principles and put us on the path to reform. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Tom Price to the stage to talk about the first one.
Thanks, Tim, so much. Good morning, all. I think it's still morning, maybe noon. Great to be with you, and great to be back at Heritage. Heritage does such a great job in so many, many areas, and Healthcare, which is near and dear to my heart, is certainly one of those areas. Patient-centered healthcare, which is what the topic is, and how do we get patient-centered healthcare? It's important to think about what patient-centered healthcare is. What is it? What it means to me is that as a physician for over 25 years taking care of patients, patients and families and doctors taking care and making medical decisions, not Washington, D.C., or not insurance companies. Patients and families and doctors ought to be the ones making medical decisions. The very troubling activity over the last 3 to 4 years is that what we've seen from the administration and what we've seen from Washington in so many corners is that we're moving away from, not even on the right trajectory, to get to patient-centered health care. We're moving away from allowing patients and families and doctors to make those medical decisions. Now, interestingly, I think that the conservatives have actually won the debate on the president's health care law and tax. I think we've won that debate. By overwhelming numbers, the American people say they don't like the patient's health care law and the taxes that go along with it. But they want a new solution, and that's what we're here to talk about today, positive solution. And they exist. They exist all across the Republican perspective. There are over 150 pieces of legislation, healthcare legislation, in the House of Representatives alone, 150. So when you hear the president say, if anybody's got a better idea, we'd like to sit down and talk about it. Well, the fact of the matter is we've asked the president over and over and over to sit down and talk about it, and he has refused at every single turn. I want to touch briefly on the principles of health care and then talk specifically about H.R. 2300, a bill that I've introduced now for the third Congress in a row. First, principles. What are the principles that we have and hold dear for health care? If you think about them, it's important that we follow those principles. You may think that you don't have health care principles, but everybody does. Everybody. Most people have the top three. We need a system that's accessible. Everybody needs to be able to get into the system. We need a system that's affordable. Everybody needs to be able to afford it in some way. And we need a system of the highest quality. Those are usually the top three: accessibility, affordability, and quality. I add three more to those. I add responsiveness. It doesn't do you any good to have a system where if you walk through the front door, nobody's behind the desk. That doesn't help anybody who's in need from a healthcare standpoint. Innovation. If we don't have innovation, if we don't incentivize innovation, then we don't have the highest quality. In fact, people are going to have to go elsewhere for the highest quality because we're stifling innovation. And then choices. The American people want choices and have a right to have choices in health care. Who's going to treat them, where they're going to be treated, how they're going to be treated, when they're going to be treated, all those kinds of things. So accessibility, affordability, quality, responsiveness, innovation, and choices. Those are the 6 principles that I believe we ought to make certain we adhere to. And regardless of what your principles are, I suggest that if you look at the president's law, that his law, current law of the land, violates every one of those principles. Decreasing accessibility, increasing costs, which means decreasing affordability. Quality, you talk to my medical colleagues, my former medical colleagues, they shudder because they're seeing a decrease in the quality of health care that's being provided. Not because doctors and other providers have forgotten how to care for patients, but because of the system is making it so quality is that much harder to be able to provide for individuals. Responsiveness, innovation, government health care, you decide. I don't think responsiveness and innovation tend to go in the same sentence as government run often, and in this instance they certainly don't. And then choices, fewer choices, and we hear about this day after day after day with the president's law. The choices are being limited, who you're going to be able to see, where you're going to be able to be treated. So if those are the principles, and we step back and you say, yes, that's what we agree on, those are the principles that we agree upon, then let's look to solutions that actually support those principles, adhere to those principles. H.R. 2300 is the bill that I mentioned that I've introduced now 3 Congresses in a row. There are packets, I think, in the back or in the right outside the room, and you're certainly welcome to pick them up. They describe the bill in some significant detail. H.R. 2300 is the work product of the Republican Study Committee 2 Congresses ago. So when the president was coming forth with his law, I was privileged to chair the Republican Study Committee at that time, and we got together about 20 or 25 people who had an interest in health care within the Republican Study Committee, many physicians, other folks who had been working in health care for a long time, and came up with our alternative at that time. It's been refined and I think perfected over the last 2 Congresses. But it does a number of things, and I want to touch on 3 or 4 specific things because it does the kinds of things that the President's law does not do. First, you got to get folks covered. You got to get folks to have that accessibility to care and to coverage and affordability of care, of coverage. How do you do that without putting Washington in charge? It's relatively simple. H.R. 2300 says that every single American ought to have the financial feasibility and incentive to purchase health coverage. You do that through the tax code, tax deductions, tax credits, refundable tax credits, advanceable refundable tax credits, so that every single American, regardless of their economic station whatsoever, have the financial ability to be and incentive to be able to purchase coverage, and it's coverage that they want for themselves and for their family, not that the government forces them to buy. No mandates. Remember, you as an individual, every single American knows best what kind of coverage they ought to have. There's no way the government can have a one-size-fits-all program because it fits nobody. One size fits nobody is what it turns out to be. So you can get everybody covered. Second, we've got to solve the insurance challenges. There are real insurance challenges that existed before the President's law. There are more coming online right now. But the 2 big ones are portability and pre-existing. You ought not lose your insurance if you change your job or you lose your job. That's a holdover from a bygone era when if you worked for a company, you usually and they provided health coverage, usually worked for them for 30 or 40 years and you just kept your coverage. Young people in this audience, young people in this country right now, the statistics say that they will work for between 12 and 15 different employers in their lifetime. There's no reason whatsoever that they ought to have 12 to 15 different health care policies, health coverage policies, if they don't want. We ought not have a system that forces them. This is an easy one to solve. You simply allow every single American to own their coverage regardless of who's paying for it. So if you change your job, you lose your job, you just take it with it. Portability. It's like a 401k plan. You don't leave your pension plan at a previous employer, do you? No, you take it with you. Portability, easily solved. Pre-existing illness, this is one that is a real serious problem. Nobody in this country ought to be priced out of the market for health coverage if they get a bad diagnosis. That's a system that may work for government, it may work for insurance companies, it doesn't work for patients. Remember, patient-centered. If we think about the problem and diagnose the problem appropriately, we recognize that there are really about 18 million people who fall into that risk. If they have a bad diagnosis, then they may be priced out of the market tomorrow. Those are the folks in the individual and small group market. Those are the folks for whom they don't have a big pool. They don't have large groups of individuals assisting and purchasing coverage together so they can't drive down the cost. How do you solve that without putting Washington in charge? You make it so those 18 million people look like the others for whom a pre-existing illness isn't a problem. That means that you create robust pooling mechanisms, not just high-risk pools, where you take all the folks with an illness or a difficult problem and you put them in one pool and you wonder why the price goes up. No, robust pooling mechanisms so that anybody who wants to pool with anybody else. We call them individual membership associations so that you can purchase across state lines, you can join with others across state lines to be able to get that purchasing power of millions so that one individual's adverse health status doesn't drive up the cost for that person or anybody else. And then finally, we waste huge amounts of money in this country in health care. The biggest way that we do that is through what's called the practice of defensive medicine. As I mentioned, I was a physician. I was an orthopedic surgeon who spent over 25 years taking care of patients. It's what I did. It's what every doctor does if he or she is honest with you. And it's the extra tests that are ordered and examinations that are ordered. And they're not done to harm you at all. But what they're done is solely so that if that doctor ever finds himself or herself in a court of law, that they can honestly look the judge and the jury in the eye and say, I don't know what you wanted me to do because doggone it, I did everything. When in fact everything was rarely necessary to either diagnose or to treat the patient. Now, the standard line on the conservative side for how you take care of the lawsuit abuse in our country is a cap on non-economic damages. I'm here to tell you there's no study in this country that exists that demonstrates anything that a cap on non-economic damages decreases the practice of defensive medicine. How much does defensive medicine cost? There are a couple studies out there. Jackson Healthcare has a reputable study. estimates it's 1 out of every 3 healthcare dollars. That's $800 billion. $800 billion. That's not over a 10-year period of time, ladies and gentlemen. That's 1 year. That's every year. You add that up and see the amount the number of dollars that we are wasting in the area of healthcare. It's unconscionable. So what do we do if we make the right diagnosis, step back and look and see what the real problem is? You got to make it so that doctors, if they do the right thing, if they order the right tests and do the right thing as it relates to a patient, not because of what the Secretary of Health and Human Services said, but what scientists and their colleagues in that specialty society say, based upon appropriate guidelines. If they do the right thing, they ought to have a safe harbor, essentially, in a court of law. They ought to be able to use that as an affirmative defense, to go into the court and say, I did exactly what I should have done as it relates to the problem that this patient presented to me. If you use that as an affirmative defense and you raise the bar, you raise it to clear and convincing evidence instead of a preponderance of the evidence, then what you do is begin to chip away at that culture of the practice of defensive medicine. Remember, wasting $800 billion a year. So look what we've done. H.R. 2300 gets everybody covered with insurance that they want, not that the government forces them to buy, solves the insurance challenges of portability and pre-existing without putting Washington in charge, and saves hundreds of billions of dollars, all without putting Washington in charge or raising your taxes by 1 penny. 1 penny. And the solutions that are in H.R. 2300 are included in a number of other pieces of legislation. There's a lot more that we have in common than not. What we don't have in common with the current law of the land, though, is that we stick to principle. We stick to the principles of affordability, accessibility, quality, responsiveness, innovation, and choices. If we do that, I have great faith and confidence that what we will ultimately end up with in this country is a system that is truly patient-centered, where patients and families and doctors are making medical decisions, not Washington, D.C. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Price. And now please join me in welcoming Dr. Rowe to the stand.
Well, Tom didn't leave a lot for me to say after that. I agree with everything. I'm a co-sponsor of his bill. So, first of all, thank Heritage for having me here today. I mean, for those of y'all who don't know who I am, this is starting my 6th year in Congress. I spent 31 years practicing medicine in rural East Tennessee. And we started with a group of 4 doctors. We now, because of managed care and other issues that came up, grew our practice to 100 physicians and 450 employees. We went from 4 doctors and 12 employees to that. And I one day came home to my wife, who is a nurse, and I said, Pam, I'm either going to quit complaining or I'm going to try to go to Washington and do something about it. And friends of mine asked me, Phil, they said, why in the world did you decide to run for Congress? You were mayor of a local town. You had great medical practice. And I'm going to tell you the truth. I went off my medicine after coming to this place. And if anybody wants to run, tell them my medical license is still good, and I'll write them a prescription if they need it. So Tom did a great job in outlining this. I got here in 2009, just as the healthcare debate opened up. And I still find this the most astonishing thing about the healthcare debate of all. We had 9 physicians at our health caucus, doctors caucus. We have 15 now. Not one of us was asked one thing about the health care bill, what we thought about it. And I guess naively so, I thought, having gone through health care reform in Tennessee with TennCare, I thought I had something to offer to the debate. I can tell you what not to do. And unfortunately, nobody cared. And basically, this Affordable Care Act that we're dealing with now is TennCare on steroids. You could not have written anything more complicated than this bill. I don't think you could have sat down and said, let me write something as complicated as I can, because the simplest transaction in the world is where a patient calls my office, comes in and sees me and leaves and pays the bill. That's no more complicated than buying a loaf of bread. And yet we've made it now, you have to tie everybody into a pretzel to try to get health care. It's unbelievable what's happened to our system. And let me tell you, I'm going to pass a couple editorialize along a little bit. I'm in a town of 65,000 people. We are a medical referral area. Our local hospital system has 9,000 employees. We've had almost 1,000 layoffs in our local town. Let me tell you, those are the best jobs in town. Vanderbilt University has laid off 1,000 people this year and cut the size of their MD, their medical school class, and cut their MD, PhD program by 10%. Does anybody in the world believe that the quality of care goes up when you cut the size of your medical school classes and you cut the size of your future researchers in those classes? It's unbelievable, and you can repeat this story all over the country. And when they tell you it's creating jobs, that is absolute nonsense. This bill is creating chaos, I can tell you right now, among the medical community. Well, last year, this past year, Steve Scalise, who's the chairman of the RSC, which Tom has been, came to me and said, Phil, I want you to chair a committee, which Dr. Price was on. He said, I want you to chair a committee and write a Republican study committee alternative to the Affordable Care Act. And he said, I want this bill to have no mandates. It has to cover pre-existing condition. It has no subsidies, malpractice reform, and equalize the tax treatment. I said, gosh, is that all you want me to do? So anyway, we sat down and got to it last year. And this committee, I want to go over just a moment the people that were on it, because they did a great job. Marsha Blackburn from my great state of Tennessee, Renee Elmers from North Carolina, John Fleming, Dr. Fleming from Louisiana, Dr. Paul Gosar, who's a dentist from Arizona, Dr. Tom Price from Georgia, and Todd Rokita from Indiana. I've never been on a committee that worked harder. And we looked at the principles and things, Tom mentioned, things we had all agreed on. And I'm going to go through these fairly quickly. It is a patient-centered, and the premise of the Affordable Care Act is absolutely spot on right. You want it to increase access and decrease costs. And lastly, I would say, as Tom pointed out, to let the decision-making occur between doctors and patients. And I'm going to use myself as an example here in just a minute about how this actually works. There are just 6 titles to this bill. And I brought a couple things on. Well, I thought some of you, I've looked around the room, some of you do not, but some of you know what a Sears and Roebuck catalog looked like. I can tell by looking at you. I know you're old enough. Well, the Affordable Care Act, I calculate, is about 2 Sears and Roebuck catalogs, if you've seen. Remember, they were about this thick. This is SGR reform right here, just how we pay doctors. We just finished working on this last week. That's it. And this is a 180-page American Healthcare Reform Bill, 181 pages long, that anybody can read in an hour and a half. What does it do? The first thing it does is repeals the Affordable Care Act. We have to get rid of this monstrosity and repeal it. I can tell you, Dr. Price and myself and others have spent, as you all have too, I have spent hours trying to think. When I go home, they say, Doc, well, can't you just tweak it? Yeah, with a nuclear bomb, but other than that, you can't tweak this thing. It's impossible to do, because you'll mention one thing, and I will tell you 4 things that it's going to do that will change what you just tweaked. So we have to repeal it. That's number 1. And number 2, I think a lot of you all, and this is to my Baptist friends out there, think the original sin occurred in the Garden of Eden. The original sin occurred after World War II, when they treated companies different than they did individuals from a tax standpoint with health care. So what our bill does, it equalizes the tax treatment for an individual and for a company. I'll use myself again as an example. When I worked for Medical Center OBGYN, my group, I could provide myself health insurance at pre-tax dollars. I retired 6 years ago to run for Congress. That's when I went off my medicine 6 years ago. And the next day, I had to pay first dollar. It cost me more money the next day. So what we do with this bill is that we say, okay, each family can take a $20,000 deduction for health insurance. If you find a standard deduction for health care, if you make $60,000 a year, your taxable income is $40,000. And if your health insurance premium, and that makes it portable, as Dr. Price talked about, if your insurance is, say, $15,000, the $5,000 you still get as a deduction, you'll get money back. And that's from payroll taxes and your income taxes. So we do that to start with. We massively expand health savings accounts. We started health savings accounts back, that's Title II. We started those in our own practice. Now almost everybody in our practice, those 450 people we provide insurance for, selects a health savings account. Why? Because it puts the doctor and the patient. I had to have some biopsies. I use a health savings account. I have a debit card. I didn't call the insurance company to find out if I could go down to the outpatient clinic and get anesthesia for these and have the biopsies done. My doctor said I needed it done. And it is kind of scary when you let one of your medical school classmates operate on you, which is a friend of mine, and I did that. And I knew I needed it done. He knew I needed it done. I went down there and I said, I want the cheapest price you've got. And in a second, they had their money. They didn't fool with the insurance company, nothing. That transaction was taken care of. And let me pass a little something along about the Affordable Care Act that is unknown. And after this year, when the ERISA-based people, the 70 million out there that have an individual policy, lose their non-grandfathered status, 40%, and I checked with Vanderbilt and I checked with my own very large medical center, over $1 billion in revenue before I came up here. 40% of the uncollectible debt that hospitals have in our area are people with insurance, because the out-of-pockets are so high now, people can't afford to pay them. So they've got catastrophic coverage, but they don't have a health savings account to cover it. What we allow you to do is to fund up to whatever your out-of-pocket is, up to $12,000 a year for a family, so you could cover your out-of-pocket. We increase it for people on Medicare, for people who are disabled, for veterans who don't have that option. So we do that. And as Dr. Price mentioned, one of the things, and we have no mandates for a 26-year-old. That's the great mantra. Well, a 26-year-old, and I had to buy all 3 of my kids an individual policy before they actually got a job with health insurance. But let me tell you what you can do if you can buy it across state lines. 26 states already electively do that. You can make that decision yourself and buy what you need. And right now, the federal government tells you what you have to buy. I'm going to be a little graphic here now, okay? Let me tell you why that's important, why that's driven the costs up through the ceiling. I have been fixed. My wife has been fixed, okay? We got 3 kids. Both of us determined that if we thought we had to raise another kid now, we would jump off the Capitol hand first into the parking lot, face first. You got the idea, don't want any more kids. But I have to buy pediatric dental coverage, pediatric vision coverage, infertility coverage, OB coverage, of which I don't need any of. And those are the reasons that you buy with a health savings account and a catastrophic policy what you and your family need. So we do that. And with health care reform and with malpractice reform, we also include that in our bill. The other reason that's important, I'm going to pass along our Tennessee experience. When we started in 1975, when I got out of the Army and came back to Memphis to finish my training, all the malpractice carriers left the state, every single one of them. And we set up a mutual company, the doctors did. Over half of the malpractice premiums we have paid into that company since its inception went to lawyers. It didn't go to the injured party. That's terrible. We need a way to be sure and to take people who have been injured by the system and pay them. We don't now. Our state set a cap of $750,000 in 2011. The first full year after that implementation, the physicians in that state and ultimately the patients who pay those bills, and we're not a big state, our premiums went down $100 million in 1 year. 1 year. The practice of defensive medicine is going to take longer, as Tom pointed out. There's no question about that. So across state lines, association health plans, we all agree. Transparency wasn't brought up, and that's in Tom's bill. That's very important. This bill requires that the HHS secretary tells us what they pay for something. So if I go in with my debit card, I can know what is being paid there. I mean, you don't go buy a suit of clothes and then you buy it and they tell you what it costs later. I mean, that's how health care is purchased. It's ridiculous how it's done. So this transparency. The other thing we do in this bill, which is very important, is COBRA. COBRA right now, Bill Gates can't afford when you get it, so nobody can buy it. But what we do is if you have had a plan and had no disruption, you don't have to exhaust COBRA if you have a pre-existing condition to buy a cheaper plan. High-risk pools were mentioned for patients that, look, there are just people out there that have conditions that are incredibly expensive to treat. We have to realize that, and as a society, we're going to treat them. We're either going to shift those costs or we're going to man up and say, those costs are there. So we fully fund a high-risk pool. And we also do not allow any funding, federal funding, or using your HSA for abortion services. So that's basically, in a nutshell, what our bill is. It's an easy bill to read, 181 pages. It will increase access, and I can tell you right now, it will decrease cost and put some certainty back. This is the most, I've been a doctor for 44 years this year. This is the most uncertain I've seen our profession since I have been there. Expert senior physicians are looking for exit signs, and that's not what they should be doing. They should be looking to see their next patient. I want to thank you all for being interested. And I can tell you this, that man sitting right over there has not given up the fight, and I have not given up the fight because the American healthcare system is the best in the world. No question about it. the miracles I could tell you, and I will pass one along, and I'll sit down because I want to hear your questions, is when I was a medical student in Memphis in 1969, 1970, I went to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. That was my first pediatric rotation. I can still remember children I saw at that hospital. 90% of those children died. 90% died. Today, 90% live. That is a miracle. If the Lord, when the Lord walks on the earth again, the first step he takes will be at St. Jude's Children's Hospital, I'll tell you that. It is a phenomenal place. Every child is treated for free. Every parent is brought there for free. It doesn't get any better than that. The question is, are we going to shut off that innovation that created these cures for families out there that I've seen, these babies that I delivered? And then, I forgot to tell you, I'm an OBGYN doctor, and I delivered most of my own voters, so it worked out pretty well for me. With that, I will sit down. Thank you all.
Thank you, Drs. Rowe and Price, and thank you for your commitment to repealing Obamacare and leading on the reform efforts that we really so badly need to talk about. I'd like to invite the rest of our panel up right now. Grace Marie Turner and Nina Ocharenko are two of the leading experts on this issue in this town. And they really are all over the place. They testify before Congress. They're published in various places, and they're in demand on the Hill with a lot of these members who want to know how to push their reforms forward. So we're lucky to have them as part of our panel. I'll kick it off with a question, and I think I'd like to direct this question to Nina and Grace Marie just to start with. As I kind of noted at the beginning, there are some technical differences between these bills. How do we, as the conservative movement who are interested in pushing reform, how do we deal with the technical differences between the bills and the principles, and how do we push forward on this?
You know, there are a lot of calls for Republicans to get behind one bill. Why can't you agree on one bill and pass that? Well, I will tell you that Republicans do not have a better idea of how to write 2,800 pages of legislation that raises $1 trillion in new taxes, that still leaves 30 million people uninsured. They don't have a better idea how to do that. So what they need to do is exactly what Dr. Price and Dr. Rowe were talking about, is help the American people understand the vision of what they do, not just the specifics of the bill. You can get very bogged down. There's some minor differences between Dr. Rowe, Dr. Price's bill, and some of the others that are out there. If you focus on that, and that's what you do if you start with legislation, then you wind up having people never understand what the core ideas that unite all of them. And I think they both described very clearly, it's about putting patients in charge, it's about real choice, it's about true competition, all the things that Obamacare promised, but none of which they're really delivering.
And I would just add, too, that if you look at how the process went for delivering what we have today, it was all done behind closed doors and just appeared for a vote on the floor. We need to kind of go, I think we've forgotten what it was like to go through a normal legislative process. Let all the bills go through a markup. And then that's the process in open hearings and markups that members can get together and say, yeah, I think this is where we're going to move forward. And then move that to the floor and move from there. I think that creates the momentum you also need to really get something passed that not only do the members all agree with, but that also have the confidence of their voters when they're voting on it.
One more question from me. Obamacare took a lot of our labels. They stole them from us. Choice, freedom, that kind of stuff. What are the labels that Obamacare stole from us that are the most important for us to get back, and how do we do it?
It's the entire dictionary of healthcare policy. They've taken our game plan, used our top line talking points to conceal their liberal policies to enact this healthcare law. So whether it's choice, competition, security, you can go through the list one after another, portability, all these things. The question is, what is the real defining meaning of those words? And I think that's where we're different. And I think many times, we've all said, no one thought that the healthcare system before the healthcare law was perfect. So we all agree there was a problem. It's where our solutions are that create such vast differences between what this healthcare law is and with the plan that that these congressmen and others are putting forth.
And I think that Dr. Price said, that we've won the debate because the American people see the flaws and the problems with Obamacare. But I think we have won the debate in a different way because the other side really had to use affordable choices, security. We're going to make sure that you can keep the plan, you keep your doctor. We're going to, all of the promises they made were really things that we've been talking about for the last at least 15, maybe 20 years. But they put this mountain of rules and regulations underneath it that takes it in a completely different direction. So getting back to those principles, telling the American people that this is what we really would do to get to affordable choices by having genuine competition, not fake competition, genuine choice, genuine portability, having you decide what kind of health plan you want, not having it be dictated by the federal government. I think that's really what we do, is get back to the real principles that work in the rest of the economy, not these fake labels that really have deceived the American people.
Did you want to add something? Okay, we can open it up. Or sorry, did you want to add
Let me
something?
just comment, if I may, on the process and on how you get this done, and Nina touched on it. None of us, look, H.R. 2300 isn't going to be the piece of legislation, the RSC proposal from this year isn't going to be the piece of legislation, but what ought to be is allowing every single legislator, every single representative, and every single senator who has an interest and has a passion for assisting in solving this, to work together in the normal process, the due process and the deliberative process of legislation. It's what, as Nina said, wasn't done. We don't want this to be a partisan piece of legislation. We want this to be a bipartisan piece of legislation. We want every single member who has an interest to come together and put their 2 cents in it and work it in the amendment process in both the committees and on the floor. That's the way you get to a solution that can be embraced. We've seen what partisan gets you. We're in a position right now where partisan gets you. That's not the place to go.
Well, just a very brief comment. The thing that still astonishes me after being in Washington for 5 years is that health care is a Republican or a Democrat issue. It blows my mind. I've never seen a Republican or Democrat heart attack in my life, or never operated on Republican or Democrat cancer. And I have delivered a lot of Republican babies, I will tell you that, where I live. But I almost had a Joe Wilson moment at the last State of the Union when the president, for the umpteenth time, had the audacity to stand up and say Republicans have no ideas, when that's all we've worked on for years now. And we were at the retreat just recently. We attended in Maryland, and the principles that the leadership laid out are in Tom's bill and my bill too. The solutions are health savings account, medical liability reform, across state line purchases, high-risk pools. All of those are with some variation. And as Grace Marie said, if you look and nitpick these things, you'll never get it. But what we've asked for is to grow through regular order, go to the committees of jurisdiction, debate it robustly in the light of day, bring it to the House floor, debate it robustly in the light of day, and then give an up or down. And look, the bill I wrote, I understand, should be amended. I don't even agree with everything here. It's open for amendment as opposed to the 80 amendments the Republicans brought to the Affordable Care Act, and not one was ruled in order. I had 10, not one single one got a hearing on the House floor. That's not the way you get a system where there's buy-in of all, because it is not a Democrat or Republican issue. It's an American issue.
Thank you. Okay, let's open it up for questions. Yes, sir.
Obamacare has, what, 6 feet of regulations? Tell me. Obamacare has 6 feet of regulations. Tell me, if you repeal it and then move to something else, what happens to all those 6 feet of regulation? Take me through the mechanics of going one from what Obamacare to something else.
Well, when we repeal the law and replace it with something that works for patients and families, then there will be new law that will have to have the regulations stipulated and rules written for it. However, what they would do would be much more permissive, flexible for individuals, so that you have a new system. It's a culture that is in Washington right now in many areas that says Washington knows best. The Health and Human Services, the CMS, believes that Washington knows best, that it can make the best decision for patients. We simply don't believe that. In fact, I know it's not true. And so if we were to have our druthers, and when we get to our legislation being passed, and I think it will be because the current law can't stand, when that happens, then there will be a culture within that system that will say patients and families and doctors ought to be the ones in charge, not Washington.
The question was, what happens to those 6 feet?
They go away.
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 Because they would conflict with
You're
current
aware
law.
of that
Yeah.
they'll go away.
Yeah, because they would be in conflict with current law, and then current law.
I suggest we all join for a massive weenie roast if that happens, to burn it and get rid of it. We are in a process now of the most disruptive time in my lifetime in healthcare, the most uncertainty. And all patients want is they want to come to their doctor and get their problem taken care of. I mean, that ain't complicated. I did it for 30 years. And we have so complicated. And the other maddening thing about this bill to me is the Affordable Care Act, is the billions of dollars we've spent on stuff, infrastructure and websites that don't work, that I can't take this pen and write one person a prescription for. We have literally spent billions of dollars and have nothing to show for it except a failure.
Mm-hmm. Okay, right here.
Thanks. So you're going to have Obamacare repealed. That's what's going to cause it to fail. How is it going to get repealed unless the Senate goes Republican and we get a new president? Because are you going to require that it's just going to get so bad, so oppressive before 2016 that it's just going to collapse?
Our preference is to repeal the law, there's no doubt about it. But we understand that with Harry Reid in charge in the Senate and the president still in the White House, he's not going to sign a bill that says repeal his signature legislation. The problem that we have right now is that real people are getting hurt because of this law. Real people's lives are being destroyed, not just from a healthcare standpoint, but from an economic standpoint as well, because of the law. So what will happen, I believe firmly, is that in 3 to 5 years, we won't be living under this piece of legislation, this law, because it doesn't work. It doesn't work for employees or employers. It doesn't work for doctors or patients. It doesn't work for the states. Certainly doesn't work for the federal government from a financing standpoint. So there will be a clamor to repeal and replace. Now, whether that happens after the next presidential election or before, because the law fails to be implemented. There's so many delays and postponements and changes in the law right now. We haven't even seen the worst of it yet.
Because now they're talking about the individual mandate being extended past 2016.
Delay.
So they
The
just
delay.
keep changing the law.
Changing the law.
But I hear in your question that you're thinking that by repealing it, Republicans would therefore be responsible for the law failing. The law is failing of its own. We have a paper on our website. 34 major changes already made to this law, 17 of them by the White House. That's an acknowledgement that it's not working. And almost every day now, we hear some new rumor about more changes that are being made. So it's not working. It's wrong for America. It doesn't work. We've got to start over. And the American people now understand what they want. They know Obamacare's not delivering it. That's why we have to start over.
Go here and then there. Go ahead, Jim.
A question, actually 2 questions. One, the portability aspect of new legislation. How much does it conflict with state-level management of health insurance and state-level mandates that differ, of course, widely? How do you reconcile the federal?
The provision that we have, portability, you own your own health coverage regardless of who's paying for it, has all of the things that have a 10th Amendment contest, potentially. We stipulate that anybody that has a nexus for their health coverage with the federal government, then that's where it applies. So, for example, if our individual membership associations, which would have a nexus with the federal government because it allows purchase across state lines and allows larger, non-economically aligned individuals to purchase coverage together, then they would be able to own that. Individuals who are in any ERISA plan, they would be able to own that. So it gets to that by making certain that everybody who has a nexus with the federal government, which is virtually everybody.
One other quick question. I think we've seen how much patients and prospective patients are resistant to this law and the damages. Looking at industry, healthcare industry, pharmaceutical companies, hospitals, clinics, how much pushback is Congress hearing from these organizations in terms of the damages, or are some of them still supporting Obamacare as they did at the outset?
Here's,
for their own
I can speak to that a little bit. It was a private conversation I had Friday with someone who is extremely knowledgeable in the hospital realm. And he believes that several hundred hospitals across the country are going to go out of business. And I think certainly when they change the way critical access, where only one hospital is funded differently than another one within a 10-mile radius or whatever the radius ends up being, those other hospitals will go away. And look at my own community. We've already lost one. Lee County, Virginia is closed. There could be many others. There will be many hospital closures. And when you look at these hospitals, they're looking at partnering, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. There's going to be massive consolidation and bankruptcies in the hospital business. There's no question about it. It's going to happen.
I would just add, too, you can look at the participation rates among the insurance plans into the exchanges. Many of them have kind of sat on the sidelines. So I think even though they may not be verbally saying, you can look at what their business model is looking like moving forward. And I think we may not know everything today, but as these years move forward, we're going to get a good sense of where the marketplace falls at that point.
Great. Back here.
I want to applaud you on your long game strategy. You actually have to seed the grass in order for it to grow. And you have to change people's minds about things. But that is a longer game because you got 3.5 years or more left to get to the finish line. What are you doing? What do you have in mind to do between now and then? There's something called the Regulatory Accountability Act that allows Congress not only to initiate legislation, but actually to review regulations adopted by the agency to see whether they're ultra-virus beyond the authority that Congress delegated. And then you can look to see whether they're working or not and basically point out how they're not. So in other words, you've won the battle of making the American public aware of the problems. You haven't won the battle yet of selling your ideas going forward. So by further going into the regulations and making them account to Congress, because they have to, because you've delegated authority to that agency, have they met your delegation? And I would probably tell you that you'd find that they have not, and that they've gone ultra-virus, and you can have all types of investigations and all types of reviews and evaluations of how badly these ideas in regulatory form are being implemented.
Well, first of all, there are a lot of court challenges to the way that the regs have been written in contradiction to the actual statutory language. But I actually think you may see that the problem you've got now is that it has to also get through the Senate, and that's a real barrier.
That's legislation, not your.
Well, the regulatory
and
and Congress is holding countless hearings on regulatory oversight. They're passing legislation in the House, most often with significant Democratic support, to try to move forward and to try to and sometimes put into statutory language what the president is trying to rewrite the statute to say, such as the delay of the individual mandate and delay of the employer mandate. But I think that the Regulatory Review Act, or that's what it's called, is an important tool, but it still requires getting that legislation through the Senate.
Yeah, but you have sound bites with that.
Yes.
Opportunity.
Yeah,
you have sound bites every night on the news that you can point out another regulation that's been either poorly implemented or implemented beyond your delegation.
Couple points. I think you're spot on, and I think we could be doing a whole lot more. A lot of what we do doesn't get covered, and so folks don't know that we're doing it. But this is so onerous and so oppressive to the American people and harming real people. That I think there ought not be any limit to what we're doing from a regulatory oversight standpoint. Second point I would make is that the other thing that we will do is our leadership is committed to making certain that we do in fact have a piece of healthcare legislation. And Phil mentioned kind of the Venn diagram center where everybody has the common theme, and its expansion of HSAs, purchase across state lines, association health plans, some med mal reform, those kinds of things, so that the American people can see that we're not just fighting to make certain that the American people know how awful the current law is. We have positive ideas, positive solutions that they can point to and say, hey, that's the kind of thing that we need.
I would just add one more thing, that this issue about regulation is not something that's in isolation to healthcare. And I think it can create a great message to the American people because I think they are skeptical. What is going on in Washington? How are all these rules being changed? You know, we have many that are guidances that are driving what people are doing, interim, final rules. Very few are getting really, I think, to the final stage. And so all that ambiguity is creating greater uncertainty. But it's not just in healthcare. It actually, I think, is rampant across all the regulations that this administration is using. So could be a good opportunity to move it outside of the silo of healthcare and really framing it in a different way.
Are you familiar with the REINS Act? I think as Jeff Davis is in the previous Congress, and I'm not sure, I think Reed Ribble or somebody has it this time, but boy, you talk about a game changer. Because I didn't know there's 4 branches of government, but that's the regulatory branch. You're absolutely, all the bureaucrats up here that do stuff that I didn't know what they did in all these buildings. Now I'm finding out they manage every phase of your life. And everybody has got a story about how these regulations add to cost and create incredible cost to business, not just in healthcare, but in everything. I could tell you stories of builders that I have, friends of mine who are in the construction business. And the REINS Act says if you have a rulemaking that affects the U.S. economy by more than $100 million, which many of them would, it has to come back to the Congress for reapproval. That would stop that stuff in its tracks. Could you speak in the microphone?
You also have the problem, if you rely too heavily on the courts, there's a doctrine called the Chevron doctrine, where they basically, the courts defer to the expertise of the agency.
Yes.
Now, that's gone way overboard, beyond anyone's wild imagination, where nobody even questions, and the standard of proof to get beyond the agency's deference is great. In fact, too great to make any type of change. So that's why Congress has a role here, in addition to the court system.
Thank you. Right here? Yes, sir.
I'm a believer in repeal and replace, but also realistic that the only time that Obamacare gets repealed or replaced is by replacing Harry Reid and then Obama himself. So over the next 3 years, well, first of all, we've got to do something in 14, but over the next 3 years, people will continue to feel the greater pain. I mean, just personally, when the president says I can keep my 2 sons who are under 26 on my health insurance, and then I get the premium, and it's literally $10,200 for the year for both of them, that other people are facing the same thing, 38% increases in premiums and so forth. So that pain is going to keep going up, but is there, and maybe this isn't the right forum, but is there a conscientious effort in the House in joining with the Senate to try to get a net 6 first so that we can control the Senate in 14? And then is there some, as we were just talking about, a longer-term plan, a 3-year plan, so that, I regret to say, I don't think your bills will become law, but, you know, what's the plan? Do your plans work in 3 years? They could be working now, but will they work in 3 years after 3 years of devastating costs?
Free market's been working for centuries. Yeah, they'll absolutely work. And if just given a chance, the most regulated market in the world, and it began with Medicare, is healthcare. I mean, people talk about, I went to Tom and I went to this think tank last year in Fort Lauderdale, and the guy was talking about how the free market, I said, free market, are you kidding me? I mean, everything is based on what Medicare pays and what Medicaid pays in the state, and how you bill the insurance companies paying off that for their payments so it's totally regulated. If you can get some, and let me tell you what I think is going to happen in the real world, and you're beginning to see it now, and it's unfortunate. Look, some of the most fun and best patients I took care of were people who never paid me a nickel. I live in rural Appalachia, and I took care of anybody that walked in the door. That's what I did as a doctor. It's what doctors I thought were supposed to do. But they still got to pay their bills and light bills and so forth. And when those payments go down enough, they can't afford to do that. And what they're going to do, and they're starting to do it now, is they're going to have a concierge-type practice. They're going to move their practice out, and they're going to you're going to pay them cash, or you're going to pay them a certain amount of money. I do that right here in Washington, D.C. right now, so that I can see a doctor here if I need to. And then you filed your insurance. Whatever you got, that's a contract you have between the government, not between me. I will see you, take care of you, be glad to. And unfortunately, people without means are going to be left standing. They're going to go to the emergency rooms to get their care like they've always done. And that's the unintended consequence of what's going to happen. Now, the 6, I would suggest when we nominate people, we give them a roll of duct tape too, to put over their mouth so that they don't say stupid things. And maybe we can win an election. We should have won 3 or 4 Senate seats last time. We did not. We can win 6. I don't think there's any question about it. We've got some great candidates out there. Some that I know, Tom Cotton, Bill Cassidy, and others in the I think there are 3 from Georgia, your home state, that are running, great candidates that are running for Senate. We've got some really good candidates, and it starts with that. And then we've got to go out and get behind our candidates and not pick every little thing. They didn't vote for the Farm Bill, they did vote for this or that. Let's get on our team instead of handing the ball off. I'm the quarterback, and I hand the ball off to my halfback, and then I tackle him. Let's quit doing that. Let's get behind our guys.
But your question on strategy, Jack Kemp had 4 or 5 votes in the late 70s on tax reform that were losing votes until this passed. And what these guys are doing and what other conservatives in Congress are doing is putting our ideas out there. So we can actually pass these things through the House. John Boehner should put these bills on the floor of the House. We should be able to express what we're for, do it year in, year out. Maybe we do it this year and it gets killed in the Senate. Maybe we do it next year and it passes the Senate and goes to the president's desk. But we're trying to gain the trust of the American people here. And it's a campaign to do that over and over again, same way Jack Kemp did it.
But I think also that there's a strategy of really trying to build the conversation that this does need to be bipartisan. And the president keeps saying, oh, the Republicans have tried to repeal Obamacare 40 times. Well, many of those bills not only have become law, and because they're targeted at specific things like repeal of the 1099 rule, but a lot of the others have had huge Democratic support. As many as 30 or 40 Democrats have signed on. Once you begin, I think the closer you get to the 2014 elections and the more scared the Democrats get, I think there's going to be more and more of a call to make some fundamental changes. I don't think the president is ever, for the next 3 years, he's not going to sign a repeal law for Obamacare. But there are some strategic things that could be done that really would significantly delay this law, like a delay of the individual mandate, like a delay of the employer mandate, like not requiring people to have health insurance that has so many mandates and so many benefit requirements that nobody can afford it. I think you're going to start to see Democrats making some demands for legislation and trying to get that through Harry Reid. And maybe that's, again, my optimism, but I think it's also some political reality.
Yes, right back here.
I wanted to ask you about the Medicare SGR reform deal that came out last week, and it gets to the provider issue, but really doesn't do the hard part, which is dealing with the offsets, making those necessary reforms that have actual permanent solutions and savings. Rather than go through price controls or manipulating parts of the program, do you think conservative lawmakers are ready to embrace some structural reforms in Medicare that do have a history of bipartisan support?
I do. I mean, there are a number of areas where, whether it's combining Parts A and B, whether it's increasing age of eligibility, whether it's increasing premiums, the kinds of things that make it so the system actually can work. It's important to appreciate that the reason many of these reforms are necessary is because the program's going broke. And that's not Tom Price or Phil Rowe saying it. That's the Medicare actuaries. Within the next decade, the Medicare is bankrupt. Now, what does that mean? That doesn't mean that they go out of business. No, it just means that they could no longer provide the services that have been promised to seniors. Again, harming people. So it's incumbent upon us to reform and save the system. That's what Republicans have been trying to do. The problem is we haven't had a willing partner on the other side. So in order for the kinds of things that we know absolutely must be done, in order for the kinds of things that have had bipartisan support, actually some of them have been included in the president's budget. But then when we bring them up as possible opportunities to move legislation across the floor of the House and the Senate, the administration says, oh no, well we only meant it if it was in context with everything else. Or Harry Reid says, no, we can't do it in that targeted fashion. So we've got to have a willing partner on the other side, and that's where the whole issue of the politics of it. But we're not going to change this from Washington, D.C. This has to be changed from across the country. This has to be changed from the American people standing up and saying, we want our representatives to represent us, not the party. We want our representatives to represent us, not the administration. And as long as the American people fulfill their citizenship responsibility, and bring to Washington, elect to Washington, folks who are interested in solving problems, not just getting in the way, that's the solution.
Here's where Dr. Price is right. As long as it's still working for, as long as my mother, who's 91, can still go to her doctor, still get everything done that she needs to get done, it's not a problem for her. I mean, we just see these numbers and all this, and we realize that, and you know that for every dollar you pay in as a premium, you get 3 out in benefits. Well, you can't continue to do that. We know that somewhere along the line, we're going to have to do one of those things that Dr. Price just mentioned. Well, look, I don't know about you, but I would put off studying calculus till the very end. I hated it. And so and I wasn't very good at it. So I put that off till last. Reforming Medicare is why it gets put, it's hard and it's going to be painful. And the reason we didn't put it in our health care bill, we left Medicare and Medicaid specifically out of that bill because that's a whole nother debate how you deal with those. And we didn't want to get bogged down with that. But you're absolutely right. The SGR reform, the policies are agreed on. The real tough part's who pays for it. And this is me, I'm on Medicare. The thing I thought was the silliest thing in the world, I turned 65 one day. Nothing happened to me. I just got to be 65. Nothing changed. I had a health policy the day before. Now I got alphabet soup, A, B, C, D, to try to figure out how all these work together. With Ryan plan, and I think it went on before that, even with, I guess, Simpson Bowles with that plan, where you have premium support and allow people just to buy a health insurance plan. I'd like to have just bought a health insurance plan, maybe kept the one I had the day before. I would have been perfectly happy with that. If I could have purchased it, I could not because of the way the rules are set up. So that's a big lift, but it's a lift we have to do, and as Grace Marie said, we have to do it in a bipartisan way.
Good. We have time for a few more questions. Our next speaker's running just a little bit late, so we can go down here.
Thank you. My question is to Congressman Price. Congressman Rowe, appreciate your bill ideas as well, but you mentioned that you don't want to be bogged down in questions of Medicaid, for instance, and your bill does include that, so I'm going to ask you a question. Because prior to or leading up to Obamacare, we were already very close to where over 50% of the country already has government paying for their health care. We know that half the babies in the country are paid for by Medicaid. So I think that is very important to discuss this elephant in the room, and perhaps even sooner than getting to the point where we can reform Obamacare. So what my question is in your legislation, you're giving these Medicaid and S-CHIP beneficiaries a voucher to purchase a private plan, which I think is an absolutely excellent idea, and there are many others that agree with me, including Dr. Ben Carson. What I'm wondering is why are you putting it in the middle of another plan? Is there a strategy behind it being here and not outside as a self organism so that we can have something to go to media with and to have a national discussion during these 3 years of waiting to get to the opportunity to repeal Obamacare? If the answer is, well, we just wanted it this way, is there anyone else of your colleagues, because someone mentioned that there are 150 bills running around there on health care, or any one of them specifically and only looking at this particular area?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and we've peeled off a number of different pieces of 2300 in individual separate bills. 2300 does a lot more than I talked about, and you pointed out the ones that provide for individuals to utilize and to have states have the flexibility to utilize the resources that they have for Medicaid to provide individuals an opportunity to buy something that they would want, as opposed to be stuck in the Medicaid system that they currently are. Right now, that's against the law. Exactly right. Exactly right. And it's a good point. I'll go back. I don't know that anybody has that specific piece of legislation that we included in ours as it relates to Medicaid, but we'll revisit whether or not that's something that we ought to peel off. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Let me give you a real world example. I just left the emergency room the other day at my local medical center. We had 6 urologists in Johnson City, and 2 of them said, I'm out of here. I can't afford to put $250,000 in electronic health record at this point in my life. I'm retiring. So they retired. They all took Medicaid in town. Every single urologist did. They shared the load among all of them. What happened was, when those 2 urologists quit, they had so many other patients to see, they couldn't see them. I mean, they're lined up, people waiting months to get in. And so what do? They stopped taking Medicaid. So now what happens is, to get a urologist to see you, and you go to the emergency room, you have to get admitted to the hospital. To keep your privileges in the hospital, we have to see anybody who comes in. So stuff that would get treated as an outpatient now is admitted to a much more expensive, or it has to go 100 miles to Knoxville to get seen. Now, that's what's happening right now in reform. What Tom is talking about is that and I agree with this, we shouldn't have a different system for our lower income people. They should have a health insurance plan like I have. And I absolutely agree with what he's doing. We just didn't include it in our bill. So
In
that's
terms
the
of
part about
strategy,
access.
though, it's a great wedge issue because we know that Medicaid is draining the state budgets. It's just a great wedge issue for us to make the case to the American people that government just didn't show up a couple of years ago in Obamacare. It's been moving toward a one-payer system for a long time.
Okay. Well, example in my state, Tennessee, they are estimating this year that we take $192 million new dollars in. Our governor elected not to expand it. He wanted to have a plan where you could use price, so we didn't expand Medicaid. This next fiscal year, we expect just current Medicaid to take up $175 million of those dollars. So there are no more dollars for higher education for K through 12, $17 million in a $30 billion budget. The Medicaid currently is taking up all the new dollars. So we have to reform it.
I would just underscore, too, that it's really a quality issue. I mean, this administration, it's a wonderful opportunity to contrast the different visions. This administration just says, well, we'll give everyone coverage. You can just enroll on Medicaid. Well, that's not the solution that we have. We want, as I think Congressman Dr. Rose said beautifully, we want low-income people should have the same access that the rest of us have. Why should they be cast aside to a lower-level quality care program? And I think it's really important to be able to expose that difference. You can have Medicaid, but as many of the beneficiaries themselves say them on their own, it's a card with no access behind it.
And that's really one of the reasons that so many states are resisting expanding Medicaid, because they know that without increasing the supply of physicians and hospitals, that you're going to wind up simply putting more people in waiting lines. The governors want to reform Medicaid so that the people on this program have the dignity of being able to see private physicians and being able to have private coverage and not be relegated to long waiting lines and having forced into wait for 5 or 6 hours in a hospital emergency room just to see a physician. I know you know that, Star.
Right here.
A blind man I know put it really well. He said, I just want to be treated like everybody else.
Right.
My question addresses enforcement for either of your bills. Are you including in there anywhere for the patient's ability to read their files routinely and correct misinformation because it's now going to track? Addressing cases like Sanofi where they go after the drug company, are you going to start to go after the doctors immediately too that participate in taking the drugs for free? And then there's the security of patient info. A Target ID that's stolen is worth like 59 cents. A medical ID that's stolen is worth like $77.
The transparency that we have stipulates that individuals own their own health records, so that and that they control them, so they would have complete access to them. We haven't gotten down that's more a rulemaking specific regulation that would need to be put in place. But we've gotten we're decades away from when patients actually knew that they had the opportunity and privilege and right to control their own records. We've gone a long way down the wrong road, and it's going to take time to get that back. But you're spot on. Sure.
I'm reformed media. I actually write for myself now and say what I want to say. Stop quoting the New York Times from the committee hearing rooms, and whatever you say gets to the exact same place the New York Times gets to. Anything you put out travels the world at the exact same speed. So talk about your own stuff.
Thanks.
Time for one more, right here.
Asking you to extrapolate into the future. I have a son who currently is in medical school. How do you see this additional government intrusion into medicine? How do you think that is going to affect his life?
You know, last week or 2 weeks ago, I went to, we have a medical school in Johnson City. I was privileged to be on the clinical faculty for 30 years, almost 30 years, till I came to Congress, and I spoke to pre-med students and to medical students. And if I were back a young man now deciding, am I going to be a congressman, am I going to go back to the operating room, that's an easy decision. I go back to the operating room. Taking care of patients is still a fun, fulfilling thing to do. There are a couple of issues out there. I'm the son of a factory worker. My dad made shoe heels at a B.F. Goodrich plant in Clarksville, Tennessee. I was able to go to college and medical. My dad wasn't interested in one of these 6-year undergraduate programs. He was interested in me getting on out. So I went to college and medical school in 7 years and graduated with no debt. Young doctors now, and I didn't live large. I got to tell you, I ate a lot of chicken and a lot of stuff. I didn't live large, but I graduated with. Didn't realize I was eating good then. That's all I could afford. Young doctors now are facing a different climate than Wanakee. You're not going to be able to go like I did and hang your shingle out, and build a practice and take care of the same patients for 30 years. Insurance companies move them around, and you lose some of that loyalty, but you lose that physician-patient relationship. And I can tell you that is paramount. Some of the things I had to do to people, the cancer surgeries I did and so forth, it requires an unendearing trust to be able to go do what I had to do to people. And I would tell your son, you let Dr. Tom Price and me worry about that. Let that young man be the best doctor he can be right now. That's what I would tell him to do.
Folks going into, folks going in, I encourage anybody who has any interest to go into medicine to go into medicine. There is nothing more noble than caring for one's fellow man. There's nothing more gratifying, there's nothing more incredibly fulfilling, as Phil said, than taking care of people. So if your son, I'm sure, is going into medicine for all the right reasons, and he will be fulfilled because of that. Now, remember, this is a dynamic process. This isn't a static process. He'll practice probably 30 or 40 years, hopefully, God willing, and the creek don't rise. We are not living right now in the system that we'll have, I suspect, in 3 to 5 years, let alone 10, 20 years down the line. The technological capabilities of curing disease, of helping people, we're on the cusp of incredible innovation in the area of just curing disease. That astounding when you think about it. He's going to have the opportunity to be involved in that process. So I would encourage him to stay the course. And another positive note: I talk to medical students all across this country. And medical students, as you might imagine, cover the ideological spectrum. Many of them, at their age, start over on the left. They'll get to the right place as soon as they get out and recognize that again, it ought to be patients and families and doctors making medical decisions. When you ask them that question, medical students, regardless of their ideology politically, when you ask them, who do you think ought to be able to make the decision about your patient, how you care for your patient? Should it be you or should it be the government? They all answer correctly, regardless of where they are politically. That once they recognize that, in fact, there is really an affront on the practice of medicine, the ability for him or her to care for their patients, will be in the right spot.
And I think also the fact that there are about 20 physicians now in Congress that are making policy, they can't say this, but their colleagues really do look to them for leadership and what ought to be done. And the fact that they both have legislation out there is very important. I would tell your son to hang on, because things are going to change. The American people now get it. They want to be in charge. They want their doctors to be making decisions. I think the future can potentially be hugely bright. But thank you all for coming, because I think your voices are really important in helping people understand the changes that have to be made to get to that right kind of bright future in our health sector.
One antidote for your son. You can tell him, in the 30-something years I practiced, I took care of some of the sickest people you could possibly imagine, never took a Tums or Maalox. 6 months after coming to this place, I'm on a Prilosec every day. So
thank you. Please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you all for your commitment to this. Okay, folks, we're going to go right into our next speaker, and thank you. Please welcome Mike Needham back to the stage to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you all very much. Over the last several years, we've seen crystal clear examples of what works and what doesn't work in America's energy sector. On the one hand, the private sector has offered inspiring examples of creativity with hydraulic fracturing and horizontal drilling, expanding energy supplies, putting downward pressure on prices, and creating jobs and growth. On the other hand, unnecessary federal regulations have artificially driven up the cost of energy, slowed development on federal lands, and impacted the private sector's ability to innovate and meet new challenges to provide Americans with affordable energy. Now, at the start of today's event, I mentioned that the only way to win conservative policy victories would be to win elections by inspiring millions of Americans with bold policy ideas aimed at changing the broken status quo in Washington. Washington, D.C. is not broken. It is a finely tuned machine aimed at expanding federal power and using it to reward those who are politically well-connected. The only way to change that status quo is to inspire Americans across the country to get involved and demand control of their government. Nobody has done more sooner to advance this agenda than our next speaker. 3 words summarize his first year in office: make D.C. listen. And whether it's been fighting a bipartisan gun control agenda, the imperial presidency of Barack Obama, or doing everything possible to stop Obamacare before it disrupted our nation's healthcare system, Ted Cruz has been the leading conservative reform movement for the last year. Ladies and gentlemen, here to talk about the America Energy Renaissance Act, please join me in welcoming a great American senator, Ted Cruz.
Thank you very much, Mike. Good afternoon. It's great to join you. I just got off a plane coming in from Texas. Exactly. I got to tell you, yesterday it was 70 degrees back in Houston. I took my girls out to the park. I get out here, and it is freezing. I mean, it is really cold. I have to admit, I was surprised. Al Gore told us this wouldn't happen. Look, it is so cold, I actually saw a Democrat with his hands in his own pockets. Now that's cold. Mike mentioned the disconnect there is in Washington. The disconnect between career politicians in both parties and the American people. The most common frustration you hear all across the state of Texas and all across the country is that politicians in Washington, they aren't listening to us. And this cuts across party lines. This is true of Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Libertarians. Americans are frustrated because their priorities are not the priorities of Washington. If you get outside the Beltway, the number one priority of Americans is jobs and economic growth. State of Texas, doesn't matter where in the state you are. You can be in East Texas, West Texas, you can be up in the Panhandle or down in the Rio Grande Valley. Over and over again, when you ask Texans, when you ask Americans, what's your top priority, the answer over and over again is restoring jobs, restoring economic growth. And yet I've got to tell you, in the 13 months that I've served in the Senate, we have spent virtually zero time even talking about growth. In Harry Reid's Senate, jobs and economic growth don't even make it onto the agenda. We spent 6 weeks talking about guns and the president's agenda to restrict the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens, and virtually no time talking about fundamental tax reform, about regulatory reform, about reducing the barriers coming from Washington that are making it harder and harder for people who are struggling to achieve the American dream. Today, what I want to talk to you about is one specific avenue we can pursue to restore growth. It is truly, I believe, a providential blessing that at a time where we've had 5 years of stagnant growth, at a time when we've got the lowest labor force participation in this country since 1978, we are also seeing the beginning of a revolution in energy. We are seeing extraordinary developments in energy that are opening up resources that 5 or 10 years ago would have been unimaginable. That, as I said, is a providential blessing. We are seeing the beginning of an American energy renaissance. And if the federal government doesn't get in the way and mess it up, that has the potential to transform the situation for so many people who are struggling. Take a look at a state like North Dakota. The president has told us he wants to raise the minimum wage to $10.10 an hour. Now, what he doesn't confront is that the real Obama minimum wage is $0. Because that's what everyone who has lost their jobs under the crushing taxes and crushing regulations is getting right now, is $0 with the Obama minimum wage. If you look at North Dakota, the average hourly wage in the oil and gas industry in North Dakota is $45.90 an hour. I'm a lot more interested in generating lots of jobs at those wage levels where people can provide for their family than in continuing the path where more and more people who are struggling lose their jobs. In North Dakota, which is experiencing a boom because of shale gas and oil, the unemployment rate is 2.6%. In North Dakota, does anyone know the hourly pay for a cashier at Walmart? $17.50. In North Dakota, McDonald's is offering a $300 signing bonus because people can make so much money in the oil fields that it's hard to get people to flip burgers. That's the potential of growth. And I got to tell you, it's happening in my home state of Texas as well. The Dallas Morning News reported last year that, quote, in West Texas, the flood of money and workers into the region is impossible to miss. Increased oil revenue is turning around poorer school districts. A high school graduate can earn more than $80,000 driving trucks. From 2001 to 2012, the number of Texas upper middle income jobs grew 24.2%. Now think about that for a second. A high school graduate making $80,000 a year driving trucks, those are the sorts of jobs that we want to see expanded, bringing back working class jobs, blue collar jobs where people can earn a living, provide for their family. That was the backbone of the American middle class. Those are the jobs that have been decimated under the Obama economy. And you know, we're seeing that as well in Pennsylvania and parts of Ohio as they're taking advantage of the Marcellus Shale. And you know, even so, it is striking. If you look at the Marcellus Shale, the shale doesn't end at the border between Pennsylvania and New York, but the jobs do. The jobs end because in New York, they don't allow fracking. And so New Yorkers apparently, according to their political leadership, don't want jobs because they prohibited the ability to develop. And so if you go south to Pennsylvania, you're seeing this kind of economic opportunity, and the arbitrary line carved in the ground shows the impact of misguided government policies. Now, there is one thing and only one thing that can stop us from achieving the full potential of this energy renaissance, and that is the government. Let me tell you a story. It's a story about a modern pioneer. Some might call him a modern-day Hank Rearden. It's a fellow named George Mitchell. Now, if you listen to the President's State of the Union address a couple of years ago, you might think President Obama invented fracking. But let me suggest that the credit for the technological developments far more properly belongs with George Mitchell. Here's what The Economist magazine described George Mitchell as. Mitchell was the embodiment of the American dream. His father was a poor Greek immigrant, a goat herd who later ran a shoe shine shop in Galveston, Texas. Mr. Mitchell had to work his way through university and graduated at the top of his class. He was also the embodiment of the entrepreneurial spirit. He did not discover shale oil and gas. Geological surveys had revealed them decades before he started. He did not even invent fracking. It had been in use since the 1940s, but few great entrepreneurs invent something entirely new. His greatness lay in a combination of vision and grit. He was convinced that technology could unlock the vast reserves of energy in the Barnett Shale beneath Dallas and Fort Worth. And he kept grappling with the unforgiving rock until it eventually surrendered its riches. Now, the point I want to make, economic growth, the energy revolution, didn't come from the U.S. Department of Energy. It didn't come from any government agency. It didn't come from a grant program picking, this is how we're going to transform energy. It didn't even come, with all due respect to our wonderful hosts, from a think tank in Washington. It came from entrepreneurs putting capital at risk and meeting a need. And let me note that where it occurred was not accidental. It occurred in my home state of Texas. There are very few states in the Union that would have allowed the experimentation, would have allowed Mitchell to go. The Barnett Shale is not some distant formation out in the countryside. It is right underneath Dallas and Fort Worth, major cities. You know, California is blessed to have significant shale formations. They're not developing them. Had Mitchell been in California, had California's regulatory system been the only regulatory system we have, there's no way Mitchell would have succeeded. Because there's no way he would have been allowed to try and develop the technology. Think for a moment what we are able to do now to drill down miles into the ground, turn and drill miles horizontally, and extract resources. You want to talk about technology. You want to talk about unbelievably difficult engineering feats. Can you imagine trying to do the same thing under San Francisco? Couldn't have happened. That is the story of America. This government is fond of picking winners and losers, or to be more fair, is fond of picking losers. It seems this administration would like to see a whole lot more Solyndras and a whole lot fewer George Mitchells. What an incredible opportunity we have right now. But we can't fall victim to what Hayek called the fatal conceit. We cannot believe that government invents, creates, or produces. It doesn't. What it often does is it stifles invention, stifles creativity, stifles production. The only thing that can stop this great energy renaissance is the government getting in the way. And I will note, particularly with this administration, it's been doing that more and more. Right now, federal land contains 43% of the nation's oil reserves and 28% of the nation's natural gas reserves. But significant portions of that land are not available for development. The number of new leases has fallen by 42%, from 9,661 to 5,568 between the Bush and Obama administrations. Now, you may be confused because if you saw the President's State of the Union address, he proudly took credit for expanding oil and gas production. What he didn't mention is that it's expanding on private lands, not on government lands, on private lands. The U.S. has approved 37% fewer new drilling permits under the Obama administration than under the Bush administration. Now, presidents going back to Richard Nixon have given speeches calling for energy independence. It doesn't take a geopolitical expert. It doesn't take the renowned insight of a Henry Kissinger to realize that our nation being dependent on foreign nations for energy, many of whose interests are very different than our own, is profoundly dangerous. And as a result of the innovation, as a result of the technological advances we have right now, we're seeing jobs, we are seeing incomes rising, we are seeing less and less dependence on foreign oil, we are seeing the environment improve in unprecedented levels based on the expansion of natural gas that is reducing emissions. You know, it's interesting, our office put together a map of counties across America, color-coded as to whether median income has gone up or gone down. That map looks like it could be a geological map of shale formations in this country. Because you can see median income going up in and around the Bakken, down around the Barnett, the Marcellus, at the Eagle Ford Shale, and one other notable exception, Washington, D.C. The rest of the country, sadly, has seen median incomes go down. We should be lessening the barriers for incomes to go up everywhere, for every American. You know, just recently, President Obama's former Secretary of Energy, and I would note that under prior administrations, it was the U.S. Secretary of Energy, but our president is fond of saying it is my Secretary of Energy. So his Secretary of Energy recently observed that the delay with the Keystone Pipeline is not scientific, it's political. There have been 5 environmental reviews, each of which has concluded the Keystone Pipeline does not raise significant environmental concerns. And yet, it has not gone forward because this administration continues to block it. Tens of thousands of high-paying jobs, literally with a stroke of a pen, the private sector could be allowed to create. But this administration is not stroking that pen. But here's the point. As much as we need to approve the Keystone Pipeline, we need to think far broader than that. We need to do far more. In coming weeks, I will be introducing a bill, the American Energy Renaissance Act, that is designed to do 2 significant things. Number one, to prevent the federal government from stopping the energy renaissance that is blossoming across the country. And number 2, to expand the lands, the resources that are available for the private sector to develop so that we can answer what the American people are asking for, which is jobs and economic growth. This opportunity is right in front of us if the federal government will simply listen to the American people. Now, what are the elements of this bill? I'll give you the elements at broad level, and I'll tell you in coming weeks we are continuing to receive input from multiple players as we design the exact pieces, but here are the broad strokes. Number one, preventing federal regulation of hydraulic fracturing. Fracking, a technology that has been in use for over 60 years, is what, in combination with horizontal drilling, has opened up resources that were unimaginable. There is no reason for the federal government to get in the way of fracking. And if the federal government did so, the harm to the economy, the harm to the number of people who could otherwise have good jobs would be staggering. The states care every bit as much about having clean water and clean air. But we are seeing states that are able to ensure clean water and clean air with responsible fracking, and at the same time not impede the development of our resources. Number two, improve domestic refining capacity. Streamline the process for upgrading and building new refineries. You know, we haven't built a new large refinery in the United States since 1977. That's got to change. Number three, allow and approve the Keystone Pipeline. And remove the barriers for approving additional pipelines. There is no reason for this bureaucratic mess in Washington. No reason whatsoever. And I would note, a pipeline, building the Keystone Pipeline ought to be a no-brainer. In the Senate, there is a large bipartisan majority, Republicans and Democrats who agree we should build this pipeline. It's a no-brainer from the perspective of jobs. It's a no-brainer from the perspective of national security. It's a no-brainer from the perspective of tax revenues. And it is even a no-brainer from the perspective of the environment. Indeed, I will suggest, if you are a Birkenstock-wearing, tree-hugging, Greenpeace activist, you should love the Keystone Pipeline. You should love the Keystone Pipeline because, number one, the Keystone Pipeline is not built. It means we will continue to rely more and more on overseas oil, and as long as there are oil on tankers, there will be spills. By any measure, transporting oil on a pipeline is far safer for the environment, far more controllable than overseas tankers. And number two, if the pipeline is not built north-south, it will be built. It'll just go east-west instead. The Canadians are not going to leave the tar sands unmolested. And if it goes east-west, they'll send it to China to be refined there. And it will be refined in a much, much dirtier way. So if your concern is the environment, the last thing you want to do is send that oil to China to be refined there, which will do far more damage to the environment than refining it in the U.S. where it would generate good, high-paying jobs and benefit the environment. Number four, stop EPA overreach and the war on coal. You know, we are blessed to have enormous coal resources in this country. And yet, the last 5 years, we have seen an all-out war on coal. When I visit with those working in the oil and gas industry, I tell them quite frequently, you guys are the second most despised industry in the country in this administration. Only coal exceeds it. In 2008, President Obama was quite candid. He said you can open a new coal plant and it'll bankrupt you. And we have seen hundreds of coal units across this country shut down. You know, I have to tell you, some time ago I was in southern Illinois visiting coal workers, visiting people working in coal, and one after the other came up and shook my hand. And the look on their faces as they realized their government has declared a war on their lifestyle. The look of just hopelessness and despair. Generations of families who provided for their families, for their kids, working in coal up and down the Appalachia. Now, these are not the favored classes this administration likes. These are not titans of Wall Street. These are not CEOs flying on corporate jets. They do very well under the Obama administration. The top 1% of our economy, the millionaires and billionaires the president loves to demagogue, right now earn a higher share of our national income than any time since 1928. The people who have been hurt by the Obama economy are the people who are struggling. They're young people, they're Hispanics, they're African Americans, they're single moms. They're people working in coal country. who for generations have been able to provide for their families, and they're seeing their jobs go away as the administration tries to shut it down. That doesn't make any sense. Number 5, we need to force Congress and the President to vote on EPA regulations that kill jobs. The EPA is issuing a new regulation that's going to take away jobs. Let members of Congress sign off on it. Let members of Congress go home to their districts and say, I voted to eliminate your job. Part of the reason we see this out-of-control regulatory state is that Congress has outsourced its responsibilities, has handed it to unaccountable regulators who don't actually have to see the American people. Our constitutional system is based on accountability. If Congress has to cast a vote before putting in place regulations that kill jobs, I suspect we will see a little bit more focus on what the American people care about, which is economic growth and jobs. Number 6, proactively. So the first 5 that I laid out were preventing the federal government from stopping the American energy renaissance. The next are proactively expanding it. Broaden energy development on federal land. Provide states the option of leasing, permitting, or regulating energy resources on federal lands. There are states that are eager to see the kind of job production we're seeing in North Dakota, we're seeing in Texas. I suspect there are other states that would be very happy to see high-paying jobs come to their states, would be very happy to see welfare rolls dropping down because people are getting jobs and providing for their families, would be very happy to see local school districts' tax revenues going up because people are providing jobs, getting jobs, and providing for their families. And yet the federal government is not opening up those lands for development. The states can do a far better job of that. Among other things, we should expand energy development on Indian lands. There are considerable natural resources on Indian lands. Many Native Americans, tragically, live in crushing poverty. And the resources are right there to improve their standard of living. And it is only the federal government that is keeping them in that condition of poverty. We ought to allow Native American tribes to develop the resources on their own lands. Number 7, we need to open up offshore exploration. Expand the offshore areas of the outer continental shelf that are available for development. And streamlining the permitting. We have enormous resources that we're simply not accessing. And we're actually sitting by and letting other nations develop those resources instead. Doesn't make any sense. Number 8, we need to expand U.S. energy exports. We need to expand liquid natural gas exports. We're producing natural gas at incredible levels, and yet the bureaucratic paperwork to export LNG has been mind-numbingly slow. We ought to open it up, which also gives incentives for developing more resources here, but also gives the ability to expand trade and commerce across the globe. We need to end the crude oil export ban. Right now, exporting crude oil is prohibited, and that is a relic from ages where our supply of crude oil was viewed as quite limited. We are now developing crude at an extraordinary level, and unfortunately, there's a mismatch because most of our refineries in the U.S. are designed to refine heavy crude from nations like Saudi Arabia. And so the sweet light crude being developed here, our own refineries have limited capacity to refine. And we also should reduce the regulatory barriers to exporting coal. With all of those, with producing our natural resources, if we expand the markets they can go, that generates more and more high-paying jobs. And let me note something. The jobs that we're seeing in this energy renaissance are not just oil and gas jobs. They wouldn't just be coal jobs if we ended the war on coal from this administration. They are jobs across a host of industries, like heavy manufacturing, where we're seeing more and more heavy manufacturing come back to the United States. Industries like the steel industry that have been beleaguered. For generations, we had hardworking Americans, union members, going to work in heavy manufacturing, providing for their kids, and we've seen their jobs drying up as the working class in this country has been left out of federal government priorities. We're seeing those heavy manufacturing jobs come back, and we're able to compete with nations like China, not based on low-cost labor. None of us want to compete with China based on low-cost labor, but competing instead based on low-cost energy, based on the abundant natural resources that God has given this country that are here and available if the federal government simply will allow private initiative to develop those resources. And finally, I would note, preventing Washington from stopping the American energy renaissance has enormous benefits, will produce millions of high-paying jobs across this country, and also will generate significant additional revenues to Washington. And the final element in this bill is that the additional revenues coming in will be dedicated in a trust fund to paying down our crushing national debt. 5 years ago, our national debt was $10 trillion. Today, it is over $17 trillion. It has grown some 60% in just 5 years. It took 43 presidents over 200 years to build $10 trillion in debt. One president in 5 years to grow it over 60%. What we're doing to our kids and grandkids is wrong, and by having a trust fund dedicated that these additional revenues will go directly to paying down debt, we can start exercising some basic responsibility. You know, our parents didn't do that to us. They didn't give us a crushing debt we couldn't escape from. How can we possibly be content to do it to our kids and to their kids? Now, I will note, money in Washington, trust funds in Washington, have a way of being fungible. But the advantage of dedicating this revenue is it increases the political price of politicians raiding the kitty. Doesn't mean they won't have the instinct to raid the kitty. But it does mean that any politician who tries will face accountability going home of his or her constituents saying, why are you spending money in the trust fund to free us from our debt on your own spending project instead? This is a combination that makes enormous sense for our country. And I want to close with this. I've said many times that where we are today is eerily similar to the late 1970s. We are seeing the same failed economic policies from Washington we saw under the Jimmy Carter administration, out-of-control spending and taxes and regulation. And we're seeing the exact same economic stagnation and malaise as a result. Just this afternoon, I reread President Carter's speech on energy. Because I am a glutton for punishment. It really was striking. He compared the energy crisis of the 70s to, quote, the moral equivalent of war. And he told the country, we are running out of oil and gas. By the mid-1980s, it'll be gone. It's really worth rereading. It is a speech where he tells the American people, I am calling on all of you to sacrifice And listen, anytime a politician calls on you to sacrifice, grab your wallet. For some reason, the sacrifice never seems to hit the rarefied air in Washington. And sacrifice just thickens the government while the rest of the American people hurt. It's worth rereading Carter's speech, because I'm pretty sure every single word in the entire speech is wrong, including and "thee." But what's striking is how much of our energy policy is still stuck back in the 1970s. It's like that TV show with Ashton Kutcher, that 70s show. That is the current federal government's approach to energy. We still have antiquated bans on exporting crude, restrictions on LNG. We have antiquated rules on building pipelines that enable a president who's being irresponsible to arbitrarily stand in the way, to behave, as his energy secretary said, politically, to stop those tens of thousands of, I might note, union jobs that are not being created because the president doesn't want them created. The rules and restrictions we have are for a different time, for a different era. We can, by simply allowing entrepreneurs, allowing the private sector to do what it does best, we can continue this incredible energy renaissance. And that, I would suggest, is in everyone's interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Cruz. I can promise you that big ideas come from Texas. I know our next speaker is going to, for those of you who are leaving, if you could try to do so quietly, I think that this next subject is one of the most critical that we're going to address today. So please try to keep the noise down. All Americans know we must ensure a roof is over the head of all of our citizens. Yet since the 1930s, the federal government has actively distorted housing markets, particularly through the operation of Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and the Federal Housing Administration. Currently, taxpayers are responsible for more than $4 trillion in Fannie and Freddie's mortgages and mortgage-backed securities. Yet despite the heavy involvement of the federal government, home ownership rates have barely risen over the last decades. In 1968, the U.S. home ownership rate stood at 63.9%. The most recent data have it at 65%. Heritage strongly believes Congress should wind down Fannie and Freddie in the next 5 years by repealing the firm's federal charters. Both entities distort the market by issuing mortgage-backed securities with subsidized government guarantees that the mortgages will be repaid. Now, over the last 10 years, nobody has been a better friend of the American people in Congress than Congressman Jeb Hensarling. We live in a time where millions of Americans feel unheard in Washington, D.C. 33,000 lobbyists conspire to make Washington, D.C. the city where bold ideas go to die. Those can afford to hire a team of lobbyists get taken care of on Capitol Hill with tax loopholes, regular relief, and special spending projects. Jeb Hensarling has fought for all Americans during his career in Congress, and as chairman of the House Financial Services Committee, has worked tirelessly to promote bold policies. Jeb's committee has jurisdiction over both Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and I look forward to hearing his remarks on the Protecting Taxpayer and Homeowners Act, the PATH Act. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Congressman Jeb Hensarling.
Mike, thanks for the kind introduction, but I must admit, I'm sitting here following Senator Ted Cruz to something called a Conservative Policy Forum. Who did I upset at Heritage Action? And I was hoping that the senator wasn't having a flashback and thinking this was the Senate floor and was going to speak for a full 21 hours. And I'm glad there's still 3 of you left in the room to hear me. One, I want to thank first the Heritage Foundation for preserving what we all know President Reagan called the last best hope of man on earth. And it's not just enough to celebrate our heritage of freedom and opportunity. We have to act on that heritage, and thus was born Heritage Action. And I want to thank them for their good work on helping be at the tip of the spear to keep our valuable American exceptionalism alive. Now, personally, I've been speaking about housing finance for quite some time in my congressional career. And it's recently been a hot topic in Washington. What I did not know is that all of a sudden it has gone global. Now, just in case you missed this little news item, just the other day, I read that based upon our success in the United States, Nigeria is now setting up its own version of Fannie Mae. I'm not making this up. Doesn't Nigeria have enough problems already? I want you to know I'm not an investment advisor, but personally, if I get one of these strange emails from somebody in Nigeria wanting to bring me in on a great real estate deal backed up by their Fannie Mae, I'm personally going to pass it up. Maybe it's just me. You can do what you want. I'm going to take a pass. I have been concerned about housing finance reform, not simply because I am a policy wonk about housing. It's because I care passionately about freedom and opportunity, as do most of you in this room. And the simple truth is America cannot have a healthy economy unless we have both a healthy and sustainable housing finance system. Regrettably, that is not where we find ourselves today in America. We do not have a healthy and sustainable housing finance system because we lack both freedom and opportunity. So where are we today in America? Today, hardworking taxpayers have been forced to engage in the mother of all taxpayer bailouts, nearly $200 billion to bail out Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. That is unconscionable. Today, taxpayers remain on the hook for more than $5 trillion with a T, in mortgage guarantees, roughly one-third the size of our entire economy, weighing in at roughly $42,000 per American household. Ladies and gentlemen, that is unfathomable. And today, because of the Dodd-Frank Act, think of the Obamacare for credit markets, Washington elites decide who can qualify for a mortgage and who cannot. That is unfair. Changing this unsustainable, unconscionable, and unfair system is why the House Financial Services Committee, that I have the privilege of chairing, has recently approved the Protecting American Taxpayers and Homeowners Act, known as the PATH Act. Instead of a system dominated by government control of the housing finance market, the PATH Act offers an alternative vision, one where housing finance system principally relies upon private capital and market discipline. The PATH Act includes 4 fundamental goals essential to the development of any free competitive market. First, it clearly defines and limits the role of the state. Second, it removes artificial barriers to private capital in order to attract investment and encourage innovation. Third, it provides market participants with clear, transparent, and enforceable rules. And fourth, it empowers consumers with more options, with more informed choices, so that they, not Washington bureaucrats, can decide which mortgage products best meet their needs. It begins by ending once and for all the failed reign of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, the government-sponsored enterprises that were at the epicenter of the financial crisis. The PATH Act phases out both of these failed taxpayer-backed corporations over a period of 5 to 7 years. Additionally, it will repeal their misguided affordable housing goals. We all know that affordable housing is not spelled G-S-E, it is spelled J-O-B, and regrettably, jobs are in short supply under this administration. Now, much has been said by the critics of the PATH Act about the so-called need to have Fannie or Freddie or their equivalent in our housing finance system. We should begin by knowing that the U.S. is practically alone in the entire modern industrialized world in having government-sponsored enterprises directly guarantee mortgage securities. The U.S. is also practically alone in the level of direct government subsidy and intervention into our housing market. And guess what? We were also practically alone in the level of turmoil in our housing markets as measured by foreclosures and delinquencies. Ladies and gentlemen, I posit to you there is clearly a direct causal link. By almost any measure, Fannie and Freddie have not propelled the United States to housing finance nirvana. Again, when compared to other modern industrialized nations, whether we look at rates of home ownership or whether we look at spreads between mortgage interest rates and sovereign debt, the U.S. can usually be found somewhere around the middle or the bottom of the pack. Again, regrettably, there is one unfortunate category where the United States is clearly led, and you guessed it, that is foreclosure rates. Only in America can you find a government that subsidizes more so that we, the people, get less. But we do not have to look overseas to see a well-functioning housing market without government-sponsored enterprises. Indeed, we don't have to look any further than our own jumbo market that has successfully operated without them. Prior to the housing bust, the jumbo market was approximately 20% of the total housing market. And in that market, we found capital. In that market, we found liquidity. We found competition. We found the 30-year fixed mortgage. We found consumer choice. We found innovation, all right here in America. And all of that was delivered for about 25 basis points, or just 1/4% interest differential from what was provided by the government-sponsored enterprises. I would say a modest amount in order to avoid taxpayer bailouts, government control, and economic catastrophe. And by the way, whatever modest interest rate buy-down the GSEs delivered to home buyers, it was clearly offset by some extent by artificially driving up the cost of housing, helping inflate a housing bubble. So in other words, it is not self-evident that the GSEs ever made the home buyer any better off. Now, I've heard that there are arguments for preserving the GSEs, and those arguments are that they are standard bearers through their underwriting purchase requirements, that they serve as loan aggregators for small lenders by purchasing loans through their cash window, and that they provide a conduit for smaller originators to access mortgage investors through the issuance of mortgage-backed securities. And I do believe that these are functions that are indeed helpful to our marketplace. Thus, the PATH Act ushers in a new system of private housing finance that separates out these functions, providing clear and transparent disclosure of mortgage data, giving certainty to contracts and their enforceability, and creating an open-end access utility for mortgage-backed security issuance that is decoupled from the holding of long-term mortgage risk. The PATH Act also reforms the Federal Housing Administration, the FHA, because you will not have true housing reform without it. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, you're simply pushing in on one end of the failed balloon only to have it bulge out on the other. With the PATH Act, the FHA will finally have a clear, defined, and limited mission, the one that people traditionally associate with the Federal Housing Administration, and that is helping first-time and low to moderate income families while also preserving a counter-cyclical role. The PATH Act, importantly, takes the FHA out of HUD and sets it up as its own autonomous, standalone agency with the tools and flexibility it needs to fulfill its mission in a financially sound, less politicized manner. Now more than ever, these reforms of the Federal Housing Administration are critical. Just last September, the FHA became the latest recipient of a taxpayer-funded bailout, the first in the FHA's 79-year history, and I believe, without the PATH Act, unfortunately, I doubt it will be FHA's last. It's a bailout that adds $1.7 billion to our national debt, which I agree with our former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Mike Mullen, is the single greatest existential threat facing our nation today. If any of you have ever attended or watched proceedings of the House Financial Services Committee, of which I chair, you will see us run in real time a continuous display of the national debt clock. It serves as a constant and sobering reminder of the threat. It is something that must loom large over every issue that we debate in the committee room and indeed on Capitol Hill. Our national debt under President Obama is unsustainable, unconscionable, and I believe immoral, and it must come to an end. Not only will a bankrupt FHA help no one, a bankrupt America will help no one either. The PATH Act will help put the FHA on the right financial footing so it can fulfill its mission safely and soundly. Now, some critics of the PATH Act have called ending the GSE bailout, putting private capital in the center of housing finance, and right-sizing FHA as, quote-unquote, ideological. I believe what is ideological is being wedded to a status quo which condemns the American people to a never-ending cycle of boom, bust, and bailout. Now, some have asked how the PATH Act will impact the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage that has been the traditional mortgage relied upon by so many. Well, I will tell you, it will continue to exist. The PATH Act will not change that. In fact, the PATH Act, I believe, is the only housing bill before Congress that specifically protects the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. Other bills do not even mention it. The PATH Act is designed to keep mortgage rates low on non-government 30-year fixed-rate mortgages through the creation of a new common securitization utility. This will help level the playing field between big and small financial institutions and help protect consumers by giving them more choices. And I should note that although the PATH Act will preserve the 30-year fixed mortgage, importantly, it will not steer people into the 30-year fixed mortgage. It may be the right product for some, but it is not necessarily the right product for all. The real threat to homeowners and financial institutions alike, again, is the Dodd-Frank Act. Don't take my word for it. Moody's chief economist, Mark Zandi, perhaps one of the most quoted economists of the left, has testified that Dodd-Frank, as written, could increase mortgage interest rates 1 to 4 percentage points. And CoreLogic reports that half of the mortgage loans made just last year would not comply with the Dodd-Frank rules that went into effect just last month. In short, Dodd-Frank Act could cut the number of mortgages in America in half and double the cost of those that remain. And that's why the PATH Act will reverse many of the most harmful regulatory burdens of the Dodd-Frank Act that has been imposed upon consumers and businesses alike. Let me conclude with these thoughts. As our nation charts a path forward on housing reform, many will maintain that we are having a debate between house and no house. I disagree with that framing. I think the real choice is whether or not our generation is going to perpetuate a system that demands more house for us so that our children, in turn, receive less house tomorrow. If so, what an unjust inheritance we leave the next generation. And that's why this debate matters so much. Because when it comes down to it, this really isn't a debate between whether or not we afford the granite countertops or the tile countertops. It's not really a debate about basis points or fixed-term loans, and in many respects, it even transcends the issue of housing finance itself. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about freedom. It is about opportunity. It is about sustainability. It is about keeping faith with our founding fathers and our forefathers so that we leave our children an America where they are bound only by the size of their dreams. And we protect that portion of the American dream for those who work hard and play by the rules and want to have a home that they can actually afford to keep. I thank you, and I thank Heritage Action for the opportunity to talk about the PATH Act today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And while you take a seat at the panel, panel, just to quickly introduce, the bios are in your packets. Our two panel members, Dr. Norbert Michel, who is the Research Fellow in Financial Services here at the Heritage Foundation, and Mark Calabria, Director of Financial Regulation Studies at the Cato Institute. And maybe, Norbert, if I can start with you. A year ago, the Heritage Foundation, our Center for Data Analysis, spent significant time, came out with 4 studies looking at the macroeconomic impacts of shutting down these GSEs. Can you talk about that and what this would do to the economy and housing markets?
Sure. So we've actually just relaunched one of those papers at the Backgrounder that's available outside, I believe, or online at heritage.org. But basically what you see is that the interest rate subsidy, which has been going mostly to the GSEs and not to individuals who buy homes or buy mortgages, is rather small. And if we get rid of it, we get a relatively small impact on the economy in general. And actually, we're actually predicting a lower cost of home ownership. We have less debt, which is in many cases a good thing, a slightly lower monthly down payment, slightly lower home prices in response to the interest rate. And incidentally, I think that's probably one of the reasons that the realtors are so adamant against these sorts of reforms, because they don't want housing prices to drop. That's the quick version. Of course, there's more in the paper.
We do have it outside. Mark, can you talk, going forward, the CFPB is suggesting that lenders look to government entities, such as the Federal Housing Administration, for guidance on underwriting criteria. Does this approach address the problems that contributed to the financial crisis?
It actually reinforces, some of the problems that related to their financial crisis. Let me emphasize a bigger point. When we talk about Fannie Freddie, when we talk about FHA, we're not talking about subsidies for home ownership. We're talking about subsidies for home debt. And there's a very big difference. I find it amazing that before 1960, the majority of homeowners owned their homes free and clear. Think about that. It was actually your house, not the bank's house, not Fannie Mae's house, not somebody else's, but yours. Of course, unless the local government wanted to take it away from you, which is a whole other problem. But that said, one of the problems before the crisis was the government really put its thumb on the scales in a very big way that drove mortgages to the government. And you're seeing this reinforced by Dodd-Frank, and most particularly the CFPB rules that exempts Fannie and Freddie and FHA. And this also has to do with the QRM, the Qualified Residential Mortgage Retention Rules, which are slightly different than the QRM rules. But all of these rules come together and really do push the incentive for lenders to sell their mortgages to the government rather than retaining themselves. And at the end of the day, part of the problem is that we've set up a system where it's very difficult to deny loans. It's also very difficult to foreclose loans, and it's also very difficult to charge to cover that risk. And that the only way someone's really going to take that is if the taxpayer is ultimately on the hook. So I would emphasize, I think we need to start with Fannie and Freddie and FHA, but our entire system of finance, from CFPB to the Basel Capital Standards, all of these things come together and distort our mortgage finance system in a way that we need to address.
Mr. Chairman, help us understand, coming out of today, what we can do to help you on this. It wasn't just plain problems for Senator Cruz that caused the schedule to be this way. We wanted you to have the people in the audience with iron bladders and commitment to the cause. What can we do going forward?
Fannie and Freddie have been around for quite some time. Fannie dating back to the New Deal. Freddie, I think, coming about in 1970. People who have built a system, our careers based upon government guarantees, are loath to give them up. So the lobbying has been quite strong. And if you believe that ultimately to have a sustainable system of home ownership, to end the system of boom, bust, and bailout, that we need to transition to a competitive marketplace, you have to have your voice be heard. I have been a member of the House Financial Services Committee for 11 years, and I would say those who have attempted to protect Fannie and Freddie and the status quo have presented the strongest lobbying that I have seen in the jurisdiction of that committee, and they're not letting up. And nature abhors a vacuum. Politics abhors a vacuum. So all I can say is to exercise your constitutional right to have your grievances redressed and let your voices be heard. But they need to be heard soon. I am fearful that the window, the opportunity to address this, at least in this Congress, may begin to fade. I need not tell you it's always challenging to get anything done in divided government. And I think history will show us that the closer we get to an election day, it gets even more challenging. There is not too many things I agree with the Obama administration on, but we all know the old adage about a stop clock at least being right twice a day. They are actually right in wanting to end Fannie and Freddie, so there is an opportunity here, I think. But if this doesn't get done, my guess is in the next several months, the window will probably pass. And unfortunately, more debt. Every day that Fannie and Freddie remain is a day they get stronger.
Let's go to the audience for questions. Anybody, Congressman for the panel? Question for the panel or the Congressman? Yes, sir, in the middle.
What's Obama's incentive to end Fannie and Freddie?
You're asking me to psychoanalyze the president? I may be a little uncertain here on what is his. Listen, it's a very valid question. You always want to know what is motivating one to do this. And again, I do have some trepidation in that what I do not want to see is a ruse or a guise to where Fannie and Freddie are essentially put into the Federal Witness Protection Program, given a new name in cosmetic surgery and unleashed on an unsuspecting public. So I assure you that whatever President Obama will sign into law is not going to be identical to the PATH Act. But right now I'm having a tough time envisioning a system that is worse than the one we have, although I'm sure this administration is quite capable of it.
Norbert and Mark, maybe you guys do this professionally. This is what you do for a living. You have a chairman who is leading in a big, bold way on issues. Can you put this in a historical context? How big is this, what Chairman Hensling's proposing to do?
Well, let me start out with a bigger, a picture as broad as I can go on this, which is, to me, Fannie and Freddie were, I think, undeniably part of the financial crisis. They weren't the only cause. There were a lot of other causes, but they were a big part of this. And if we had not had this financial crisis, I don't think we would have had Obamacare. I don't think we would have had this expansion of government we've seen. The chairman mentioned Fannie Mae coming in the New Deal. The New Deal came after the Great Depression. And so the point I want to emphasize is when we have big financial crises, it provides cover for the expansion of government. And if we don't fix the current system, it's going to destroy our mortgage market, it's going to destroy our economy, but it's also going to provide the environment for the next big expansion of government. So if we ever really do want to tame these financial cycles, Fannie and Freddie is the place to start. It's not the place to end, but it's certainly the place to start.
And it's a task that is Herculean, to say the least. We have to remember that there was actually a 1934 act that gave us Fannie Mae, but that act didn't even authorize the creation of a federal agency, much less the ability to go and buy non-governmental insured mortgages. After World War II, continuously after World War II, different presidential administrations have tried to fully privatize the GSE, Fannie Mae and then both GSEs. And we basically haven't been able to eradicate this problem since it started.
Let me emphasize another point. It's very easy if you're just a casual observer to think, well, here are two companies, what's the big deal? So let me first start and put in context. If you add all of the debt together that Fannie and Freddie have issued, it is greater than the entire market capitalization of all 3,000 companies on the NASDAQ. I mean, these aren't just two random little companies. These are two companies that dominate. Our debt is about 16 trillion now. Fannie and Freddie's debt is about 6 trillion. It's quite comparable to the size of the national debt. So you simply can't, in my opinion, care about the deficit and not care about Fannie and Freddie. They are also a big foundation in the bad way in our financial system. Banks are full of Fannie and Freddie debt. The repo markets are full of Fannie and Freddie debt. There really are, and I challenge my friends on the left, if you care about too big to fail and you want to end too big to fail, it has to start with Fannie and Freddie. There is nobody who is more too big to fail than these institutions.
One real quick. One of my colleagues joked that in 2008 he thought to himself, well, we have these two insolvent companies. They're worthless. We just have to get rid of them. How hard can that be? And here we are 5 years later, and virtually nothing has changed. So it's not easy to get this fixed.
Yes, the answer is it's hard.
Diane.
With the arrival of Mr. Watt, what do you think that tells us about the, the administration's real position on housing reform, and what should we expect coming out of him?
I'm supposed to be meeting with my former colleague soon. I'm looking to my trusty staff. I think he has reached out. Listen, I have a lot of respect for Mel Watt. We have not seen eye to eye on many issues. I'm hoping that perhaps from a different perspective than the top row on the Democratic side of the House Financial Services Committee, maybe there will be an epiphany about issues. I don't know that to be true. I will comment less on my former colleague and perhaps comment more on his predecessor, and that is rarely will you find a more astute, finer public servant than Ed DeMarco, who did incredible work. And so without saying anything about Mel Watt, I think it speaks volumes about the administration and replacing Ed DeMarco, who was really, and a lot of the PATH Act, frankly, is codifying into law a lot of the groundbreaking work that he has done as head of the FHFA. So that will be the polite and adroit way I avoid your question.
While we're taking another question, I do want to echo that. I spend somebody who spends a lot of time criticizing government, but Ed DeMarco is a real public servant who does deserve a lot of applause.
Maybe over here on the right in the pink shirt.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. You've done a great job of standing in the flood insurance reform debate for something other than political expediency. So I just want to ask, is that, can you talk about a little bit about the interplay maybe between the housing requirements and the flood insurance program, and maybe if you've learned anything from that debate about how to get the PATH Act over the finish line?
I think Johnny Manziel will go high in the NFL draft. Flood. Clearly a number of my colleagues have legitimate concerns about the pace of reform, sticker shock for a number of their constituents. Here's what I believe. I will not be part of any program, policy, act that hastens the bankruptcy of a program that is already underwater, pun intended. I will not be part of an action to accelerate the bankruptcy of our republic. I will not be part of an action that fundamentally undermines what I viewed at the time as very modest reforms of the National Flood Insurance Program. I'm on the record as saying that in this Congress, the House Financial Services Committee will take up legislation to ultimately transition us to a private market. I do not believe that there is fundamental market failure. I think we should allow the market to work. Now, it's going to be a transition. That bill is not going to be written today. I am attempting to work with my colleagues to see if there is a way that we can address their concerns. And many of these concerns are legitimate, but ultimately, hard-working American taxpayers should not be forced to subsidize other people's flood insurance program, flood insurance premiums. This is particularly true for those who have vacation homes, and if you have a vacation home, you ought to be able to afford the flood insurance, and if you can't, maybe you can't afford the vacation home. And our repetitive loss properties, why the guy who works at the Pepsi bottling plant in Mesquite, Texas, in my district, has to be subsidizing some rich trial attorney's Florida beach condo is beyond me. It is patently unfair. Patently unfair. So what have I learned about PATH that's going to make it easier to deal with flood? Beats the heck out of me.
I'll add a quick comment. The Biggert Waters flood insurance bill was only able to be passed with those reforms because the act itself was up for reauthorization. So the lesson should be here, whatever piece of legislation you're ever writing, include a sunset. That's your only opportunity to make it go away at some point. And I'll echo, ultimately, the solution be, I've got a lot of sympathy for people who are forced to be in flood insurance and pay higher rates. The solution is not to continue to give them subsidized flood insurance. The solution is to let them get out and buy flood insurance in the private market for a cheaper rate, or go without and bear that risk themselves.
We could take one more question, maybe the lady in the red in the back.
I'm going to risk sounding heretical here at the Heritage Foundation. I am a fan of Mr. Watts because of his advocacy on the judiciary for the 2D arts. He's one of the first people to have given a shout out for arts and photographers. Point bringing it round, a door opener might be the increasing number of crowdfunding for homes, hives that are growing, and that might be a conversation to start in on how people are now merging. There's just a suggestion from left field.
This might amuse you. I've quipped it several times, and again, this is the libertarian in me, so my apologies to my conservative friends. But I often wonder what a better world it would have been if Barney Frank had showed judiciary instead of financial services. That said, I think the crowdfunding aspect is incredibly important, and I think the SEC has dragged its feet on implementing the Jobs Act. I do think we've got an opportunity here to really, grow investment from the bottom up. So, that's something I think that's a direction we need to go. And I'll also say, I'm not as, there's a silver lining with Mr. Watt. I think some of the concern is that he goes back to either funding the trust fund or forcing affordable housing goals. I look at it this way. We've seen so much of this talk about the profitability of Fannie and Freddie delay the debate. I recognize I'm partly in the minority because most of their earnings have been one-off events, in my opinion. If he takes actions that make them less profitable when they start to lose money, that means we'll actually have a better chance at reform.
The eternal optimist.
In D.C., we have an area called Brookland, which is actually housing for the arts. So there is a way to open the door with Mr. Watts in a less combative, more hello, how are you, and then take the conversation broader.
Thank you for that. And Chairman, thank you for being here. We put on this event today because we wanted to highlight big, bold leaders with big, bold ideas. And I can't think of anybody in the House right now, certainly anybody with a committee assignment like you have, doing more to advance bold ideas. And so we're grateful for you being here, and thank you all for listening. I'm told we're going to take a 10-minute break. We got to be back here in 10 minutes. The country's not going to save itself, and so we're going to press on. But we will let you go to the bathroom.
Good break. Now we're back at it here. We're going to start a panel now on transportation reform, and we've got a great member here to talk to you about this. Tom Graves is really an emerging star in the conservative movement. Last year, he achieved Sentinel status on the Heritage Action Scorecard. He's been a leader all over the place, plays in all the major issues that conservatives care about. In Congress, Tom's on the Appropriations Committee, which is a lonely place for conservatives. But this assignment means that Tom's on the front lines of the battle to solve America's debt crisis. He works to balance the budget, cut government waste, reform Congress so that we can focus on saving taxpayer dollars. He's not afraid to think big. The bill that he's going to talk about today is one of those very big issues. Imagine being able to teach Washington a lesson in founding principles, specifically a lesson in federalism, a lesson about devolving power to the states, about allowing decisions to take place closer to the people that those decisions actually impact. It's this mentality that led Tom to take on one of Washington's sacred cows, which is transportation spending. Tom's bill would transform the top-down federal approach to transportation spending. It would cut red tape and other federal requirements. It would lower the federal gas tax and give states more flexibility while enabling the private sector to partner and flourish in transportation projects. Please join me in welcoming Tom Graves today to talk about this proposal.
Well, thank you, Tim, and Heritage for having me join you today, and for all those that are interested in these very important issues that we're dealing with as a country and some of the solutions that are being proposed. As you know, the next few minutes we'll be talking about transportation, and in particular the Transportation Empowerment Act that I've been joined with Senator Mike Lee as the Senate sponsor, and myself as the sponsor in the House. So I'm going to start today with a very bold claim. What if we said that this bill would provide better roads for all states without raising taxes? Let me say, and let that sink in. Sort of sounds like a campaign promise, a political speech, right? Better roads in all states without raising taxes. That is the Transportation Empowerment Act, and that's what we're going to talk about today. So let's talk a little bit first about the history of how we do transportation in our country. You can go back to 1956 when the Highway Trust Fund was first created. It was the House Ways and Means Committee, and they were debating this new innovative way, new innovation and this project of building interstates across our country. They originally started with just a couple proposals, and that was 6 interstates, 3 going north and south, and 3 going east and west. Very simple. The plan was to collect a 3% excise tax, and that was for each gallon of gas that one would purchase for 15 years, just for 15 years, sunsetted, to pay for this project. But in fiscal year 1972, the tax was supposed to drop to 1.5 cents per gallon. Now, at this time, if you go back and you look back at some of the debates that were taking place, it was Congressman Hale Boggs and George Fallon who noted that once the interstate system was built, there was no need for the government to continue imposing the tax on the American people. Well, surprise. The tax never dropped. Instead, it's only risen. And it's now up to 18.4 cents per gallon, the excise tax that we have today. So what happened? Well, part of the story, it went from 6 interstates to now the about 50 interstates that we have throughout our country. And you might think with over 50 interstates, the highway system's complete. And the gas tax can be lowered, right? Well, wrong. It hasn't been lowered. In recent years, highway legislation has moved well beyond highway. And it is more about spending tax dollars on bike paths and flowers and medians and other special projects, museums and such. And for fiscal year 2014, here most recently, $820 million is authorized for these so-called transportation alternatives. We've come a long way, have we not? And when the federal government is focused on highways, the money is not being spent efficiently. We have the Davis-Bacon wage laws and duplicative federal studies, permitting, and red tape that continue to drive up these costs and slow down these projects. The U.S. Department of Transportation's own studies, their own reports and claims indicate that federal compliance can add nearly 10 years to the approval process of important projects throughout the states. In fact, due to federal regulations, there are 58 road projects in my state, the state of Georgia, that are being delayed right now. So the question is why? One rare bat was spotted last summer. And it's not the wooden kind that you would see a Hank Aaron autograph on. But it was spotted in Georgia, they say, and now the Georgia Department of Transportation has to put up nets and begin catching bats. The cost on average, $100,000 per project, and it could delay an additional 50 projects. It seems like this rare bat is spreading all across North Georgia right now. So instead of widening two-lane roads throughout our North Georgia districts or throughout South Georgia or in the congested areas in rush hour, our Department of Transportation now is trapping bats. Over the last 50 years, the loss of time and money on road projects across the country has snowballed. Currently, in this current transportation bill that we're operating under, it spends over $40 billion. But it requires over 25% of that to be subsidized from other sources of federal taxes that are collected from citizens across our country. It's subsidized, in fact. Keep in mind now, all of this was supposed to have been paid for by the gasoline tax, the excise tax, that 3.7, or the 3% originally that ballooned to 18.4, but it's not anymore. So you might say to yourself, well, I pump my gas, I pay my taxes, and the money comes back to me in better roads. After all, it costs money to fill in the potholes and make these repairs that are necessary. But the opposite is likely true. You see, potholes and unfixed roads are there today because, in many cases, your tax dollars never come back to your states. Today, there are 37 states that are referred to as donor states. They spend more in taxes and on red tape than they get back. One of those states is Georgia, and our projected rate of return is about 84% this fiscal year, meaning that Georgia taxpayers will lose $185 million that could be spent on road projects that they pay in excise taxes. So let's imagine what we could do with all this money we're losing this year. With less red tape, construction would move faster, more projects would get done quicker, they would cost less. With more funding, we could expand and build roads and connect new communities to each other. What does that mean in the everyday life of a Georgian? With an extra $185 million, the commute might be just a little bit shorter. Maybe you make it home in time to have dinner with your family. Maybe you make it to a few more soccer games. Maybe you can run a few more errands instead of looking at the brake lights that are there in front of you. Better highways could also mean access to more affordable housing, helping you connect wherever you want to live to wherever you want to work. You see, when conservatives try to stop wasteful spending and cumbersome government programs, it's not just about debt and balance sheets. It's about making lives better for everyday Americans. So here's what the Transportation Empowerment Act does. First, I have to give credit to the T-Act, or I guess of the T-Act, to where it's due, because there's many of folks who have been involved in this for many years. The proposal has been in one form or another since 1996. It's been supported by Democrats and Republicans. This is a bipartisan concept. And we certainly have to pay respects to the leader of Heritage, Jim DeMint, who was the Senate sponsor and the champion during his days in the U.S. Senate, who handed the baton off to me a few years ago. And so now I'm working with Senator Lee. Here's how the bill works. The Transportation Empowerment Act is a plan to reform the bankrupt, messy, and unfair federal highway program into a more efficient, locally controlled system that improves the quality of life for every driver and commuter in America. Over a 5-year period, almost all authority over the federal highway and transit programs would be transferred to the states, federalism. During the 5-year phase-out, states would receive block grants that come with less regulation and less red tape. Fewer strings are attached. The federal gas tax would be lowered at the end of this period, at the end of the 5-year period, to 3.7 cents per gallon instead of the 18.4 cents today. And with that remaining 3.7 cents, the bill preserves the original purpose of the federal government's involvement in highway funding. For true interstate construction, roads on federal lands, the research to ensure that all states have access to the best practices and the latest information. And according to the National Taxpayer Union, we would save $71 billion on the federal level over the next 10 years. That's an amazing savings while empowering the states. And meanwhile, think about the states, the positions that they would have. They'd be able to choose whatever funding stream that they wish. They could match the federal gas tax level, or they could eliminate the gas tax. altogether. They could raise revenue through other consumption-based methods, like the sales tax or tolls. They could choose something totally different. They could choose a 21st century solution to tackle this 20th century problem we have. State dollars would go much, much further. You would not have unreasonable federal red tape or the delays. You would not have the extra 10% cost of Davis-Bacon. You wouldn't have the 10 years that the Federal Transportation Department says is on every project. States could learn from each other and find the most efficient and effective systems, competition amongst the states, the incubator of ideas. In the end, you will have fewer Washington strings attached and more cash going to roads, bridges, and whatever a particular state wants to build. So I'll wrap up my opening remarks by preemptively answering some of my critics. And you might imagine there are a few critics to an idea such as this. Number one, people will say, well, this is that anti-bike path bill, anti-transit. They wonder, how will states have the money for bike paths and commuter trains? Well, I'm a triathlete. I love riding bikes, and I love riding bikes on nice bike paths. But I don't believe our neighborhoods should have Washington, D.C. dictating to them how their bike paths should be, nor how they should be funded. The T-Act actually lets states freely choose how, when, and where to build the transportation infrastructure that they desire, that's most important to their local communities, with their very own money. Now, secondly, some are worried that this leaves states with a small tax base those with a small tax base hanging out to dry. How can the states out west with lower populations and long roads survive without federal help? Well, first, their projects will cost much less under the T-Act. They can build more with less when they don't have to worry about the 10-year DOT delay or the 10% Davis-Bacon cost. That alone could make the difference. And secondly, the bill still provides that 3.7 cents per gallon for interstate projects, that federal revenue stream, which could be used for those needs. Now, thirdly, some members of Congress think it's easier to hike up the gas tax. It always seems to be much easier just to raise taxes on the American people as opposed to what we want to do. They might want to create a mileage-based user fee or otherwise increase the money paid to Washington. These ideas might work on the state level, but that should be up to each and individual state, not up to Washington. Again, if transportation dollars come through Washington, then Washington is in control, and the cash that they send to us will just get wrapped up in that red tape. And here's one story from Georgia. There's Kyle Wingfeld, a columnist for the Atlanta Journal and Constitution. He wrote how the Georgia Department of Transportation wanted to build a road that was just 1.5 miles long. The estimated cost was $16 million. Doesn't sound like a lot here in Washington, but I can tell you for the state of Georgia, that is a lot of money. Georgia didn't have all the money it needed, so it got $4.6 million from the federal government. We thought we hit the lottery, says a DOT board member. Then Washington ordered additional environmental reviews. Then they found an endangered species in a nearby creek. The project was delayed 5 more years and an added cost of $9 million. So, of course, this project, twice as much as Georgia had gotten from Washington, and now they had to come up with even more money. Now, I think some in Washington are opposed to this idea for a simple reason, and it's the idea of fear. I believe they fear it might actually work. And if it were to work, let's be honest, their power and their relevancy is diminished, while the power and the relevancy of the states is renewed. And if this were to actually work, which I believe it will, we would have set the precedent for transferring more power to the states in more cases, one by one. And you have to ask the question, and this is the question that's rolling around Washington right now, what agency is next? Thank you for letting me join you today, and I look forward to taking part in the program.
Thanks, Tom. And I would like to invite the rest of our panel up here for discussion. Joining us on the panel today will be Ken Orski. Ken's worked in the transportation field for more than 30 years, serving at the Urban Mass Transportation Administration under Presidents Nixon and Ford, and as a consultant and counsel to more than 30 state and local jurisdictions on transportation-related issues. So we are lucky to have him here. We'll also be joined by Emily Goff, who's our research associate in the Rowe Institute for Economic Policy Studies. Emily is our lead analyst on this issue and is working hard to push this big idea. So thank you for joining us. I will start off with a question, and maybe I'll direct this one to Emily. One of the kind of things you hear a lot around town, and I'm sure you've heard it, Congressman, is you hear a lot of our Republican friends who are, saying they're conservative on this issue, but really the conservative position on this issue is to be, pouring money into transportation and infrastructure projects, and they'll make a lot of justifications for that. I wonder, Emily, if you could kind of take us back a little bit to kind of a founder level view and talk about what the founders had to say about federal and state roles in transportation. How does that kind of relate to where we are right now with that perspective?
Absolutely. The general idea is to spend more and more on infrastructure, and I think that the states probably would be interested in doing that, but the question you need to ask is which level of government should be the one that's making those funding and then program management decisions. The thrust of this policy proposal would be to have that decision-making be brought back closer to home at the state and local level. And if you look back at what the founders intended, what they laid out in the Constitution, you see a beautiful division of powers that really is at the heart of the Constitution and the way things were laid out. And the basic idea is that national issues will be addressed at the national level, so here in Washington, and state and local issues will be addressed at the state and local levels of government. We see a distortion of that in the current arrangement of the highway bill, as the Congressman mentioned, with the addition of activities that are truly local in nature, bike paths, transit. These activities are not inherently bad, but they're simply not Washington priorities. They're the prerogatives of the state and local governments to implement those. So two quick clauses that you often see as justification for a bigger federal role. One would be the general spending clause, so for the general welfare. And this is a misinterpretation of what the original intent was. Again, it gets back to the idea of Washington spending for the general welfare, things that are of the general concern, national in scope. And then also you see the Commerce Clause invoked as well to justify a big federal role. And here I would say that the intent is for the federal government to not erect barriers and to remove barriers that prohibit interstate commerce, not to be actively involved in interstate commerce. If you take that latter line of logic, there is no limiting principle. There is nowhere you stop with that clause.
Great, thank you. Ken, let me get you involved here. A lot of the critics say that the state's ability or interest to handle this transportation funding is not really there, that they wouldn't be able to do it the right way. Talk us through why that's wrong.
First, let me commend Representative Graves for his clear vision and excellent presentation. I think we all wish him well in his pursuit. And I do apologize for my voice. I'm fighting laryngitis. I hope I'll survive through this meeting. Well, it may come as a surprise to some of you, but there is a quiet revolution underway in transportation funding. And I think this is consistent with what the representative is trying to do. Faced with a depleted highway trust fund and uncertain prospects for more money from Congress, many states are now taking matters into their own hands and aggressively pursuing more fiscal independence. A survey we have conducted recently documents significant funding initiatives in more than 18 states. Now, some states have raised their gasoline taxes, such as Maryland. Others have shifted to a tax on fuel at the wholesale level. An outstanding example is Pennsylvania. Still others have enacted dedicated sales tax for transportation, Virginia, for example. And yet others have floated toll revenue bonds. Now, further evidence of local initiative came on election day last November when voters approved over 70% of ballot measures to increase or extend funding for local transportation. Let me cite you something that a senior state transportation official said to me when he commented on our recent survey of state funding initiatives. He said, what you're seeing in the governors and state legislatures' realistic assessment of and pragmatic response to the fiscal realities in Washington. And he added, we realize the era of free-flowing federal dollars is over. It's up to us now to find a new way. So it would seem to me that the federal budgetary realities are actually helping to achieve de facto some of the objectives that Congressman Kasich pursued way back in the 1990s, and more recently Representative Graves and Senator Lee hope to accomplish through the Transportation Empowerment Act. Now, admittedly, what we're seeing out in the states is not full-scale devolution as envisioned in the Empowerment Act, but it is a significant step, I think, in the direction of shifting more transportation decision-making to the state and local level.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Now, one of the things that you hear all the time when we get into this is, but what about urban mass transit, right? What about subways, streetcars, bus systems, whatever it is? Won't that all crumble if we go in this direction? Talk us through that. Emily?
I'll start off, and then Ken, if you want to chime in. Congressman Graves referenced this, bike paths, transit, some of the other activities that are purely local in nature. The way that the system is structured now, whether it's through highway trust fund dollars or federal grant programs funded through the appropriations process, so general taxpayer dollars, it incentivizes the state, it gives these states the incentive to pursue projects that are more capital intensive than they would otherwise pursue. And it biases them towards a construction solution when perhaps a non-construction solution to a congestion problem or a mobility problem would be in order. It gives the illusion of free money from Washington when 80% or up to 80% of a project costs are covered. So under this proposal, you would see the decision-making at the state's level change dramatically, but I would argue towards the direction of being more efficient and really taking stock of what is it that we can afford. And then the beautiful thing that starts is that the states will start to think, how can we employ private sector resources? How can we attract that capital rather than depending on the money coming from Washington? So on the issue of transit and other kind of capital intensive projects, the type of transit might change. States might pursue bus rapid transit as opposed to subway, the subway systems of the world, because they're simply less expensive and they're more adaptable to whatever the traffic patterns are in that particular area. The decision-making would change, but I don't think that you would see states wholly abandon those solutions, particularly in the urban cores where they exist currently.
Well, excuse me, I do see more state role in transit as well. I mean, transit has, and I come from the transit tradition, having been involved in the U.S. Department of Transportation in the mass transit program. But let me refer you to a recent development, and that is the Purple Line. The Purple Line may become the first example where the state cooperates with the private sector to build and operate, actually, a rail line. Now, admittedly, not all the ducks are in a row yet. There's a lot of work ahead, but I think it does show a certain mentality and a certain trend that is developing among the states of seeing how they can solve their transportation problems, including transit, at the state level, rather than always depend on the federal government.
Yeah, one of the things, Tom, you said at the end of your remarks here, I think is worth kind of going a little bit more into depth on. I mean, this really is, obviously, this is good policy in and of itself, and we like it for that reason. But it's extremely exciting for the reason that you point out, which is that if this were to happen What's that mean for the rest of the way that the federal government operates? And it really is kind of like one of those symbolic moments that could be very big for this country. And it's kind of what we did on the Farm Bill. You know, we're trying on the Farm Bill to end that, you know, unholy alliance between rural Republicans and urban Democrats, and that could end up being really big for the country. I look at this as the same kind of thing. We can begin to really challenge the status quo with this kind of thing. But what I wonder is how many of your colleagues recognize it for that? And have they talked to you about it? I mean, or is this more of a kind of parochial, we've always done it this way? I mean, talk us through that.
Well, that's a good point. I would say that one of the challenges, obviously I outlined it, one challenge is there's a fear that it may succeed, and with that becomes a diminishing of power for those that are used to the system as it exists. But there needs to be a paradigm shift in how we operate here in Washington, and it takes bold ideas like this in which you say there's something in place that's been there since 1956, and it had a relevant purpose at that time, and it had a finite defined period and purpose, and we have overextended that stay. And so what's a 21st century solution to that? And I would contend that my constituents and the American people feel like the states are better at handling their dollars than the federal government. If you were to poll, I would imagine that constituents trust their state elected officials a little better than they trust their federal elected officials. The closer you're to home, the closer that accountability, I believe, the better. As it relates to transit or any other project, I think it's just better determined in each and every local community. And when you now lay out the case that here is something that is very doable. This is something that I believe can happen, that we can take a part of the federal government and devolve it back to the states and acknowledge and humbly acknowledge that states, you are far better at doing this than the federal government is, and we trust you with it because we're not doing a good job of it. And when we acknowledge that as elected officials and we're willing, with courage, to hand that back over to the states, I think the states then would stand up and say, you know what, there's this other little area of the federal government that we think we can do a little better with. How about giving us a shot? It doesn't matter if it's one state, 10 states, or all states. Let's just give them a shot. And I'd put my money on the states to do a better job than the federal government.
Indeed. Indeed. All right, well, why don't we open it up for some questions? Right here.
Government should work. My basic question on how the difference between how the founders would view an issue like this, and we're not living in the founders' age. We're living today. And I know one side says, who cares what they thought? This is today. How do you answer that question?
Ironically enough, it actually isn't an issue of one side saying this is what they thought, and then the other side, talking politically, there's not a vast amount of disagreement among the two sides. You actually have a lot of overlap. Transportation is one of those fun issues that transcends party boundaries. So I think you have members on both sides of the aisle and advocates, I could say, in the transportation community arguing for a big federal role, justifying it based on precedent or based on what they view as what the Constitution, how it's laid out in the Constitution. But I draw them back to, and I hope I don't extend beyond my realm and my colleagues in our Center for Principles in Politics. This is their bailiwick, but I'll offer it what I can. There is that division of powers that is so fundamental and crucial to the way that the founders intended for this great nation to operate. The federal government to be concerned with the federal responsibilities, national things in scope, and then the state and local governments doing what is in their jurisdiction. Where that exact line is, that's part of this debate, but I think you can clearly say that right now we are on one end of the spectrum and we need to be moving back towards the other end of the spectrum where we revisit that correct division of powers. And so whether or not we're living in the 19th, 21st, or 22nd century, I think that foundation, those principles stand true.
Others? Right here.
What's your sense of how the states feel about devolving power back to them on transportation? I mean, I'm sure there's a variety across the states, but
sure.
Are they in favor of this?
I'll take a stab at it first. I can really speak to Georgia best. And that's where it was brought to me first, was from a resolution that was passed through the Georgia House and Senate with bipartisan support, I believe with maybe only 1 to 4 no's between the House and the Senate combined, saying, let them do this. And I think you'll find there's a general frustration amongst states as it relates to highway funding and the priorities and the I guess how slow it is, and you know, they're so close to their constituencies, and they're trying to get things done, and they realize, you know what, it's the federal government that's holding us up, and there's only so many times they can keep telling their constituents that. So I would say that Georgia has embraced this very strongly, and for the reasons I alluded to in my remarks, it's not really about dollars and debt and balance sheets. This is about lives of our constituents who just want to be able to spend more time with their family and less time in traffic. You know, more time in life than sitting behind the wheel. And so I think that's what's exciting about this, is it touches everyone in all walks of life all throughout our country.
Great. You want to
Yeah,
add to that?
I agree with the congressman. I think there is strong sentiment in almost every state. And this is particularly the case now that states have realized, and state political bodies have realized that they can raise money locally for transit and as well as highways. States have become more fiscally independent now because they have embraced long-term financing and easier access to private capital through public-private partnerships. So as states realize that they are more competent to attract private money and to generate enthusiasm among their electorate for transportation, I think that sentiment is going to grow appreciably.
Great. Right over here.
Congressman, I guess I'd fear that as you devolve the role of the states, that they would start to enact more toll roads in the public-private partnerships model, and then you'd get backlash of, well, now you have so many toll roads, it feels like it's more expensive to drive. Even though it might not be, it feels like it's more expensive. So are you prepared to counteract that attack that's going to eventually come up?
Well, I trust that might be an option that various states choose. It's been successful with various states and various projects. I don't foresee that as being something that an entire state's going to be told, but I think that is an option that states look towards. But part of the reason it's difficult to impose today is that the cost to recover the project is so much that the tolls would be so high because of the red tape and the regulations that come from this federal government, that you remove that, then tolls might be a little bit lower and more reasonable and work within the project more. But that may be one option, but you hear a lot of different ideas, and that's what excites me about this, is that one state may prefer a toll method, one state may prefer the mileage-based tax method or the current excise tax or a sales tax, whatever it might be, and that's quite all right with me. That's what we should be for, is letting the states determine what's best for them based on their habits in transportation. And I do want to add this too. What makes this a unique discussion is that the excise tax from the federal government's an embedded tax that is not transparent whatsoever. You go fill up your car, your truck at the gas station, you see a value per gallon. You don't realize many times that, or most folks don't know, that it's 18.4 cents going to the federal government, and in the case of Georgia, you're not getting that back to your roads. And if you knew it was going towards your roads, you know, you'd feel good about that. But now folks are starting to learn, wait, we're not getting everything that we're paying in, and the exchange rate of the federal government's too high for us. Let's leave it in the states.
Ken or Emily, do you want to add anything to that?
Well, all I would add to this is that we do see considerable sentiment in favor of toll roads in some states. It's, as the congressman pointed out, it's not a uniform solution for every state. Some states are more friendly, and their electorates are more friendly toward tolls than others. And that has to do very often with the extent to which the public has been exposed to toll roads. We in the East, for example, who travel on New Jersey Turnpike and Connecticut Turnpike and so on, accept tolls as a matter of fact. There are many other states, however, still are rather suspicious of tolls, and that goes particularly for state legislatures.
To echo the sentiments here, it's not going to be, I don't think, a situation where, as the Congressman said, tolls are going to be just pervasive. There's political realities on the ground among the states and localities that's going to be resistance to widespread tolling if it doesn't make sense there, if the constituents aren't interested in that. But it would free the states to explore things such as congestion pricing on really busy corridors. Where you pay a small fee through your Easy Pass, what we have here, Peach Pass in Georgia, kind of a way to pay a toll there, but a nominal fee that better reflects the cost of using that corridor during rush hour, for example. So I think that the form of tolls could take, a variety of forms at the state level.
And Tim, if I could add one thing, just thinking about this, the original intent of the 1956 legislation, in essence, was like a toll over a certain period of time that had a sunset, and as with most tolls, they typically don't go away, right? And that's what happened here. But when there's pressure from the electorate, tolls, once they pay for the project, it's a user fee, and the electorate lets their voices be heard, tolls tend to diminish, as is the case in Georgia with one major toll that was removed here recently, toll booths.
All right, I have one question. Well, others? I have a question before we end. Tom, I wonder if you could. So we've established that there's an appetite for this at the state level. There's certainly a growing body of conservatives who view this as very, very important, and it's a priority for us. But kind of walk us through what needs to happen between where we are today and the next highway reauthorization for us to have a shot on this.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that, because at the end of this fiscal year, in September, the reauthorization of transportation funding that's the renewal period. And we're interjecting this now into the debate about how do we fund transportation in the future as an alternative, as an idea to be a part of that debate. And this is a bipartisan concept, because you take the state of Georgia, and the resolutions that have been passed on multiple occasions have bipartisan support. And so I would hope that this doesn't fall down partisan lines, but it's about a solution. So for those that are watching, or those that might learn of this later, I hope they'll contact their congressmen and senators and let them know that they're interested in empowering their states, which is not necessarily empowering the state itself. It's empowering those within the state to make decisions that are best in their best interest. Because it's their tax dollars. So this is an exciting opportunity, I think, for the American people to engage and say, you know what, we want this back. And the only way that that's going to happen is if you get enough folks co-sponsoring and voting yes for it as we move forward into the fall.
Well, we'll certainly do our part to push that. All right, well, thank you. Please join me in thanking the panel and our speaker. We have a 10-minute break, and we'll be talking with Senator Tim Scott next on school choice. So 10 minutes.
Appreciate you being here. It may be one of the most destructive myths of liberalism that the government understands a child's needs better than his or her parents do. American citizens pay taxes to fund an education system that fails millions of students each year. No one disputes that a true education is the antidote to some of the most serious problems plaguing the underprivileged youth of this country. What we dispute, however, with the support of endless empirical evidence, is that the educational process can be squeezed into a one-size-fits-all national mold. Different kids have different needs, and parents should have a say in the trajectory of a system they pay to support. At a time when the media has exploited the cause of social inequality at the behest of President Obama, Senator Tim Scott offers us a real way to combat the disadvantages many Americans face. The Choice Act will empower parents to choose the educational paths that best suit the unrepeatable qualities of their children. It provides poor, disabled, and military families with scholarships to attend schools of their choice. True equal opportunity begins at the ground floor. When parents lead the conversation about how their tax dollars are spent, the educational system can be revitalized from the perspective of their customer. I should note that our next senator is, in my mind, the best senator we've had from South Carolina in the last 10 years. That may get me in trouble here at the Heritage Foundation for saying, but I am honored to introduce our next speaker, leading the charge on behalf of these American families, Senator Tim Scott.
I guess my first question to the audience is, Mike, where's Senator DeMint from? I was just wondering personally. Yeah, wow. Glad there's a line of separation between the two of you guys. It is good to be with y'all. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about my Choice Act and to talk about an issue to me that is really about freedom. You know, the power of choice to me in education is truly the power of freedom. I think to myself when I go to church on Sundays, a friend of mine, a guy named Scott, and his beautiful wife, have a beautiful little girl. She was born with Down syndrome. And when I see them at church on Sundays, I often think to myself about what we're doing in the education space to make sure that every person has the opportunity to maximize their potential. And then I read a story about a little girl named Rachel Lewis. And I connected the dots to my friend Scott and little Rachel Lewis. Rachel Lewis also was born with Down syndrome. And her parents fought to get her into the right school, and they successfully were able to get her in school, and she did well, but then they had to move. And when they moved, the new school system simply was not very welcoming to Rachel. And so her parents fought for a year to give Rachel the same mainstream opportunity we want for every kid. Unfortunately, they had to fight and fight and fight. A little over a year later, they were able to get Rachel back in a mainstream classroom. Unfortunately, what they realized along the way was that they were going to now ask the system that fought to keep her out of these mainstream classes to now educate little Rachel. That's a tall order. That's a tough task. And so they decided to send Rachel to a different school, a school called Hidden Treasure, where Rachel could realize her potential. Now, Rachel's about 20 years old. She's graduated from high school. She doesn't have a job. She has 2 jobs. And I look around my church and I see my friends and I say to myself, perhaps the Choice Act will be the path to seeing more kids realize more of their potential. I certainly believe that it's true here in D.C. as well as I think through the opportunity component of the Choice Act, creating hope and opportunity for individuals and communities through education. I think about the dismal numbers here in the D.C. area. So many kids trapped in failing schools, trying to find a way out. As a matter of fact, they're trying so hard that there are 22,000 students on waiting lists. 15 schools closed. And yet, with a graduation of 56%, there is some conflict, some challenge to the notion that we should provide more opportunity scholarships to more kids. Let me explain how that works. So if you're, how many of you guys would like to have better outcomes for less money? Please raise your hand. I figured that, thank you, Mike. Glad to see your hand in the air as well. Now, would you rather pay $20,000 for a 56% high school graduation rate, or if I gave you door number 2, would you choose $8,500 for a 97% graduation rate? How many of y'all would go with the 97%? Let me just think. I know I'm not supposed to leave the microphone. I just want to make sure everybody's okay here. Where are you from, sir? Well, your hand's on the air. I'll come back to you in a little bit. And that is the difference here with the DC Opportunity Scholarship. We're talking about the 6,000 kids over the last 10 years who've finished school here in the DC area have a 97% graduation rate. But more importantly, 91% of those students go on to a 2-year or a four-year college. If, in fact, choice, the power of choice, is the power of freedom, we ought to take a serious look at the outcome of education right here at a place where we could have a true challenge. $20,000 for 56% of the kids to be able to go on to a 2-year or 4-year education, or $8,500 where the kid 97 out of 100 times graduates. 91 out of 100 times goes on to get a 2-year or 4-year education. And 94 out of 100 times the parents are completely satisfied with their education. These are remarkable numbers. I will tell you as I close here that as a kid growing up who did not do well in school, I think my story has been told a couple times, but just to refresh your memory, I was that kid. You see, 98% of those kids, they come from underperforming schools. Too many of those kids, 86% of the kids are African American, 14% are Hispanic. Too often we write off these kids as at-risk kids that will never perform. I would rather see the results of the 6,000 kids that have gone through the Opportunity Scholarship. I would rather call the kids high potential children with a great future, an amazing platform, and paths that are filled with prosperity, because we know that if you look at the results of education, we can see the results of employment. And let me finalize with this. As we study the numbers, and we have this great debate on issues over the next at least 9 or 10 months before an election, I'd like for us to have that debate even after the election. If our other side would like to participate, I'll show up anywhere, anytime, any day to have that debate. Because what we're talking about is the quality of life that Americans will experience for a very long time to come. And so if you have a college education, your unemployment rate is under 4% today. If you graduate from high school, it's around 7.7%. For those who do not graduate from high school, which in my county back at home in South Carolina, 56% of African American males aren't finishing high school. The unemployment rate is 10%. But here's where the rubber meets the road. After age 25, those who have not graduated from high school, only 50% of them are actually in the labor force. So think about that 10% unemployment rate, compounded by the fact that only half are in the workforce. If we want to have a serious debate about people, let's have a debate about the foundation on which they stand. Let's have a serious debate, not about how to make more Republicans or make more Democrats or have a political conversation. I want to have a conversation about the future of a country, and it's based on our education. And to the extent that we provide equal access to the best education system in the world, spending over $600 billion collectively with the states, we can have a serious conversation about prosperity. And I hope that we have that debate for a lot longer than a year. And I will tell you that having had the privilege of a life that was going down the wrong direction, have you ever noticed that you always drift in the wrong direction? All drifting does not go in the right direction. I tried it, and I'll just tell you that the results of drifting is bad. The results of focus is good. And I look forward to having an opportunity to talk about the issue of education further with the brilliant panelists that will accompany me. God bless you. Thank you.
Panel I had an unfair advantage during the senator's pop quiz. Derek Morgan, who's our head of domestic and economic policy, was over there, and so just on the numbers questions, I could see if your hand went up or not to know what to say. But we have a great panel joining us. Lindsay Burke is the Will Skillman Fellow in Educational Policy here at the Heritage Foundation. Juan Williams is somebody who needs no introduction other than to say that we're incredibly grateful here at Heritage for the many ways that he's engaged with us over the last couple of years on this important issue. So Thank you both, and maybe Juan, if I can start off with you, can you just talk about why this has been such an important issue for you personally over the years?
This is the D.C. Opportunity Act, and I think it's simple to say I live in D.C. And living here, I have paid for my 3 children to go through schools because the public schools were such a disaster. And as a parent, I did not feel comfortable in sending my children to those schools. So that's a pretty simple and direct answer to the question. But I would also put in there this, that I was interviewing, actually in my role as a journalist, Senator Scott last week, and one of the things he said to me was the whole notion of wanting to create change in a system that's failing children, that if he is that child that wants a good opportunity, wants an education, he would want someone, some politician, somebody to stand up and say, this is an urgent need right now. That's what Senator Scott said to me. And without being playful about the fact that you can attest that you said it, I think that's exactly what we have at stake right now, is a need to blow up a dysfunctional system. And that's why I would back the use of any system, but in specific the one at hand, charter schools, vouchers, under the umbrella of school choice. We were talking about other mechanisms, tax credits and the like. But anything that would, much in the way that you think of Star Wars and May the Force be with you, get in there and say, you know, we have an urgent problem for every child in the public school structure to blow up a failing system and give that chance right now an opportunity to succeed.
So, Lindsay, many of us here in D.C. know about the D.C. Opportunity Scholarship Program. We know the success stories. What are some of the success stories from around the country that we should also know about?
Yeah, and we talk a lot about DC. It's right here in our backyard, which makes it such a shame that the president has singled out the DC Opportunity Scholarship Program every year to try to zero out funding for this highly successful option. It is right in his backyard. And that was a great overview of Senator Scott of all of the successes that it's produced. And we've worked here with families over the years. There's a wonderful graduate of the DCOSP, Jordan, and she is the first student who went through the DC Opportunity Scholarship Program, went on to graduate college, and is now living in Japan teaching English. So we have all of these wonderful stories that have come out of the DC Opportunity Scholarship Program. But we're seeing that, Mike, you're exactly right, replicated across the country. It's not just DC. We're seeing it in places like Arizona. Arizona has engaged in what we're calling School Choice 2.0, where they're moving beyond the very worthwhile goal of providing vouchers to really giving parents control of every single penny that is their child's educational allocation. And so in Arizona, a parent can receive 90% of what the state would have spent on the child in the public system. It goes right onto a restricted use debit card. Parents can pay for private school tuition, online learning, special education services, educational therapies, curricula, textbooks. So they can really direct every single dollar of their child's education funding. And that has empowered parents in a newfound way. They can roll over unused dollars from year to year. So you have parents thinking about opportunity cost. Are they getting a good value for the money that's spent? They can even roll it into a college savings account. So this is just massive innovation in terms of school choice policy. So we have examples like that in Arizona. In places like Louisiana, they've gone beyond just school choice to course choice. Parents are choosing among courses and among teachers, not just among schools. So the states are really showing what they're able to do in terms of school choice policy. And I think it's a really exciting time to be thinking about ed policy and the future of it.
And so, Lindsay, just to follow up, keeping decision-making as close to the family and it, is something that's important. We call it federalism here at the Heritage Foundation. Federal education financing is only 10% of the total financing. Can you talk about Senator Scott's legislation and why it is such an important role for federal lawmakers?
Yeah, that's a great point that you make, Mike. Federal education financing really is just 10% of all ed financing. So the federal government, you can think about them as sort of being a 10% stakeholder in terms of what we spend. That $600 billion that you mentioned we spend a year. 10% of that is taxpayer money that's spent through federal programs. So the remaining 90% is spent at the state and local level. So it's not just a matter of federalism, which is important and should guide policymaking, but it's a matter of just practically speaking where the dollars are. So when we see school choice programs move forward and when we see state and local policymakers work to craft them, it's important to keep that in mind. So where the dollars are, you want parents to have control over that funding. So you're absolutely right. All of the money's sort of at the state and local level, and that's why we want to see those crafted at the state and local level.
Let's go to the audience for questions. Yes, sir.
I'd like Wanda to comment on the most powerful opposition to this is
You know, this is an interesting point, and again, I come back to, I was interviewing Senator Scott for a piece that I wrote for The Hill. It came out today, and we were talking in general terms about how you impress upon people the importance of school choice so that you can get public support for this, and in specific, in minority communities. And the treacherous thinking behind this journalist talking to this public official was, in fact, that the unions really have a stranglehold in terms of minority parents. And I have long thought, why is it that poor minority parents aren't out in the streets marching and screaming bloody murder given what happens to their children in public schools? Well, the reality is, I think that the unions have convinced them that this is a source of jobs and patronage and contracts, and the focus on the child and the education of the child has been lost. And so instead of focusing on the failure to educate the child and give the child the opportunity to move beyond, the focus is on, oh, this is a source of jobs and opportunity for the adults in this community. And that's where the unions come in. And that's why I think the unions have this stranglehold as I described it to you. Now, Senator Scott sitting here, I don't know why I'm talking for him, but Senator Scott said to me—
You're doing a fine job so far.
All right, so far.
So far.
You know that's limited.
That's what I was thinking.
But Senator Scott's position is if you can get the message out, and he cited some of these numbers in his speech. Here is what you can get for your dollar, and here's why you should be controlling that dollar as a parent as opposed to the bureaucracy and the government, that then you would start to shift opinions, that parents would see very clearly that it was in their self-interest to try something else. Door number 2, I believe?
Yes, sir.
There we go. I was paying attention to
That's an accurate quote, as a matter of fact.
That's a rare thing for us.
That's right.
That's very rare.
We don't do this very often. But I would like to piggyback on what you just said, because too often we have an education system that seems to be designed for adults and not for kids. And so we should ask ourselves the question, those adults who care most about the kid are called parents. And teachers love kids as well. And so the question we have to ask ourselves is, when I look at the success of some schools back at home, Meeting Street Academy has 2 locations, one in the Low Country, one in the upstate, and the parents are immersed in the education responsibilities of their kids. And it's producing amazing results. And when I've traveled the country, whether it's Cleveland or in Wisconsin, looking at either choice programs or charter school programs, what I find is that the part of that secret sauce of success, it's not figuring out how to go from 600 billion to 700 billion. It's how to get parents intimately involved on a daily basis or a weekly basis in education decisions for their kids, and how to make sure that they partner with the teachers. And any system that doesn't start with the kid and work their way out is a system that's bound to fail at the objective of producing a product that is competitive in a global society, in a global world, where the economics factors are driving companies to other places. And if we had a conversation specifically about STEM and the impact that STEM education is going to have on America's competitive position globally, it's a very interesting and provocative conversation that we could have.
And if I could just add, too, from the teacher's perspective, this is pretty liberating, right? The fact that you are now empowering families and not just funding school systems, the fact that that is an existential threat to the union power. And I think this is part of the reason why you see in states that shift from being a forced unionism state to a right-to-work state, a precipitous decline in union membership when teachers are actually given the choice. So this is sort of choice from both ends of the spectrum, choice for teachers, choice for students. And I should just add, too, Senator Scott's proposal is important because it takes that 10%, that 90-10 share we were talking about a minute ago, and it allows that 10% to be portable. If a state wants to take the money that is designated for children with special needs and allow parents to take that to a private school of choice, they're able to do that. So the money that we're spending at the federal level, that 10% share, it becomes much more flexible and student-centered.
Andy.
One of the biggest arguments against Thank you. One of the biggest arguments against school choice is the lack of funding that in the public schools, and that funding dries up, and that's to the detriment of all the kids who stay in the public schools. But yet, Lindsay, you've said about the programs in Arizona and Louisiana. Where do they find this lack of funding from?
Yeah, so a few things on that. We have a growing body of empirical evidence that shows not only does school choice benefit the students who receive a voucher or a scholarship to attend a private school that their parents have chosen, but the public system improves as well. We often talk about school choice being a rising tide that lifts all boats. That competitive pressure that personally I think has been lacking from the public system for decades now, that competitive pressure when parents actually have a right of exit out of a school that's not meeting the needs of their child has really produced some beautiful results for the students who decide to remain in the public system as well. If you look at Florida, they have a large scholarship program for children with special needs. Not only did the children who received a scholarship see statistically significantly improved results in terms of academic achievement, but so did their peers who chose to stay in the public system. And so I think as we're thinking through school choice, our default position should be that everyone makes a choice when they enter the system. And if that happens to be your local public school, that's great if it's meeting your needs. But public schools should not have the virtue of receiving dollars and students, no matter how poorly they're performing. And so I think that competitive aspect is something that we'll see replicated, and we will see improvements across the board.
And I think the key here, just tying in something that we've heard from Lindsay and Senator Scott, is that you are, from my perspective, empowering parents. You are believing in the idea that the parent loves, cares for that child, and believes in that child's potential, however limited that potential might be, but believes the child has potential, and that the parent is going to make the wise choice for their child. And I think that's the key here, empowering parents.
Yeah, and sorry, I'll add one other thing on that too. School choice program design, if you look at Arizona, which I mentioned a little while ago, with their Ed Savings Account program, parents get 90% of that money. 10% remains with the school system. So for things like fixed overhead costs that the public school's currently dealing with, Arizona's taken that into consideration. So as states are crafting school choice programs, they're thinking about things like overhead costs that you'll often hear opponents bring up. So.
The other thing I'd add to that too is if you think about the number of schools that are closing in school districts across the country, and if we're talking about a per pupil count, per school count, let's look at DC specifically, if 15 schools closed, that's going to put amazing pressure for those kids from those 15 schools to go to other schools, right? So the real question is, if you do the math and figure it out, the number of schools that are closing, the number of students that are being transferred, the number of costs that are being transferred, why wouldn't you have a component in there where part of the transferability or transfer opportunity really goes to a school choice opportunity or component as opposed to simply saying the school that still, or the students that are left behind, what's there for them? Well, actually, a lot of the schools are closing. And if that's happening, not everywhere, but it's happening somewhere, perhaps there's an opportunity for us to have a discussion about those resources in a pool. And if we're thinking about, Senator Alexander and myself co-sponsored a bill that he wrote where you take $22 billion out of a $600 billion fund, we're talking 4%, 3.5%. Can we have an experiment? Well, y'all please let us have an experiment with 4% of the money to see if we can be competitive with Finland and 4 Asian countries that are top 1 through 5. That's really what I'm asking in some of the places where we're seeing the least performance or the lowest performance.
Miss in the black.
I wonder, to what extent are you considering innovations such as the Khan Academy and their 3,000 course modules, which are being used in the Oakland system now and East Palo Alto, I think, amongst other places, to very good effect, and especially with low-achieving individuals who just were bored to death, and now they can proceed at their own speed, and they even become tutors. And this is a book by Salman Khan called One World Schoolhouse. The other comment I wanted to make is, what about drug-free schools and schools free of drug paraphernalia? I don't know if you're familiar with the fact that vaporizers are now being used on the way to school in buses with marijuana in them, and kids are getting high and are coming to school high. And can something like that, considerations for these kinds of things, be included in what you're doing?
Yes, ma'am. I noticed you were looking at Juan for the second question, so I'll leave that for him. And the first question, as you were looking at me, I'll tell you that I took the time last night. It's interesting that you'd asked that question last night. I was on the khanacademy.org website taking a look at it because I can't figure out this DC math. I'm not sure why it is that I'm confused. We're spending more money than we're taking in. It just doesn't seem logical to me. So I went and took a look at their macro and microeconomics courses, and it'll walk you through what seems to be Adam Smith's perspective on the economy, but I'm not quite sure why I got lost. But think about what we're looking at 10 years from now, and when we look back in year 20, perhaps 24, at education as we know it today. Newt Gingrich has a book called Breakout that talks about this education model. The fact of the matter is you can go online and get a pretty strong education almost for free. So we're spending $600+ billion trying to provide a world-class education, and it's at best mediocre too often. And we're having places online where you can get a pretty competitive education if you have the time to invest when you get off from work. So I think the next iteration of education and the competition to come is how the internet and virtual schools will start replacing and or competing with this notion that we have today of education. So on the second part of that question on using vaporizers or something for something, I'm going to let you deal with that something.
Well, given where you work, I thought you might be an expert in this area.
Well, I left the House of Representatives and I'm now in the Senate, so I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. I don't know anything about that drug paraphernalia. It's really my point. It's not that I'm more distinguished. It was a lateral move the last time I checked. But anyways.
Yeah, so I'm so glad you brought up Khan Academy. I just think it's an amazing sort of innovation, and I do think it will herald in a revolution in ed reform, and not just Khan Academy, but there's so many online options now, whether it's K-12 or at the higher ed level. At the higher ed level, and I think we'll probably hear more about this afternoon, you have Harvard and MIT that are coming together to form edX, which provide free online courses. These are some of the most august institutions in the world that are providing these options for free. You do have some high-quality options that parents have to pay for at the K-12 level as well, but this is where I think financing mechanisms like ed savings accounts become so important, or an option in Louisiana to go from not only school to school, but course to course. So when we talk about these options, these are in essence just the financing mechanism that allow parents to access all of these options. And while Khan Academy is free, it does allow them to access other online learning options. One line that I love that Sal Khan says in One World Schoolhouse, the book that you mentioned, he said, right now, learning is variable and time is fixed. We need to flip that equation so learning is fixed and time is variable. And I think that's what online learning and school choice writ large really help us to do. It's this mass customization of learning that is student-centric and basically ensures that a student masters a concept before they move on, so that learning piece is fixed, not variable for students. And one other thing on that too, I think on the homeschooling front, imagine what this could do for homeschooling. A parent now being equipped with Khan Academy, those 3,000 lessons in economics or math or DC math, whatever it might be, that are now equipped, fuzzy math, right? These parents that are now equipped with a world of knowledge, maybe being even more confident to say, you know what, maybe I will take on the challenge of homeschooling. So there are all of these, I think, benefits that could come from this online learning revolution that's at our doorsteps.
Senator, can you talk specifically on the Choice Act, where it stands legislatively and what we can all do to help it move forward?
Well, where it stands legislatively, we put it in, I think, January 9th, we submitted the bill. I'm not sure if you're aware of the way the Senate has been progressing this year. I think there were 180 bills passed by the House that have not seen the light of day. I've heard of the Do Nothing Congress, but it sounds like the Do Nothing Senate. There's a person that you could call, I think it's Senator Harry Reid, would go a long way to helping us have a serious debate on whether or not the bill itself, the Choice Act, has merits. I'd love to have that debate on the floor of the Senate. I think we could have a robust debate with parents and teachers throughout the country if we could find a way to get it to a vote. But right now it seems to be right behind the other couple hundred bills that we haven't taken up so far.
Is there any bipartisan interest that you find amongst your colleagues, even if it's not spoken about in public?
There is. I had a great conversation last week with Congresswoman Sheila Jackson about the legislation is heading to her office late last week, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity to have that discussion and perhaps get some co-sponsors that will help it to move through the Senate as well. But one of the things that's starting to happen, I see in the education front, is that we're starting to look at the outcome. It's an interesting conversation to have when you're focused on the outcome and not the intentions. As too often we may demonize people's intentions and not have a serious conversation about the outcomes. And the more we focus on the outcomes of education, the more I'm realizing that there are some folks, they say politics makes strange bedfellows. There are folks coming together, Ted Cruz and Sheila Jackson coming together, looking at ways to improve the outcome because it's so important to who we are as a people. And this nation will benefit from that debate.
Yes, ma'am, on the right.
Is getting parents more involved in their children's lives and doing it through their education. But if they're involved in that, they're going to start to get more involved in other areas. And it's going to, talking about outcomes, the outcome of children graduating, getting jobs, taking care of themselves, not being on welfare, of not being involved in drugs and alcohol and all the other things out there, and just improving their lives in all these areas. I think you're going to see a lot of side outcomes come out of that.
You're 100% correct. I will tell you that when I was flunking out of high school as a freshman, I flunked out and was on my way to becoming just a normal stat in the area where I lived. And my mother, she got pretty serious about my educational outcomes, and she loved me a lot. She also believed that love comes at the end of a switch, which is a Southern apparatus of encouragement, and she got seriously involved in my education, and my outcomes started to change as well. But we need parents to catch the kids when they're tilting or getting ready to fall over, and I was fortunate. I think there are parents everywhere in this country asking for a lifeline. Help me help myself. And this does that. And I take that pretty seriously, though we want to have fun while we're talking about it because too many people are asleep in this part of the conversation.
Yeah, and just to add to that too, not that anyone would condone folks breaking the law, but you often see news stories about parents who risk breaking the law to find a school that's outside of their child's assigned zip code. So the extent to which a parent will go to find a quality education for their child, I think, is evidence in some of those stories that we see. And one of the great lines that came out from the evaluation of the DC Opportunity Scholarship Program conducted by the University of Arkansas and the Department of Ed was that school choice in the DC voucher program moved parents from the margins to the centers of their child's academic experience. And we see that over and over again in school choice programs throughout the country. The level to which parental involvement is increased as a result of choice.
Yes, sir.
A broader question in education directed to Senator Scott, but Vaughn Williams can also participate. You alluded to one person controls what gets on the Senate floor. Why does Senate rules allow that, or what can be done about that?
Well, sir, the more we have tried to force a conversation, the worse the rules have gotten this year or last year as well. So We've seen the nuclear option. We've seen the implosion of the Senate as we've known it for the last couple hundred years, progressively getting worse. And as far as what we can do about that, sir, the evidence is coming in pretty clearly. There are probably 6 things specifically we can do about it. One's called North Carolina, Louisiana, West Virginia, South Dakota. They're called elections. We need 6 more Republicans so that we can change the leadership of the Senate, which is the shortest answer I'll actually have today.
I'll leave it at that.
I'm totally on board with what you're saying. What about negative consequences? You know, unintended consequences. I'm thinking of, say, people like in Arizona that would take $9,000 and they figure out a way to waste it, or you know, unintended consequences. This is a good thing for parents in general. What about parents who don't care about their kids? There's a few of those around. You know, how does this affect them?
Well, let me take a shot at that one. I'll give Senator Scott some time to think.
Amen.
No, this is a real part of this conversation. In fact, Lindsay and I were talking before we came out about the Justice Department suit in Louisiana that's against school choice. And their argument is, of course, that this is a lure to resegregation of schools, that what you're really doing is allowing the white children to get out of these schools and form some kind of Southern segregationist academy. Now, this is a ludicrous suggestion in this context. The minute you look at it, you will discover that the scholarships are limited to low-income children, principally in New Orleans, principally black kids, and in overwhelmingly districts that are already under the Desegregation Act. Am I right so far?
Yep.
There we go. Okay, so the expert agrees. So but that is, again, a danger, as you were talking about. I would say another danger is that you have, in some cases, in terms of school choice, particularly in terms of charters, people form charters that are really for some, extremist religious group. They have a high rate of closures in some areas. Why aren't high standards being maintained in that charter school environment? And how do you enforce standards in a charter school or even a voucher environment? What is the relationship between government funding, which is the money in the voucher, and wherever that money goes? That's another potential hazard. And do these schools take all children? One of the big complaints that comes from the public school supporters is, the charter schools don't have to take kids with bad records or disabled kids or kids that have behavioral problems. We take them all. And that's why you get better results out of the charters, vouchers, et cetera. So these are all the negative consequences. And as you said in your question, there are some parents who may not be the kind that would line up, early in the morning or days before in order to try to get their child into the best possible charter school. They don't care about the kid, they're lost. And so are we, in fact, condemning the child, even as we're trying to help the child, because the parent, is not involved, and it's not going to be involved no matter what we do. I think these are all cheap excuses, and here's why. I think that if you right now look at the status quo, you will see an inordinate, to my mind, disgraceful number of children who are being failed by the current system. And when you talk about breaking apart this system and giving power to parents, there are people who will point out potential negatives, potential failures, et cetera. But at this point, to me, the big problem is the status quo. Children who are being ill-served, and we have evidence in terms of the statistics that were cited earlier by Senator Scott on graduation rates, dropout rates, specifically, again, in the minority community, but don't walk away from here thinking this is a conversation about those black and Hispanic kids. You should check out what's going on with the white kids as well. And even in the supposedly wonderful suburban schools, go compare them to the schools in the other developed Western nations in terms of how they compare on STEM outcomes. And you would say, oh my gosh, what's going on with American education at this start of this 21st century? So to me, what you're looking at is people who will cite, potential stumbles, potential problems along the way. But to my mind, the urgent task for us in this moment is to acknowledge the failure of the current system and blow it up.
There is undeniable risk, without any question, to anything that we do. Perhaps the greatest risk, however, is to maintain the status quo. And I was trying to do the math in my head, but I didn't get it finished yet. But if you think, 50 to 70,000 students in the school system. I'm not sure how many kids there are in D.C. 71,000? Do you know? So there's 55,000 in Charleston County. We have about 4 million folks in my state, 46 counties. So my county is one of the larger ones, 50,000 students. Think about the opportunity cost for 50,000 students at the average D.C. price tag of $20,000 per student versus 50,000 students if we had them all enrolled in opportunity scholarships at $8,500. Think about the cost of the graduation difference between 56% at $20,000, $8,500 getting 97%. Think about the difference in those who go on to get a 2-year degree or 4-year degree and what that means to everything from our manufacturing hub that with the great natural gas prices, we see manufacturers coming back to our country versus what we would see if we didn't have this product going through the 2-year schools. Think about the fact that the unemployment rate is 3% for those with a 4-year degree, 10% for those who don't graduate from high school, which is up 44%. So we're going to pay an astronomically high number to produce higher unemployment, higher government dependency, or we can pay 40% on the dollar, reduce our unemployment rate, reduce our government dependence, as well as improve the likelihood of more businesses, more opportunities in a global economy where the competition is serious about taking us out.
And if I could just add too, since you mentioned Arizona, they have put good fiscal accountability measures in place there. So parents have to submit receipts about that show their educational expenditures every quarter to the Department of Revenue. They don't get the next quarter's disbursement until they've submitted those receipts. So they have some good fiscal accountability measures in place. And yes, you're always going to get a couple of bad apples, but I don't think that should be our default position when we think about parents. By and large, they are fighting with every breath to get the best possible educational opportunity for their children. And I think in Arizona, part of that, you'll see evidence of that just by going online and looking at the Yahoo group. All of the parents that are in Arizona's Ed Savings Account program got together organically, got on this Yahoo group. They're going back and forth talking about what educational options work for their kids, and their child has this special need and what's worked well for them, and best practices on utilizing their Ed Savings Account. So I'm much more optimistic that that's the type of outcome we'll see than any sort of fraud that might be in the program.
Jerry.
Question about the current structure of the public school system. I saw a statistic recently that was startling. It said something like in the last 30 years, the number of teachers in the public system has increased at a compounded rate of 1 or 2%, and the number of administrators had compounded at 7%. Yeah. That's annual compounding. So in other words, the administrative and overhead staff has grown dramatically. The number of teachers has not. So I would perhaps your newer methods, your options, your choice, your charter schools could help get at this model problem. And the second thing I'd say is don't we need a system where we attract the best teachers, the best people, and reward those teachers and celebrate those teachers? Because in my own experience, I remember the great teachers I had in school and recognize how much they helped me over my life. So I think the current system often does not differentiate excellence in teachers from ordinary or less than that. Thank you.
There are, when I was in the South Carolina State Legislature in the State House, we had some measures to improve the actual in-classroom expenditures versus the overhead. And so in my state at the time, this is back in 2008 or 2009, I think the numbers are 44 cents on the dollar went to the classroom, 56 cents on the dollar did not. The national average was around 65 cents on the dollar, went to the classrooms. And so the debate that we had, and our governor was in the State House with me then, and she had a piece of legislation, if I have this correct, that was to take our state average from 44 cents to 65 cents. And all of that, what that means is $1.6 billion more, I think it was at the time, into the classrooms. And so the debate that we have about money really should be a debate about how we use the money. The average education department employee, I believe, makes around $100,000, $103,000 a year, whereas a teacher makes a whole lot less than that typically. And so what we ought to have a debate about is where are our priorities, starting with the kid and who's closest to the kid, and make sure that we pay and reward those folks that are closest to the kid, and take a look at how we're using those dollars. But the evidence is pretty clear, and I certainly believe in a ground zero up approach to that, and having the folks closest to the student helping making those decisions, and not me in Washington, but that is a part of that serious debate that we ought to have.
And the federal government has layered such a bureaucratic compliance burden onto states and local school districts that you can hardly blame them, really, for all of the administrative bloat that they've had to take on over the years just to comply with the Department of Education's paperwork demands. And we have seen tremendous administrative bloat. Just a couple of stats we've seen since the 1960s, a 7% increase in the number of students that are enrolled in public schools across the country, but an 84% increase in the number of teachers and administrative staff. And if you just look at the teacher to non-teacher ratio, in 1960, there were 2.36 teachers for every non-teacher in a classroom. Today, it's 1-to-1. So for every school teacher you see in a district, there's an administrative counterpart. And so much of that is just that bureaucratic compliance burden that's levied on school districts from Washington.
Senator, thank you for your leadership on this. Juan Williams, thank you for being with us. And Lindsay, thanks for putting it all together and giving us these great ideas that we can turn into legislative text. So,
thank you, Mike.
Thank you all. Credit card debt. And one of the reasons for this is that the higher education system is controlled by something our next speaker refers to as the iron triangle of regional accreditation organizations, schools, and federal bureaucrats. But the reason I'm so excited is Mike Lee is a special person. Mike came here in the 2010 election. Within months of Mike coming to Washington, we were working with him on something the Heritage Foundation had put forth called our Saving the American Dream Plan. Mike would come by Mondays at 6:30. He'd sit down with our policy experts, really steep himself in the policy of this. I haven't met anybody in Washington, D.C. more interested in ideas than Mike Lee, and that's why it's been such a privilege for us to be able to work with him for the last 3 years. One of the themes that you've heard me referring to throughout this event from the morning straight through all the afternoons, we are not going to be able to advance conservative policy in this town until we're willing to take on the status quo bias of Washington, D.C., until we're able to trust bold ideas to inspire Americans to change Washington from the outside in. And I think part of the reason that Mike Lee has been such a forceful advocate for big, bold ideas is that he also recognizes that. He has not been afraid to take on the status quo bias of Washington, D.C., and in doing that has come forth with what I think are some of the most innovative proposals that we've seen in Washington in quite some time. Mike's here to talk about his Higher Education Reform Opportunity Act. It's something that I think would radically transform the way higher education works for the better, empower people with choice and options that make more sense for themselves. So I'm pleased to share the stage with Senator Mike Lee, and he'll take questions afterwards, I get also, sir.
It's good to be with you today. As I was on my way in, Mike Needham said to me, are you all set to talk about railroad policy? I had one of those brief moments of panic where I thought, maybe I got the wrong message, and then I realized it was just Mike being Mike. It reminded me of a story told by a former member of my staff, David Barlow, who was my chief counsel a couple of years ago. He has a son named William, who was sometimes restless during church. William's about 5 years old, and he was sitting there in church one day, and David said, "William, you need to be good during church, and if you have a hard time holding still, maybe you should stop for a minute and think about Jesus." And William would hear nothing of that, and he said, "No, Dad, just to be perfectly clear, I'm not thinking about Jesus. I'm thinking about trains." And a few minutes later, David said, "Okay, well, look, just hold still for a few more minutes, and then this part of church will be over, and you can go to Sunday school, and you can see your friends, and that'll be fun. And he said, just to be clear, Dad, I will not be thinking about Jesus during Sunday school either. I will still be thinking about trains. So one day, as I was on my way to deliver a speech on the Senate floor, actually about railroad policy, my wife sent me a text message saying, I'm thinking about trains. So before I begin my remarks today, I want to thank Heritage Action and all of the scholars at Heritage that have made today possible. I think the conservative movement really is at its best when it's all about ideas. And I think 2014 is something that's likely to prove to be the beginning of an important and new era for our country, an era in which Americans are going to need conservatives to be at our best. And for decades, that's really what the Heritage Foundation has been all about making sure that conservatives are at our best. And as we begin the process of developing a new and long overdue conservative reform agenda, events like this are going to prove to be an invaluable, indispensable part of the development of that very agenda that we so badly need. In 1861, Abraham Lincoln told the United States Congress that to him, the leading object of government was to, quote, elevate the condition of men, to lift artificial weights from all shoulders, to clear the paths of laudable pursuit for all, to afford all an unfettered start and a fair chance in the race of life. Today, one of the great artificial weights on the shoulders of working families, hardworking Americans from one coast to the other, and one of the great obstacles blocking their paths of laudable pursuit is the rising cost of higher education, along with the narrowed access to that kind of education, and the uncertain value that that kind of education sometimes has attached to it. Those problems are symptoms of the deep paradox that is at the heart of higher education policy in America today. And the challenge to policymakers is to overcome that paradox by reconciling two seemingly conflicting, seemingly contradictory, seemingly irreconcilable facts. On the one hand is the United States continues to transition from an industrial economy to an information-based, information age economy. Higher education is more important to social opportunity and to economic mobility than it ever has been at any time in our history. And on the other hand, the standard credential of higher education in America, that is, the bachelor's degree, is being progressively devalued by the diminishing quality and exploding costs of undergraduate education in America. How is it possible that higher education is becoming more valuable and a bachelor's degree is becoming less valuable at the same time? Well, I answer that question by pointing out that these are not the same thing. A higher education and a bachelor's degree are two different, distinct concepts. And I believe that to succeed in the 21st century global information age economy, the vast majority of Americans will need at least some post-secondary knowledge and skills. But a 4-year sojourn at a traditional brick-and-mortar Ivy residential institution is not necessarily any longer the only way to get those things. Part of the problem is simple vocabulary. Until very recently, the college campus was really the only game in town when it came to higher education. To make higher education cost-effective, you needed a centralized location where students from far away could be close to teachers, where scholars from different fields could be close together so that they could have an opportunity to work one with another, and where all of the above could be in the immediate proximity of a common library that would be shared by the various constituent parts of the university. Today, technology has made it possible for students to take classes from professors in another state, for academics to conduct research with colleagues across oceans, and for anyone with an iPad to carry a library around in their backpack. For the first time in history, students don't have to go to college to go to college. Today, there are vocational programs and specialized training programs, especially in growing technological industries. There are apprenticeships in the skilled trades. There are hybrid on-campus and on-the-job models. There are public, private, and for-profit colleges of varying tiers and emphases. There is the burgeoning promise of distance learning options like massive open online courses, or MOOCs as they're sometimes described. Unfortunately, this innovative alternative market is being cordoned off from the vast majority of students by an increasingly outdated federal policy governing higher education accreditation. Here's how it works. Federal student assistance, and I'm speaking here primarily of Stafford loans and Pell Grants, are offered through Title IV of the Federal Higher Education Act. Under the law, students are eligible for Title IV loans or Title IV loans and grants only if they attend formally accredited schools. There is a good quality control argument for this kind of arrangement, except that's not where the restrictions end. The restrictions, unfortunately, and I believe unnecessarily, go much further than that. Under the law, only degree-issuing academic institutions are allowed to be accredited, and only the U.S. Department of Education can authorize accreditors under this system. Furthermore, as you might remember, Congress effectively killed the private student loan industry in 2009. Taken together, these restrictive policies artificially narrow America's path into the middle class and into economic opportunity. In effect, the federal government today operates a kind of higher education cartel. Federally approved creditors operate as a gatekeeper to keep unwanted providers out of the market. This arrangement does not protect students from bad actors so much as it protects incumbent colleges from innovative competitors. Inevitably, as government has closed, protected, and subsidized this market, it has started to break down. The price of college has exploded, so it's now impossible for all but the wealthiest students to pay their own way through an undergraduate higher education experience. Meanwhile, the ubiquity of the BA degree has made it difficult to achieve middle-class security without that increasingly expensive and increasingly nebulous credential. However unintentionally, the current policies are creating three distinct classes of students. First, you have the affluent kids who attend the best public and private high schools prior to going to college, who are then all but certain to graduate from college and simply have to decide which college they're going to attend, which college is ultimately going to announce them as graduates. Next, you have high school graduates who certainly could go to college, but are reluctant to take on that much debt, the amount of debt that it will require them to incur as a condition for attending college. And some of them might prefer to explore a more tailored, more affordable option for their education or their training. And then there are the people that current policy all but locks out of the current higher education financing system. High school dropouts, students betrayed by the system who are socially promoted all the way to graduation in high school without being prepared for college-level work, and others like single parents whose life circumstances might make it almost impossible for them to take enough courses at a time to qualify for federal assistance. In effect, Washington's offer to most Americans after high school is go tens of thousands of dollars into non-dischargeable debt to pursue an overpriced degree that there's no guarantee you'll ever even receive, or, alternatively, spend the rest of your life locked out of America's middle class. This is not a good choice. Most progressives think increasingly that increasing the level of taxpayer assistance will make up for any policy dysfunction. In this area, as in so many others, they just say, let's throw more money at the problem, and the problem will eventually go away. But we've tried that. And just like in the housing market, like in so many other areas where the government's just thrown more money at a problem, what we've done is to inflate the bubble. Last summer, outstanding student debt passed $1 trillion, now greater than total outstanding credit card debt throughout the country. It seems to me that the answer isn't more funding for existing Title IV programs. Instead, I think the answer is to make more kinds of students and more kinds of educational experiences eligible for these kinds of programs, eligible for Title IV funding. That's what my bill, the Higher Education Reform and Opportunity Act, would do. It would empower states to create alternative, parallel accreditation systems to enable students in their respective states to get Title IV assistance in order to attend alternative post-secondary education providers. Participation would be totally voluntary from state to state and would in no way interfere with the current system. State-based accreditation would, in this respect, augment, it would supplement, but not replace the current existing accreditation regime. College presidents can rest assured that if they like their regional accreditor, they can keep their regional accreditor. And I mean it. I'm absolutely sincere in that one. The key difference here would be that state-based accreditation would not be limited to traditional degree issuing, brick-and-mortar academic institutions. Title IV aid would be available to students seeking specialized programs, apprenticeships, professional certifications, competency tests, and even individualized courses. Nor would states be limited to authorizing incumbent accrediting agencies. Businesses, labor unions, trade associations, nonprofit groups, and any other applicant that met the state's requirements could be empowered to accredit one of these programs. Under state accreditation, America's higher education market would become as diverse and nimble as the job-creating industries that are looking to hire new workers. Authorized businesses could accredit courses and programs to teach precisely the kinds of skills that they need. Imagine computer courses accredited by Apple or Google. Dow could accredit a chemistry program. Boeing could craft its own aerospace engineering major. Or Hilton could accredit a hospitality training program specifically designed to meet current market needs. Accrediting individual courses would give the student still weighing her options the chance to take a course or two without going thousands of dollars or tens of thousands of dollars into debt. An entry-level employee who needed only to take a few classes to qualify for a promotion could find a program specifically tailored to match his individualized needs. Accrediting competency exams would allow students to acquire skills on their own timelines, liberally from, and in this respect, they would be freed from the arbitrary semester calendar, which is kind of a relic of a bygone era. It's something that existing brick-and-mortar institutions would, of course, be free to hold on to, but not everyone would have to remain wedded to it. High school graduates unprepared for college or for a career and left in this state of unpreparedness by their failing high schools could get assistance to start catching up in remedial classes or getting professional skills. Single moms and parents pulling double shifts could finally become eligible for Title IV funds to build their transcripts at a personalized rate and at a sustainable pace. Labor unions and companies employing skilled workers could accredit innovative apprenticeship and training programs, potentially developing entirely new delivery models. That's another exciting feature of this plan. It opens doors for more students and for more teachers, for more types of students and more types of teachers. In innovating states, talented faculty who might be uninterested in esoteric publish or perish types of research that are often required for tenure at a more traditional institution, could instead focus their energy on classroom excellence, on being better teachers, rather than on the constant push for more research and more publication. Groups of professors could strike out on their own, forming new business models like medical practices. They could offer high-quality higher education for a fraction of the cost of 4 years at a traditional university. States could finally start to level the playing field for new innovators like MOOCs, these massive open online courses, and see where empowered students and teachers can take that kind of technology. These reforms would begin to turn higher education into the cutting-edge growth industry our information economy needs to be, desperately needs to become. Institutions of civil society could play a crucial role in this kind of system as well. Nonprofit groups like the U.S. Historical Society or the Sierra Club or the Mayo Clinic could accredit programs in their respective fields or competency measuring exams for various courses. Think of the proliferation of opportunities that could come from this. Faith communities and civic organizations could begin to offer local students accredited college courses. They could do so for next to nothing, and they could do so as part of their missions for those that they represent and those that they are dedicated to serving. Qualified individuals could make teaching higher education their form of tithing or their form of community volunteering. After all, properly considered, the retired mechanic who lives down the street and the stay-at-home mom with the master's degree and the Civil War reenacting enthusiast who has an encyclopedic knowledge of military history, all are potential teachers that current policy tends to keep on the sidelines. Alternative accreditation could start to get those kinds of people into the game and more Americans into the middle class, which is exactly what we want. After all, how long does one think that we really have to wait for Heritage University? I'd like to see that someday. Yeah. With Professor Needham teaching. Seriously, we already know that people other than tenured academics can teach college-level material. Adjunct professors, teaching assistants, and high school advanced placement teachers do it every single day. Some of the best courses I took in college and in law school were from adjunct professors. And we already know credentials, other than the traditional degrees offered by brick-and-mortar higher learning institutions, can be made to work perfectly well in fields that use them. Accountants take the CPA exam. Stockbrokers take the Series 7. And skilled tradesmen have their various journeyman exams, just to name a few. And in the most important growth industry in our economy, high technology, non-academic professional certifications have already been in the marketplace where they've been flourishing and widely accepted for many, many years. The market is moving in this direction already. It's time for federal policy to catch up to the marketplace. There are too many valuable opportunities and invaluable people that current law, current policy tends to exclude. It's time to decouple Title IV eligibility and enrollment at degree-issuing institutions. My bill would begin that process, spurring innovation and experimentation, creating jobs and opportunities for students, teachers, and everyone in between, opening up the higher education market to new ideas, and driving down costs while lowering barriers to the middle class. Some reformers might want to go even further to open up the market with a national system based in Washington, or blow up the existing accreditation system altogether. But I submit that housing alternative accreditation in the states accomplishes three conservative goals all at the same time. First, it will protect the new market from the cronyism that almost inevitably targets centralized power. It's a lot harder for special interests to get to 50 competing states than to corrupt a single monolithic bureaucracy headquartered in one single city. Second, it will allow competitive federalism to work its magic, just as the Founding Fathers always intended. Neighboring states will be able to check one another's imprudence and inaction as those things might arise. And voters will finally begin to have a say in this process, too, as higher education reform and innovation becomes an important issue in gubernatorial and state legislative campaigns. And finally, it will preserve and reward what does work at today's colleges and universities. It's wrong to say that America's higher education system is failing. It isn't. And in fact, that system succeeds every day beyond any reasonable expectation of the people who created it many generations ago. Our best colleges remain the best colleges anywhere in the world. That's why students from around the world come here to the United States to study. But federal higher education policy is failing the 2/3 of Americans who never get a BA, and the large majority of Americans who never set foot on a college campus. Those Americans need access to skills that current colleges are not teaching, at prices that four-year residential institutions can't afford to offer, on timelines that the academic calendar can't accommodate. And the lower a student's income and the more pressing their life circumstances, the greater their need. In today's more customizable world, students should be able to build their transcripts a la carte, on campus and online, in classrooms and in offices, with traditional semester courses and alternative scenarios like competency-based testing. And their assistants should follow them at every step along the way. We don't need to dump our higher education system. We just need to open it up to more students and to more teachers that can benefit from it. A little competition would be good for everyone, but the goal of reform should be to build up, not to tear down. So instead of eliminating our current accreditation regime, my bill would simply allow 50 new ones to compete with it and to compete with each other, with enough quality control to protect students and taxpayers and enough flexibility to incentivize experimentation and innovation. In higher education, as in so many other areas, the greatest threats to equal opportunity, that is, those artificial weights, those obstacles that Abraham Lincoln so eloquently referenced, are the unintended consequence of dysfunctional government policies. The current system has left a lot of people. It's left a lot of people behind. It's also helped a lot of people. Reform needs to circle back and make equal opportunity a reality for everyone, so that it's not just there for the lucky ones. The point of higher education policy should be to enable good teachers to teach, willing students to learn, the economy to grow, and civil society to flourish. And most of all, it should look out for those students that the current system is leaving behind. The American people are ready to meet that challenge. And accreditation reform, I believe, will start to give them that very chance, the chance they need to succeed. Thank you very much.
Senator, we'll take questions, but maybe just to start off, you've gotten effusive praise from everybody in the think tank world, the conservative intelligentsia. What feedback are you getting from kind of other places, from higher education world, from state governments?
For those who are familiar with this proposal, the praise has been pretty consistent. The only significant concerns that I've heard have been from a couple of people in the more traditional brick and mortar institutions that have been initially misinformed about what it would do. I've had some college administrators who, understandably, when they were under the mistaken impression that this was going to tear down the existing system, they wanted to warn me that that might not be such a good idea. But as soon as I explained what this actually does, that concern seemed to dissipate. So yeah, the response has been overwhelmingly positive thus far.
Hi, how you would, well, first of all, the terms when I was growing up were mentor and internship and things along those lines. So it's not new concepts, it's just new ways of describing it. Are you addressing the F1 visas that are active on campus. I met a young girl from China the other day, and she was getting her Social Security card, which she needed to get to have her internship at CAP and get paid. These are jobs that should go to American students. When she leaves the country, she takes her Social Security number with her. While she's here, she's eligible to get credit cards, driver's license. So in your bill, are you addressing that as one of the attacks on the kids that are growing up here, wanting the job, and they have a life that they will continue on here?
No, this bill doesn't deal with any of the immigration issues. It doesn't reform the F-1 visa system. I understand that there is always need for reform in that area, but that is not the focus of this bill.
Jerry.
Do you have much support within the Senate, your colleagues in the Senate or others for this, for the elements within your bill?
You know, we've just introduced it within the last few weeks. We've got a handful of co-sponsors, but the idea is still new enough. It's still somewhat novel, to where people are still getting their arms around it. We're not under any kind of mistaken impression that this is going to pass within a matter of days or weeks. This is going to take some time. But the good news is that those who have reviewed it have thus far been very encouraging, and I'm optimistic about where it's going. Harry Reid has yet to sign on as a co-sponsor, but I will let you know as soon as he does.
So there is a reauthorization coming up this summer. How do you see that impacting the kind of dialogue?
Well, that is one of the many reasons why in the Senate we need to restore the regular order amendment process. Because anytime we're dealing with some kind of reauthorization of an existing program, a reauthorization that needs to occur, we need to consider options along with it. Things like this have a much higher likelihood of getting to a vote, and therefore of being debated and considered and having the relative, the various policy merits discussed and debated whenever they come up in connection with a vote. And a vote's much more likely to occur if we have an open amendment process. The way things have been functioning lately, that would seem like more or less an impossibility. I mean, from July of last year through the end of January of this year, we had a total of 4 roll call votes in the Senate. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, on measures introduced by Republicans. And that's because the majority leader has been relying on this procedure whereby he fills the tree, fills the amendment tree, and blocks basically all amendments other than those that he personally blesses. We're working with him to try to break that logjam. We think that's wrong, and we also think that this ultimately is neither a Republican nor a Democratic issue. It's neither conservative nor liberal. It's simply an American issue. It's a constitutional issue. And it's an issue of public policy where the American people vote for us, they send us there, they do expect us to take votes, and not just those that the majority leader in his infinite wisdom deigns to grant us.
Any conversations with Daniels at now at Purdue, and he's done, you know, obviously he would need some more flexibility with a bill such as yours, but something called the Gallup-Purdue Index that's now going to try to come up with a new gauge of college students saying that, you know, degrees aren't necessarily, they don't equate to being prepared in the workforce. I was just wondering if you've had any conversations with him, and if you followed anything he's been doing at Purdue.
Yeah, I have heard of that, and I think what we're doing arises out of a similar pattern of thinking. I have not yet met with Mitch Daniels. I hope to do so sometime in the near future, because I think there's a lot I could learn from that.
Maybe time for one more?
I imagine that this is a great first step for higher ed reform, but I imagine that it is just a first step in your eyes. What do you think other opportunities are for reform of the higher ed world? Maybe more metrics for increased transparency so people know what their dollars are going to buy them long term as far as career prospects. What do you see as other opportunities?
Yeah, so metrics and sort of the buyer notifications that often come with the product. You know, this is how much this refrigerator will cost you to operate for an entire year. You know that when you buy a refrigerator. You know the miles per gallon rating that a car receives before you buy the car. A lot of people have suggested that we require similar information to be disclosed when it comes to higher education, and that especially where federal funds are involved, that there ought to be some kind of metrics produced and made available to the consumer, the student, about what the graduation rates are, about what the employment rates are post-graduation, about what the salary ranges are within those majors. And I think those are some of the other reforms that are likely to be considered.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have our final panel will be Raul Labrador talking about religious liberty. He's on his way up right now, but if anyone needs to take a brief break, we'll take a couple minutes and then get right back going. So thank you all.
Okay, we have made it to our last panel of the day. Thank all of you for being here, and this has been a tremendous day where we've gotten to cover a lot of really great and important issues. This last issue is another very important issue. We're going to talk about religious freedom on this last panel today. To talk to us about that, we have Raul Labrador here today. Congressman Labrador represents a new generation of conservative leaders. You know, he's been conservative through and through since he got here. He does not bend. He fights for principle. And he is, I think, one of our most talented, young, up-and-coming communicators in the House of Representatives. And for that, he's been the subject of much speculation and much whispers as to his future in this town. And I think that those speculative whispers are well-deserved. Today, he'll talk to us about religious freedom. Like so many of the topics we've talked about today, this is an issue which the federal government is overreaching in very chilling and scary ways. It's an issue that cuts across the partisan divide and gets to the very core of the fight we face right now against a callous and indifferent federal government that seeks to impose its worldview on its citizens. Raul Labrador has done great work in this issue area and continues to make a name for himself in other areas as well. For example, he's leading an effort right now on prison sentencing reform. And this work is attracting a lot of strange bedfellows, libertarians, conservatives, liberals, all coming together around this issue. So he does these kinds of things, and he actually confounds a lot of the labelers out there, which I think is a very refreshing thing. Please join me in welcoming Congressman Labrador to the stage.
Thank you for your kind words. Good afternoon. It's great to be here. I'm going to be really brief, and then we're going to sit and have a panel. But let me start by just thanking Heritage for doing this terrific summit. My staff, I've been flying most of the day, so I haven't heard most of it. But my staff has been listening to it all day, and they've given me some amazing reports. I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this distinguished panel and talking about and sharing ideas about what I believe will be one of the most important issues, I think, in the next few years. And that issue is religious liberty and the growing threats to our religious liberty. Regardless of where you stand on the political spectrum, I think we can all agree that the freedom of religion is one of our foundational values. And yet, like many of you, I am deeply concerned that this administration may begin to use the federal government to discriminate against individuals and organizations who believe traditional marriage and believe in it for religious reasons. The administration already has a history of imposing their ideas on religious and faith-based institutions. We all know about the HHS mandate on contraception, in which the administration is forcing religious and other faith-based organizations to spend money on things like abortion pills that violate their most basic beliefs. We also remember how the IRS targeted conservative and Tea Party groups and trying to take away their nonprofit status as part of a coordinated agenda. We also remember, and we should not assume that the IRS will be any friendlier to organizations that support and want to continue practicing traditional marriage. In fact, we've already seen a lot of things happen at the state level. Things are already moving in the wrong direction. Last August, the New Mexico Supreme Court ruled that a Christian photographer violated state law by refusing to photograph a same-sex commitment ceremony, even though doing so would have violated the photographer's deeply held religious beliefs. Other cases involve Christian adoption and foster care agencies. And in fact, in California, there was a bill making its way through the legislature that would have removed from the Boy Scouts of America certain state-level tax exemptions and threaten similar groups who hold traditional views about marriage and sexual morality. It passed in the California Senate by a vote of 27-9 before being tabled in the state assembly. Such policies are creating a climate of intolerance and intimidation for citizens who believe that marriage is the union of one man and one woman. And this climate could escalate to the federal level. And that's why I introduced H.R. 3133, the Marriage and Religious Freedom Act, which will protect freedom of conscience on the issue of marriage. My bill is really narrow. It's narrowly tailored to prohibit the federal government from inappropriately targeting organizations or individuals who hold the religious belief that marriage is the union of one man and one woman. H.R. 3133 prohibits the federal government from making tax-exempt status contingent on a group's beliefs about marriage. No group should be denied or lose tax exemption because it has a religious belief that marriage is the union of a man and a woman, or that sexual relations are reserved for marriage. My bill would also ensure that the federal government cannot deny or exclude a person from receiving any federal grant, contract, loans, license, certification, accreditation, employment, or other similar position or status. Tax-exempt status isn't just for those groups who win the favor of a particular government institution or administration. While Americans are civilly free to structure their personal relationships as state law permits, they should not use government to penalize those who think and act differently. Protecting religious liberty and the rights of conscience does not infringe on anyone's freedoms. All Americans should be free to believe and act in the public square based on their beliefs about marriage without fear of any government penalty. All people should be treated with dignity and respect. That includes not using the law to coerce and penalize those who seek to follow their conscience. H.R. 3133 currently has 100 co-sponsors and has been referred to the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, plus the House Ways and Means Committee. I'm very excited to have 5 of the 6 Ways and Means Subcommittee Chairmen and 4 of the 5 Oversight and Government Reform Subcommittee Chairmen as co-sponsors. To be clear, our bill doesn't take anything away from anyone. All it does is it protects the religious freedom of those who believe marriage is the union of one man and one woman. This is a great bill that social conservatives and libertarians can rally around, that can generate support in both parties, and that can actually pass both houses of Congress and become law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman. We appreciate those remarks very much. I would now like to invite the rest of our panel to come up. Austin Nimmick serves as Senior Legal Counsel with Alliance Defending Freedom, and he is the Director of Legal Advocacy for Marriage and Family there. We also will have Sarah Torrey joining us. Sarah is our lead policy analyst on this in the DeVos Center for Religious and Civil Society here at the Heritage Foundation. I think I'll kick it off with a question or two, and then we'll open it up to everybody. Austin, we saw the Supreme Court strike down part of the Federal Defense of Marriage Act last summer. How has the federal government used that decision, and why should Congress move to protect religious liberty now?
That's a great question. Unfortunately, the administration we've seen since the Windsor decision came down last June has used it in a way that the Supreme Court actually expressly condemned the federal government for acting when DOMA was enacted. Specifically, when you read the opinion, you'll see that the Supreme Court condemned Congress for putting its thumb on the scales and influencing how states would choose to conduct their own marriage policy. And now we see the federal government, since the enactment of the Windsor decision, enacting through soft law at various administrative levels what we call a place of celebration rule with regard to marriages, saying that if you have a marriage license from one jurisdiction, we're going to honor it in any jurisdiction in which you exist, including jurisdictions that don't recognize same-sex marriage. So If the Supreme Court was right that Congress put its thumb on the states to influence them not to enact same-sex marriage, now this administration is putting its thumb on the states and using the opinion to coerce states to enact same-sex marriage, or to create what the Supreme Court also called two regimes of marriage law in any given state. So now you have, for example, if you have a state that does not honor same-sex marriage like Missouri, and you have a same-sex couple that has a marriage license from New York, they will receive federal benefits but not state benefits, thereby having the two-tiered scheme that the Supreme Court expressly condemned. Of course, this also has implications for religious liberty, because we've seen where same-sex marriage has taken root, it has animated non-discrimination laws in respective states with regard to sexual orientation and marital status. And so, we are litigating a lot of those cases that exist in both same-sex marriage and non-same-sex marriage states, and exactly the full breadth of that impact remains to be seen, and it will continue to be played out.
Thank you. I think I'd like to, the Congressman may have to jet a little bit early here, so I'd like to direct a question to you before you take off. You mentioned you have 100 co-sponsors. What's it going to take to get this on the floor this year?
You know, we have been working very hard with the chairman of both committees, and that's one of the reasons that we worked hard to get the chairman of the subcommittees to be co-sponsors. And I think as we keep getting more and more people ready to support this legislation, I think we're going to be able to have hearings on that. And it's something that I think both parties can agree to, is because we're not trying to discriminate in any way. We're not trying to change the Windsor decision. My legislation is very narrowly tailored. And I spent a lot of time writing it because I wanted to make sure that we were not trying to overturn Windsor in any way. And some people might want to do that. But what this legislation does is it just tells the American people that if they have a deeply held religious belief on marriage, that they're not going to be discriminated against by the federal government. And I think it's just a pretty simple legislation that the American people can get.
Do you have some Democrats in mind that are ready to support this?
We actually have a couple of Democrats that are already co-sponsors of the legislation, and we have several who said they would support it when it comes to the House floor.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, for Sarah. Sarah, what are some of the ways that the redefinition of marriage has threatened Americans' religious liberty?
Sure. So as Austin mentioned, we've had a number of instances, unfortunately, in states where the redefinition of marriage, especially coupled with sexual orientation laws and non-discrimination policies, have combined to threaten people's religious freedom. So ADF is actually leading the charge in one case of Lane Photography. This is a photographer in New Mexico, excuse me, that she declined to use her artistic abilities to take photographs of a same-sex ceremony because that violated her religious beliefs. Unfortunately, a commission and eventually the New Mexico Supreme Court there ruled that she was violating non-discrimination policies in that state, and they've now appealed that case to the Supreme Court. And I might ask Austin to add anything since it's your case.
Well, the Supreme Court should grant cert.
Yeah.
That's what I'll add. So, yeah, we have a reply brief due later this month on that, and we'll find out in a matter of months whether cert is granted.
Great. Let's open it up to questions. Yes, sir. We've got a mic coming down right now.
This question can be for any of the panel. How do you respond to those who say that discrimination against gay people is the same as discrimination against African Americans, sort of like Loving v. Virginia for sexual orientation?
That's a great question. What this bill does specifically is it says you can believe whatever you want on same-sex marriage, but the government's not going to take away your tax-exempt status. For example, when I give money to my church is not going to be penalized by the federal government because they believe in traditional marriage, and I'm not going to have my tax deduction taken away from me because I believe in traditional marriage. I'm not forcing my views on anybody else. I'm just trying to make sure that my views are protected like they're enshrined in the Constitution.
Yeah,
Wanna answer?
and I have two responses to that question. Number one, there's a massive distinction, and I think the congressman just animated it, in acting because of a deeply held belief about marriage on the one hand, and acting because you don't like somebody who defines themselves as gay or lesbian on the other hand. And so when you look at the cases we're litigating, so we talked about Elaine Photography, and it was clear in that case and that she had served gays and lesbians and would photograph gays and lesbians, but then she was being asked to participate in a same-sex ceremony which ran contrary to her deeply held religious beliefs. And so that case brought forward factually the clear distinction. You may have heard about our florist in the state of Washington who was asked to provide flowers for two men who have been longtime friends and clients of hers, who she's been serving and providing flowers for a long time. They were friends, they hugged, they know each other. But when it came to, we want you to participate in and celebrate in our ceremony, that's where she respectfully drew the line. And when it happened, they actually gave each other a hug, and he walked off and seemed fine. And then the next thing you know, she's slapped with a lawsuit, and the attorney generals are after her. There's a very clear distinction between those two events, and I think it's borne out in the facts. And I think we need to, if we're really going to understand this issue and talk about tolerance and having a pluralistic society and understanding the different beliefs and where we all intersect, we need to understand those differences. And the second response I have is it really brings to forefront the purpose of non-discrimination laws. Why do we have them? In all of the cases that we have, what's fascinating about they have one common thread, and the common thread is this. In each instance, the same-sex couple or gay or lesbian at issue got what they wanted. The same-sex couple got photography services. They actually got photography services for less money. In the florist case, they got flowers. Our T-shirt printer in the state of Kentucky, actually the gay and lesbian pride parade folks actually end up getting their T-shirts for free. Our client did them a favor by refusing the business. Everybody gets what they want and then turn around and go after the people with religious beliefs. That's not why we have non-discrimination laws. The purpose of the non-discrimination laws is to help secure the marketplace for people. And when there are people falling all over themselves to help out those, regardless of what religious beliefs may be, is it necessary for us to actually go after and persecute the people who hold deeply held religious beliefs? And when you see that common thread in all the cases, that everybody's getting what they need, the question of why do we need to persecute those who have deeply held religious beliefs becomes a serious one, and I think really animates why Congressman Labrador's bill is so important. Great question.
Yes, Jerry.
So to that point, in those instances there, it sounds as if there are no damages suffered. There are no damages suffered by those who were refused service for those reasons, right? They found what they wanted elsewhere.
I
So
think-
what's their, what's the claim?
Well, the way the laws are is that they're very strict. If you refuse service, you can't refuse services for this reason, and if you do, you are liable. They're not contingent upon whether you found services elsewhere or anything along those lines. But there are damages. I want to be very clear. There are damages. I think when you violate somebody's constitutional rights and you take away their free exercise rights and their speech rights, which is what's happening to our clients, that is damaging. It may not be on the side that our opponents think that the damages are on, but I think that there are damages and consequences associated with these conflicts. The business is damaged. That's exactly right. And so what you're ultimately pitting, in our cases, what you're pitting against is the hassle of having to make another phone call or do another internet search versus a constitutional right. Or arguably a constitutional right versus a state non-discrimination law, assuming that there's a prima facie case of discrimination. In either circumstance, and I realize I'm biased because I represent them, but I think our clients should win because that free exercise of religion and that right of free speech is most important, especially when you do have a free marketplace and those who are petitioning for services are able to find what they want. And that's the story that nobody wants to talk about in the media and whatnot about all these cases. It portrays the same-sex couples as victims, and that just hasn't been the case in all the way all these things have happened.
Yes, sir. Right here.
I'm a pastor from across the Potomac in Virginia, And I'm curious to understand, Virginia as a commonwealth, we have what we call an unincorporated association. As a matter of fact, Eric Stanley helped us with one of our cases on discrimination for a school for children with disabilities. So am I understanding that because I believe that God creates life in his image, male and female, at conception, somehow I could lose a tax benefit to contributors?
That's actually what this law is trying to prevent. Some of the examples that were given here earlier, this particular bill does not address. Those are more state-based complaints, and there are some state legislatures. In fact, my state of Idaho is trying to pass state legislation that would fix those issues. But what I'm trying to prevent is exactly your example, that just because you believe that God created man and woman and created a certain traditional marriage ceremony, that you're not going to have your tax-exempt status taken away from you, or your contributors are not going to have their tax-exempt status, their tax contributions denied. And, people a few years ago kept saying, how is that possible? That would never happen. But when you look at what the IRS has been doing when it comes to Tea Party groups that they clearly disagreed with this administration disagreed with the Tea Party groups and other conservative groups' ideology and agenda, they not only tried to deny them, but they made them jump through so many hoops to get their tax-exempt status. And it should frighten all of us that this administration would be willing to go that far. And when I have talked to people actually in Congress, some people say, well, why shouldn't we be able to take away their tax-exempt status if they believe in traditional marriage, which is quite chilling, and is quite contrary to the Constitution and our founding principles. Oh, right here.
In 2003, I took photographs that Human Events published, a pictorial essay called God and the Temples of Government. My images then played in the amicus brief of Van Orden versus Perry. And I went one step further to begin to promote my images, and I was asked for a mission statement. And I said, well, after great thought, the freedom of artistic expression, which is something the young lady on the panel addressed. And back then, I took a picture of the Jose Artuego down on in Constitution Avenue, who the frog on his boots is shaped like a cross. And I pointed to that example saying, someone will come along one day and say, take that off, because it looks like a cross and it offends me. And I've been watching the pattern of more of these examples happening globally. So it's a broader conversation, but included in that is the faith artist who wants to draw a Jesus. And I tell people that you may be the faith artist arguing against it, but someone who draws a dog can then have someone come along and say, dogs offend me. Where does it stop?
It's a really good point. It reminds me of one of the cases that we have where we represented a British Airways flight attendant who was not allowed to wear a simple cross necklace because somebody may be offended by that. And it just brings the notion, the ideas of tolerance and diversity, even in the workplace, that somebody can't wear a cross necklace without being persecuted. And unfortunately, we were able to get a victory for that young lady with the European Court of Human Rights. So that was nice.
And I think in a number of these circumstances, and especially in the HHS mandate that the congressman alluded to, you see this watering down of religious freedom to just a freedom of worship, right? Faith is something that you keep in your home and your house of worship. It's not something that you bring to your workplace. But that's not a correct understanding of religious freedom. That's not what our founders envisioned. Our founders envisioned the ability to go into business, to create jobs, to grow the economy, and to do so in accordance with your values. So in a number of religious freedom cases, whether you're talking about in the marriage debate or elsewhere, we have a fundamental misunderstanding of religious freedom going on.
Well, I have to go back to Congress, but thank you very much. They can continue to speak, and
Thank
have a
you
wonderful
for
day.
We have time for a few more questions. Yes, sir, right here in the middle.
For the cases that you have, nothing is so chilling to me too. I'm sure you can answer this question. Assuming you win, who pays for all that?
The question is, assuming you win your cases, who pays for all that for the people watching online?
Well, obviously the cases, some cases we're defending, and some cases we're prosecuting. The wedding photographer from New Mexico, we're defending her, and this case is being prosecuted by the New Mexico Human Rights Commission, I believe, and has gone through, I think we're now at our 5th tribunal with the United States Supreme Court, if I'm recalling correctly. Yes, that's right. 5th tribunal over the course of, I think, 6 years. And who's paying for that? Who's paying for the 6-year persecution against a young lady who just wants to photograph images who are pleasing to God when the same-sex couple got photographs? Well, you're paying for it. The taxpayers of New Mexico are paying for it, and by and large, that's exactly how these cases are going. And this, I mentioned our T-shirt manufacturer in Kentucky, our T-shirt printer in Kentucky, same dynamic. We're at the administrative level. This thing has been going now nearly 2 years, and we're still on the administrative level, and it keeps going the same path. It's going to be another 6 or 7 years with that case, and the taxpayers of Kentucky are going to fund that. Even though the group, they got their T-shirts, they got them for free, the event's over with. I mean, life has moved on, and we've got years of litigation at the expense of Kentucky taxpayers look likely ahead of us. So it's really unfortunate.
Yes, sir. Right here.
Austin, every year I walk on the church property and behind that holy desk, and I do not give up my First Amendment rights. So I tape and DVD and send the notes of my sermon to the IRS as a part of the ADF Speak Up. I think 3,000 churches, is that correct, have participated, and how many have lost their tax-exempt status?
Not one church in the history of the United States has ever lost its tax-exempt status, period, paragraph, no exceptions, not one. It's never happened. And that's why we're trying to pick a fight with the IRS to get what the pastor's alluding to is the 1954 Johnson Amendment, which tries to take part of the voice of the church away, and that pastors cannot preach salt and light from the pulpit when it comes to elections or the values of candidates and whatnot. And so we've been having pastors, thousands of pastors across the country now, give pulpit freedom sermons and send those sermons to the IRS with a letter that says, look at my violation of the law, please come get me. And they haven't come and gotten them yet, so we're hoping we're going to get that into federal court sooner or later. And it's a very important movement to maintain freedom of speech, freedom of worship, and the freedom of the church, because if the government can control any aspect of the church, it can control all the church. And then that really flies into the face of the idea of separation of church and state.
The Archbishop of Chicago famously said a few years ago, he said, I expect to die in my bed, I expect my successor to die in prison, and I expect his successor to die a martyr in the public square. I mean, that is a feeling that's running through a lot of faith communities. So it's more than just, religious freedom on marriage. It's attacks on religious freedom across the board. I wonder if you guys could talk a little bit about some of the other attacks on religious freedom that we see cropping up on the horizon out there.
So I think one of the largest one is the HHS mandate, right? This is the Obamacare rule that forces employers to provide coverage of abortion-inducing drugs and contraception in their health plans, regardless of whether or not they have a religious or moral objection to those drugs and services. And if you don't get in line, as with most of Obamacare, you get fined heavily. It's $100 per employee per day if you're not in compliance, $2,000 a year if you just drop health care coverage altogether, which most employers don't want to do. And in addition to preventing, job-creating companies, you have Hobby Lobby, Conestoga Wood, which are at the Supreme Court level, that are creating jobs, really growing the economy, in addition to hampering their ability to do that by restricting their freedom to do that in accordance with their values. You're also hampering a whole host of civil society organizations. You have the Little Sisters of the Poor, that these are nuns who take a vow of poverty and help elderly poor across the world. These women can't do that work in accordance with their belief under this mandate. So back to what I was saying earlier, the incredible diminution of religious freedom under this administration to just a mere freedom of worship. This is solely within your formal houses of worship in your home. If you step outside to serve your fellow man, to create jobs, to provide goods and services, your religious freedom ends. But that's not what our founders envisioned. That's not what the Constitution, rightly understood, protects. And that it's a very concerning. Hopefully, this is also at the Supreme Court, so hopefully that mandate is struck down and we have a better recognition and protection of religious freedom.
Thank you. Others? Yes, sir.
I'm just wondering, have you found any instances of pastors or other faith community individuals being targeted by the IRS for audits for personal taxes? Like we've seen with the Tea Party groups, has that started to bleed over into religious communities?
There have been some churches that have received some letters from the IRS and undergone some audits for being accused of engaging in political activity. I don't believe that any of those circumstances have resulted in any type of punitive circumstance. I also know that there was a congressional investigation into some, I think, television ministries at one point in time a couple years ago. That may actually still be going on for all I know. But I am not aware of any type of IRS targeting personally pastors or ministry leaders for anything that they may or may not be doing. Of course, just because I don't know about it doesn't mean it's not happening. And it could start tomorrow for all I know, but I'm not aware of anything to this point.
We got one more in the back.
About a week ago, Microsoft acquired Foursquare or bought the data from Foursquare from $15 million, and designers are now finding that they're being tracked to gain studies. I would offer that with the invasiveness of technology into our mobiles and our homes, that we're going to be, and our emails, we're going to be tracked sooner, even on our faith issues.
Well, we know that government has a lot of levers of mechanisms and control to exert power over the people. And I think what the business of what ADF and Heritage and a lot of and other allies are about is about maintaining a lot of those freedoms, and especially when it comes to religious freedom and making sure that government doesn't suffocate, in my opinion, something that made this country great at one point in time and can still do so.
One more down here.
Yeah, I served in the military for about 8 years, and when I first went in, I served in the military for about 8 years, and when I first went in, I saw lots of things, soldier's prayer, ranger's prayer, different things like that. And as I was getting out, there was a lot less of that. I saw those things scrubbed. And in the last 6 years that I've been out, I've seen fights against public crosses at memorials and things like that. So, and also the VA trying to prevent prayers at funerals. So I'm wondering what's being done. Is there anything to fight that?
Great question. As far as the military is concerned, that's an arena that has not been an exception to the what's the word I'm looking for? The pressure on religious liberty. We've had the privilege of working with and representing a lot of chaplains and chaplain endorsers in the military, and the resulting squeeze that this current administration and the Department of Defense have been putting on the free exercise of faith. And our response is very simple. We should not be denying our men and women in uniform the basic freedoms for which they are fighting and dying in many instances. And chaplains are there. The U.S. The court system is made very clear, not because they have religious freedom, but to secure the religious freedom of our men and women in uniform. We send them to remote, desolate places where they don't have access to their families and their faith communities and their home churches. The chaplains are there to make sure they can minister to them. And a lot of times when you're facing death on the battlefield, the only hope you have is God, and that's why chaplains are there, to help secure that. And when we start taking policies and actions that threaten the ability of chaplains to serve in our armed forces and minister to the men and women in uniform who we honor and love and need so much, that is one of the most basic, egregious violations of religious liberty that I can personally imagine. And I'm very glad that we have a lot of allies who are working very hard on that. Chaplain Alliance for Religious Liberty, Archdiocese for Military Services, and several others, just to name a few. So there are efforts being made, but the concern is legitimate and real.
Okay, final question right here.
Thank you both for your remarks. Tyler O'Neill with the Christian Post. My question is, I mean, I've heard a lot reporting with CP about these issues, about religious liberty and religious freedom, and how it's being assaulted in the public square. But how do you get millennials, those who are so easily riled up about, you know, the abortion issue, about same-sex rights, about all that sort of thing, how do you get those people engaged on this issue?
I think you tell them stories. So you tell them stories about some of the HHS mandate plaintiffs. These are salt of the earth people who are doing the good work of restoring lives, of educating the next generation, of providing health care for Americans. And they're not able to do that under this rule in accordance with their beliefs, the beliefs that motivated them to go out and do that in the first place. So if you want to talk about social justice, if you want to talk about empowering the poor, about taking care of those in need, you have to let people do that in accordance with their values and not immediately penalize them through threat of government penalty if they're going to do that in accordance with their religious beliefs.
And the left has successfully won the narrative on this, right? The narrative that the left has put out there is that it's people who believe in, you know, same-sex or traditional marriage or you're religious or whatever it is. The narrative is that you are the one imposing your beliefs on everybody else. And I think we need to find a way to win the narrative, to pull back the curtain and show exactly what's happening, which is why these stories, I think, are important, because they highlight that very well.
And I think it's important to emphasize something that the congressman said, that protecting religious freedom doesn't take anything away from anyone else. This is about the government using their power to coerce people into, in the marriage context, into recognizing and affirming same-sex relationships as marriage, or using their power to force companies to provide coverage of abortion-inducing drugs or life-ending drugs and devices.
And you don't win the narrative without really smart, articulate people out there making the case, which is why we're lucky we've had these great panelists today. We've had Congressman Labrador. So thank you all for coming, and please join me in thanking the panel. We hope you can stick around. We have some drinks and appetizers out in the foyer, and thank you again for a great day and being here.